am. I can't eat shit out of my fucking ass. Eat it. Kiss my fucking ass and lick my ball. Eat it. Fucking eat it. Oh, he's doing the meme. Oh, this is cringe. Eat it. Eat it. I am fucking based. Fucking eat it. Shut the fuck up. Take your fucking ass and eat it. Eat it. Kiwi Farms. I want to mail you a spoon.
So in case you missed it, hello everybody. DSP posted this on his Twitter because he's owning the meme. Just down from the rafters. So, you know, he's owning the meme now. Same vibe. PA. You guys remember the PA tweet? Jeez. Okay. Look, guys, look. It's really his account. He's gonna pull up saying, "Oh my god, I'm like fucking with trolls. I posted like a fucking photo that said down, right? And trolls are now seeing, right, that my account is down from the rafters, right? These people are fucking insane. All it was a photo of the word down." That's what he's gonna do. So, big ups. Hey, we're gonna be watching the JoonTheKing thing, the documentary. It's a fucking long video, so strap in. What a fat goblin. Blech. Thank you, VLX, for the 2. Yeah, there's a bunch of people watching this today, so I hope you go back and forth. Give everyone the big ups they deserve. Thank you, Meerkat, for the music. Obviously. I should start linking them in the description. I don't know why I don't do that. Anyways, hello everybody. So the thing starts in a minute. So what's up? What's up? How's it going? You're strapped in, got your weed ready. Nice. It time cope indeed. Who? So yeah, I mean, I don't really like JoonTheKing videos. Like the one in like a quarter that I've seen. Not very engaging to me, but this one is relevant to what this channel is about, I guess. At least for now. But yeah, we've got the significance of the fighting game community. Like, he's got to give you a pre-stream. He's got to set the scene, if you will. Darkside Phil enters the scene. Top Haters Impact. 2005 American Champion. Wait, what is that one about? Isn't it 2004? Is that a typo? I don't know. Darkside Phil YouTube. DSP Smash the Butthead. Is that the video where he smashes controllers and shit? Why is that on here? It is. I wonder why that's a segment in the video. I guess because it made DSP upset. I mean, it's like a 20-second segment. I wonder why it gets a timestamp. Building opposition. Oh, here we go. Okay. So we've got like the YouTube intro thing for now. Alright guys, I hope you're ready. He changed the pic? Yeah, he did. It's probably just the AB thumbnail test thing. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, anyways. King B Cruel, thank you. 6 months. Big ups everybody. Lil Calcium, Tyler T, Tractor Goose, Smoke One Mo Gaming, Mr. Lion, EG, Gotta Fuck. Yeah, we're just kind of chilling. I got like a minute to kill. I'm gonna... What did I have for dinner? You know, a turkey burger. My girlfriend made like turkey burgers. Okay. So yeah, I think it's going to be interesting, like, looking at the stuff in the video and seeing if I can add any additional context or if he got anything wrong or kind of, like, differently than I remember it. I mean, I'll just defer to his video, I guess, because I haven't fucking researched this dude. But I feel like I remember quite a bit. This, like, FGC stuff, I don't really care about. I don't really know about, nor do I want to know about it. From, like, 2017 and on. O's money, the breakup and on is pretty much where I fit into the picture. So about half of the video, I can give a lot of context. But I feel like I know quite a bit about before that. Anyways. Thank you, Soul Spoon. Appreciate it. Big ups, brother.
Yes, they said that you're a gay boy.
Yes, they said that you're a gay boy.
Well, you know, I'm gay.
I forgot to clip him saying my name. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Phil is a game creator and former fighting game aficionado that has existed in the
There will
online
be
realm
pausing,
for
by
over
the
2
way,
decades.
just so you
He has
know.
participated in the inception of Let's Plays, but has hardly evolved alongside them. Where most creators benefit from their window of fame, Phil, through insane spending habits, has almost nothing to show for it. It was only in 2020 that he filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy, where the documents revealed his situation being even more insane than previously thought.
It's like
Due
almost
to his open
unbelievable.
nature in that he will belittle his audience members while simultaneously petitioning them for donations.
I need the money to pay bills, and I need the money to do regular day-to-day shit.
Lie about his finances and inaccurately portray criticisms against him, he has few allies left.
Holy
Content
shit,
creators,
he's
large,
going in
small,
hard.
new and old, avoid him due to this and the unique community of trolls that follow him. Varying widely in intentions and actions, these trolls share the commonality of hating Phil and archiving his fumbles to great lengths. There exists a spreadsheet that is updated almost daily that tracks nearly every donation, the
Big
top
ups, piece of
donator,
piece.
when the stream began, and what game was played. That's not all. There are several search engines designed to search his over 70,000 videos that even have options to show the trend of word usage. And of course, a forum with over 280,000 posts discussing him, not including side threads that would greatly inflate that number. While Phil is covered to great lengths, information is hardly ever centralized or easily consumed, prompting the creation of reasonably shorter videos dissecting different elements of his life. This video,
Will your boy get a
perhaps
shout out?
unreasonably
Will he
so,
appear in
will
the video?
attempt to tackle it all.
I hope so. The dark side of Phil. Oh. Nice. This is the pre-stream, guys. Get ready. Strap in.
To the US population at large, November 8th, 1998 was a normal day. For the 20-year-old Alex Valle, the American fighting game champion, it was anything but. For the first time ever, the fledgling American fighting game scene was going head-to-head with the somewhat matured Japanese scene that had more financial backing, production and the coverage, and tempering than the Americans. The Japanese champion, Valle's opposition, was the 16-year-old Daigo who had flown out from Japan to make history. The game, Street Fighter III Alpha, was the medium. This could go any way, though the Japanese had the perceived advantage. That's why Valle's victory in the first match intensified the competition. As the match rules were best 2 out of 3, Valle had to win one more match to be crowned world champion, and so Valle continued his aggressive strategy and tried to put pressure on Daigo. Daigo, however, began adapting and started finding openings, anticipating Valle's attacks. Adaptation was never as important as it was
Oh boy.
here. in
This is
finals.
where I zone the
Both
fuck
sides
out, bro.
were
I really don't
exposed to
care about this.
strategies they have never been exposed to within their local competitive scenes. With the advantage on Daigo's court, he won the second match. At this point, the outcome was hardly predictable, as both sides were solidifying their strategies.
Big ups, Morgana. Come on, where does the dark side enter?
Daigo had won and become the world champion of the fighting game community, projecting Japan's strength and their competitors as fierce. It was historical moments such as these that emboldened new players to join the competitive environment that had only seen growth. Realistically, the only way one could compete is to join their local arcade scene, if they offered a competitive environment at all. While online play was non-existent, the internet did tend to the community by allowing a quick, cheap, accessible way to promote local or grand-scale events. One of these involved an 18-year-old Phil Burnell.
Hey, there he
Initially
is.
entering the
Our
online
little
space
boy.
with the alias Wo Moses, he adapted other, short-lived nicknames such as Phil Throw Like Hell Burnell, labeled as such for his strategy of using the throw move in Marvel vs.
That
Capcom
must be a
competitions
self-coined
that was viewed
name.
as unbalanced.
Pretty good.
Quote, everybody said
Except
that
it's
my
not.
victory was so quote-unquote cheap, and that I had no skill, unquote.
Where's the lie?
Regardless, Phil was performing well in his local gaming scene in Bridgeport, Connecticut. The next natural step was to attend ECC, or East Coast Championships, that hosted various fighting game competitions. Add to that, he said he would attempt to go. Phil had experience attained through many years spent
Yeah, he should have
visiting
stuck
his
with the
local
name Wo
arcades,
Moses.
an experience that would
It's pretty
otherwise
good.
be described as a fruitless pastime. The elitist nature and other unfavorable qualities that Phil was showing were more acceptable in these communities than they would be in others. And he did have that one thing that made him memorable, his aggression. Quote, I see it every day
Toxicity.
in my town. These little fucking
Oh,
wimps
shit.
who call themselves quote-unquote thugs and
Oh,
pretend
no.
they're quote-unquote tough mofos.
The
Well,
African
if I ever
nation.
get into a fight with one of them, hand to hand, I guarantee you I'll be the one standing afterwards. And if they pull a gun on me, I hope they have pretty good aim, because if they
Aim,
don't hit
aim,
me
aim.
with the first shot, I'll have already punctured the windpipe and ended their life.
What
unquote.
the fuck?
This
I
was
never
in
seen that
response to the
before.
general aggression Phil received when utilizing his infamous throw tactics. While Phil's response teeters from excessive to entirely
insane.
unrealistic, it does expose the way he viewed himself as a macho, hardened, threatening
Delusions
individual.
of grandeur,
and that's why
if
he
you
chose
will.
his new name, Dark Side, which was directly influenced by the song Dark Side from the band Crazy Town. The reason for the Y in his name in place of the I is to avoid readers thinking that his name was anyway attached to the Star Wars universe, as that would be too nerdy. Phil provides other reasons for his
Oh,
demeanor,
that would be
such
too
as wanting
nerdy.
to act as a heel in this developing space. And so Dark Side, as he was calling himself, was set on practicing and playing the newly released Marvel vs. Capcom
Hell
2.
yeah, he got
Though
his ass
palette
kicked.
was diverse, this is what his sights were set on. But there was an unforeseen issue. The game, released in February 2000, meant that it was untested and would not be at the East Coast Championship. Phil's solution was to make a tourney of his own at Motel 6
Oh, I
with
remember
a
this.
$5 entry fee. The results are unknown. What is that Phil was ingraining himself in his local community,
Right.
and that he just graduated high school as the valedictorian. A valedictorian
Wait, was that a real
is the
photo?
highest-ranking student of a school's graduating class. The bestowment of such a title opened doors of opportunity. Ivy League colleges were in his purview.
Yeah, probably
but
the
he
Monkey
wasn't in
King.
theirs.
Yale rejected me. Harvard rejected
Oh, 'cause
me.
he's white.
There were 3 of them. I can't even remember what the third one was. But
I hope
every
it says
Ivy
'cause he's
League school
white.
I applied to said no. When you want to know why they rejected
Yeah,
me,
he's white.
because I'm a white male.
Yeah.
As Phil Burnell, there are bound to be inconsistencies and lies. Here he states that it was because he was not racially diverse enough as a reason for not getting in, then later flips the excuse.
I'm white.
Just off of that
and I'm
premise,
not
it
rich.
wasn't my extracurriculars. It wasn't my academics. It was based off the fact that I wasn't a rich white person.
Another reason Phil provides for not getting in is that he signed up for financial aid, which he claims triggered an immediate rejection from the Ivy League schools. Whatever the case, his future had more potential than most. Throughout it all,
Based
he was
Phil.
still going to local tournaments. Here he recounts how the entrance for a local tournament doubled from 16 to 32 in just a year. He won this tournament, and with that, he is losing his potential. To make it big in this flourishing environment, practicing the game would have to encompass his life for nearly the next decade. And to finance the traveling, he took out various credit cards as his job selling yogurt did not provide enough income.
Well, you go to Evo 2K4, the fighting game championship.
700 players from all over the world.
All right, this is pretty detailed so far. It started off pretty rough for DSP.
There's insane competition in the fighting game community, especially from Japan nowadays, and it's like a,
You know, who cares about the Flash? You can leave the Flash there. Make sure the gameplay is solid. No more stupid additions.
Those were moments from EVO 2004. EVO, or Evolution Championship Series, was becoming the end-all be-all for competitions in the fighting game community. Every year the event grew. It grew rife with competition, controversy, diversity, and of course, increased attendance
Diversity.
at Darkside Phil.
East Coast versus West Coast.
In this particular moment at EVO 2002,
I've
the
seen
infamous
this.
Darkside Phil was selected as a sort of representative of the East Coast theater.
Nobody
Commentary
fucking
from the
liked
people
this
recording
dude.
demonstrated how welcome he was.
Phil, you are not East Coast, please.
As much as Phil promoted his
Jeez.
ability, when it came to EVO, the player base was at an entirely different level than he was used to. Losses here were common, and people did not take kindly to his hostility online where he would physically threaten his opposition.
I was the guy who always talked shit. I was the guy who always was like, man, don't get in my face at a tournament. I will fuck you up. I will throw you in a trash can.
You
I will,
were?
I used to do that.
But in person,
still
that
do,
was
just
a different
online.
Story.
I mean, online, he would freaking, run his flap and post a lot and respond to everything, but when you see him at the tournaments, he just sits there, he's not doing nothing.
That was Jaha, one of the more hot-headed players that was not afraid of confrontation.
He was talking a bunch of shit against the top Marvel players. So Shady K was one of them, and Shady K didn't like him too much because he would run his mouth so much. I mean, this guy would make posts that were like a mile long. When DSP was leaving with him and a couple of his boys, that's when it was time to roll up on him. We followed them outside and we caught him outside, and they were getting up in DSP's fucking friends' faces too, just to fucking make sure none of them got crazy, but they were all fucking shitting bricks. He just turns fucking white, and it's funny because he just talks so much shit on the internet, but when you run into him in fucking person, he's just fucking, turns white as a ghost.
DSP was able
Still
to
like that in
defuse
the
the
current day.
situation by paying Shady K, Jaha's friend, $10. They arrived to that amount from a money match that was meant to go 10 rounds for a total of $100. But since it was cut short due to time limitations, and DSP only fought and lost a single match, Jaha and his crew were able to swindle those $10 that DSP had no obligation to pay. But even then, it was cheaper than a trip to the hospital. As for the forums, or the medium DSP would unleash his threats, Shoryuken.com, or SRK for short, is named after a popular move in Street Fighter. DSP continued to expand his character, adding the tagline, "The King of Hate."
And the whole idea behind the King of Hate moniker was everyone hates me because I talk so much shit online, but no one can do anything about it.
I love it's a
Because in
moniker he
person,
gave
I could
himself.
hold up
I always
my
thought
head
that
and
was
shit
fucking
talk and
hilarious.
I understand you got something you want to say about the DSP.
Nah, I don't got nothing to say about that little retard. Down syndrome Phil. Fuck that guy.
Oh, yeah?
Now, in 2003, Phil's infamy
Based.
grew to new heights after he was banned from
Oh,
the SRK
boy.
forums. Even the smaller competitions he did win would not be received with commemoration, but ire. In addition to the displeasures at his victory was what appears to be Phil advertising his website known as TopHaters.com. Further investigation reveals that this website of Phil's creation was a response to TopPlayers.com,
Yeah, I might be
a West
pausing here.
Coast-centered Street Fighter website. Looking further into it, this is not just a response to Top Players, but Phil's lashing out at his infamy. There is much to unpack through the multiple pages of this website.
Yeah, this
On
shit's
this page alone, he
insane.
challenges some of the fighting game culture he himself is guilty of. On the main page, he informs readers that he works at Circuit City. On this thread, he is hating on the mechanics of Guilty Gear, a different fighting game. His words and his culture do not resonate within the fighting game community. Even so, he petitioned for financial support.
Hey, look at this shit. 2003, he was asking for donations. Cash donations are accepted in
supposedly to run
2003,
the
dude.
website, while also complaining about the lack of users. Despite a clear lack of support, Phil went onward with a new project known as Impact. As TopHaters.com was Phil's answers to TopPlayers.com, Impact was Phil's answer to EVO. And even though Phil continued to attend, he sought to make his own large-scale event. Quote, "It's obvious that Impact is going to compete heavily with EVO," unquote. On the threads created by Phil to promote Impact that included fundraising, brainstorming ideas, and other items meant to trigger discussion, on average would have at most a single other response. That was also the only respondent to the majority of Phil's posts. Even
Uh-oh.
threads
A sock account?
discussing how much Phil sucked garnered more attention on his website than Impact. TopHaters.com was a failed project. DSP now espoused that this
fucking way.
negativity will not use his character to his benefit. Instead,
Damn.
he used it to attack beloved franchises like Counter-Strike and Warcraft 3. Even then, that was only a distraction from his assaults at fighting game culture. Here, he lambasted what was known in the fighting game community as combo videos. In the early days of the fighting game community, CDs were exchanged in person. These carried videos of various combos or tactics one could utilize, yet the existence of them were also controversial as groups could gatekeep the data. Now, with the internet in play and data shared at a faster pace, tactics and their discovery were virtually immediately adapted and the meta was becoming solidified. Even still, the combo video situation is more complex than just defining metas, as DSP points out. Quote, in some cases, the combo videos are single character only or console only, unquote. The last bit is of utter importance. Now mid-2004, arcades have long been losing their purpose to the increasingly popular home video game console, and a switch of competitions prioritizing consoles could increase accessibility for players and allow for significantly cheaper and easier to manage components as consoles and their elements could be set up and altered with ease. This transition was controversial only for those brought up in arcade culture and those in competitive gaming communities. When a game, like Street Fighter for example, is ported from the superior hardware of an arcade cabinet to the limited or vastly different video game console, color, resolution, and most importantly mechanics could differ based on the port. And though the technology and quality control had improved, it was still not good enough. It was a jump that would eventually have to be made, but perhaps it was too soon.
Evolution console? This is my worst nightmare, dude. I'm an arcade player. I hear you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if this is the future, we're gonna have to, it's evolving, so we're gonna have to adapt. Personally, I don't like it, but, you know, no choice.
That was Alex Valle at EVO 2004, sharing what was the popular opinion among the top fighting game players. And to the displeasure of many, their worst nightmare would manifest in ways they could hardly predict.
Reminder that everybody loved him. According to DSP, everybody loved him back then. At least when he started. He was like a fun community. He was just being an asshole to everybody.
Would live in infamy for its decision to use the PlayStation port of Street Fighter II Turbo and the outcome of the matches. Both would receive protest in one way or another.
In 2005, I think it was, the three of you were absent from ST Top 8. What happened that year?
When you play Bison and you hit a Fierce Flame and it only goes like 20% of the screen, you got a problem with the game. And you got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way. I like to get that on YouTube. But this guy thought he was hot shit because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude.
Classic, yeah.
First of all, I have to bring this up. Alex Valle did not enter this tournament. He claimed he was busy and he couldn't show up. Bullshit. He was like, oh, I'm protesting EVO because they're not holding Arcade Super Turbo. I don't want to enter or whatever, right? Yet he was still there, but he didn't enter. He did not enter the tournament. I'm going to name some names now, people who I played and beat that day in the Super Turbo for the PS1 that you might be like, what the fuck? Jason Wilson, Mike Watson. Pretty sure I played John Choi and I beat him too.
DSP at EVO 2005 surged in the ranks for Street Fighter II Turbo, a feat that was achieved through a superior knowledge of the game.
During that period of time, I learned some major differences about the game, including the fact that some characters were different sizes. They weren't as tall or as short as they were supposed to be, and they had different hitboxes. I found out certain characters did different stun amounts than they did in Arcade Super Turbo. I found out that one of my characters, Vega, was incredibly easy to do these complex combos with, which actually was harder to do in the arcade version of the game.
Holy shit.
The beauty of
Pretty much the thing he complains about in current day, he took advantage of back then to win in EVO.
And now beating all of his American opponents in EVO 2005
Flowchart
is that he totes his knowledge as a fair advantage. But when he goes up against the Japanese players who also dedicated themselves to the port without protest, he changes his tone.
So now I was in the position, boom, if I win like 1 to 2 more matches, I could win the whole event. And then my final match in the tournament was against Tokido, who picked a mirror. We did a mirror match of Vega. And he knew a few things about Vega that I didn't about the mirror match. And just because he knew those few things, he got the jump on me. And I remember distinctly making 1 to 2 major blunders that people were like, why did he do that? I don't know. You know, I was on the stage. I was playing in front of 1,000 or 2 people.
He was nervous.
And I was, I fucked up, I admit. He beat me. And so what ended up happening, I got 4th place. The top 3 places
His crowning
were all
achievement.
Japanese players.
DSP had ranked 4 at EVO 2005 for Street Fighter II Turbo, and used these statistics to state that he was the top American player. The more he will promote this, the more he'll be scrutinized for the details around his victory. What's more, the details about his life outside of the fighting game community were less savory.
I had to leave that other job, and as I told you, to go to EVO 2005, I had racked up my credit card bills like sky high. I owed a ton of credit card debt.
With more debt accrued, Phil moved back in with his parents and was working a job at Best Buy.
He always has a
Here,
bunch
he was
of
living
debt.
off the high of his new title. Perhaps unrecognized and unvaluable to the population at large, that was not the case for his local competitive environment that were in awe of Phil's achievement.
One day, my friend Tony, who mostly we were known for playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Capcom
Is Tony
vs.
real?
K2 together, said, hey, I got a couple buddies who actually like Super Turbo, and obviously that's the game you're really good at. You want to go play with them? And this is the first time I ever met John Rambo. So this is probably between like 2005, 2006, I would guess. When I first met him, I felt like it was almost like a deer in headlights moment, like, oh my God, this is a guy who just came back from EVO and placed.
John Rambo, coincidentally sharing the name of the action movie character, was becoming DSP's best friend. They shared an expansive
was a big
list of
fish
friends
in a small
as DSP
pond.
continued to be revered in his local competitive environment. He was even allowed back on SRK and was helping run regional competitions. As now patterned, his investments into the fighting game community continued to hurt his finances. He was even fired from his job at Best Buy for using an employee discount to purchase equipment that would be used at East Coast Championships 2006.
Wait, mention how this
Now,
is
on
like a...
unemployment,
Aw.
DSP's financial decisions became
Big ups, Gengar Green.
At this point in the video, what hour would we be in with Phil's react?
Probably one at least. Thank you.
ever more
He should have mentioned, I don't know, because like the whole Best Buy thing was that DSP got fired because of an employee discount, but more likely, they were just looking for a reason to fire him, and that just happened to technically break the rules.
For 2006 and 2007,
So it's almost like he wasn't a good
I
worker.
started traveling the country, playing in all what was considered qualifying tournaments for EVO, which was the big national finale. Think like there's qualifying games in any sport, and then there's the big finals, right? As I started attending all these qualifier tournaments, I was winning them.
This is true, and this is footage of his victory at EVO East 2006.
I hope we see his commentary. That would be great. Shit, the king of hate.
As these victories were, traveling across the country when he already secured a high position in EVO meant that he was effectively wasting his money, as having more than one seat was pointless.
Wow, Phil is now seeded to be in the finals at EVO like 7 times. We need to actually take people who he beat and put them into the spots, because we can't have a whole bracket that's just Phil playing.
These victories inflated his ego beyond measure and created an even more aggressive Phil.
First of all, you are fucking hypocrite.
Oh, this
Wow,
fucking
you
video.
No problem, shit. You have no
Like, you
problem
know me?
talking about my
I'm gonna
shit.
whoop your fucking ass.
Oh, really? You gonna whoop my fucking ass? Oh, I want to see that shit.
DSP
Hey, it's just like
continued
him getting money now inflates his fucking
to seek out
ego, and he
physical
lashes out.
altercation, and in most
Sorry.
cases, it led to nothing. Other times, he miscalculated and threatened someone who could reciprocate threats, reinforced by real experience. Viscount, a veteran of the fighting game community, was lambasted by DSP. Quote, so first Phil was like, okay, well you have to sign some document, because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible. And I was like, whatever. Then, there was an actual serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be. And I think we settled on Walter from Connecticut, but I don't remember this part either. Then, there was an honest-to-God negotiation over weight, and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again, I'm not making any of this up. As dumb as this sounds, this absolutely happened. So one day Phil IMs me on AIM and tries to back out. He was like, hey, so how about this? How about we pretend like we're going to fight, and then when a whole crowd is around us, we both do DX crotch chops to the crowd. It'll be such a goof. This really happened, and I'm just like, are
Yeah.
you fucking kidding me? I honestly couldn't believe he was pulling this, and I was still mad about the whole thing and actually wanted to fight him. From that point on, there never really was any problem between him and I, unquote. When it came to real
Big
fights,
bitch
backing
behavior,
out
dude.
was typical of Phil. But when it came to Street Fighter, he was more confident than he'd ever been.
All right, we got the man of all hate, the one and only DSP. I call him Phil, because Phil's cool. Anyhow, Phil, how you feel about ST?
I mean, for years, these same guys are on top. And yes, I'm talking about John Choi, I'm talking about Alex Valle. Playing ST, placing, okay, they're good. But to disrespect the people that got top 8 at Evolution, to make excuses because it's on console, it's ridiculous.
There you go. You heard it from DSP. Straight from DSP. DSP, thank you.
Bobby
Check out the
Hill.
shirt. Hate that.
Could Phil really back up these claims, or on the other side, could Valle beat Phil?
Alex Valle, this guy right here, living legend, Street Fighter scene. First and foremost, you know what I gotta ask you? The ST beef with DSP.
I don't even consider it a beef. It's like another scrub, another day.
Coughing baby
As
versus
chance would
hydrogen
have it,
bomb.
They actually did compete at EVO 2006.
First match finally. Oh, on stage, Phil versus Alex Valle. I'm like, oh great. It was a decent match. I lost. And I was like, motherfucker, you know, all this practice. I waited all day. Basically, it mind-fucked me waiting all day to play my match. I finally play Alex Valle and I lose.
Phil, now in the loser's bracket, still had a chance to redeem himself. And after working his way through the loser's bracket, he had his final match of the day.
My final match is against, guess who? Tokido. Now this is the guy who beat me in 2005 on stage mirror match with Vega.
The results of Tokido and DSP's first two matches played out exactly like they did in EVO 2005. Both players won a single match, and it came down to the last match where the results were also mirrored.
And he won. He knocked me down and I fucking lost. And I was like, I wanted to rip my fucking shirt off like Hulk Hogan and be like, fuck this shit.
What? Hogan?
DSP did not even place in the top 8.
Oh,
he was
no.
now the former top American player. But if anything, he was still persistent.
Look, Alex
In
Valle got
2007,
fourth.
He went at it again, also winning EVO East.
Oh shit, our boy.
Even though, with his victory, DSP qualified to be seated higher at EVO, he still attended EVO West, which was held at Comic-Con.
His shirt said 2 words, suck it.
DSP, one match.
There was an EVO West in San Diego, and fucking DSP was fucking talking shit about Mike Watson, and that's my road dog. When we fucking ran him down in EVO West, you know, we didn't even fucking wait to get outside. Watson just fucking went up to him in the arcade hall and just told him, dude, why the fuck you talking shit, this and that, blah, blah, blah. And he just didn't even want to face us. Like, he just kept on, like, cowering away and looking away and just being fucking quiet, this and that, and just fucking scared shitless. And we're fucking following him around, dude. Like, what the fuck's your problem? And, you know, Watson is a forgiving guy. So he just fucking pretty much got to the point where he made him apologize.
I said, you got to do what you got to do.
Is this where his
If you
apology
feel like
fetish
it's gonna
comes
make
in?
You feel better to hit me, then go ahead. I guess I deserve it. And he's like, well, I don't understand then. Why did you say those things? And I was like, dude, I'm an alcoholic. I admitted it to him right there. I was like, I'm an alcoholic. I drink too much all the time, and I just can't control myself when I do it. And at that point, I actually started crying because I felt so bad about everything that I had done and how stupid I was as a person.
Rumor of what took place at this event
Jeez.
would spread within the fighting game community.
Do you guys remember the whole thing with DSP and like with the West Coast people where they almost like he was like really scared because he was about to get beat up? I heard he was like crying and everything, so that was pretty funny.
You weren't there. How
DSP
would you know?
had fulfilled his role as a heel by losing to players who were far more popular than he was. He again, for Evil Actual, did not even place in the top 8. Even if he won such events, the prize money would do little to counter the credit card debt that he had accrued. His new job was not doing much to help him either.
Then I ended up finally getting a job after the Best Buy debacle at a place called Helicopter Support Incorporated. This was also in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Actually, I take that back. I think Helicopter Support was just over the Trumbull line.
This is a strange leap from working at Best Buy to working as medium in helicopter parts
Yeah.
selection. His degree that he had recently gotten was
Mention his
supposedly
dad.
in business.
Dave?
So DSP's work experience, nor his educational background, was related to his current position. The only thing that was his father, who had been working at
There
the
you
company,
go.
and it is understood that DSP secured his position due to nepotism. There was an additional development that DSP would long cling to. He was now starting a perilous path, ones that machinations would be far more complex than he could ever predict or even understand. Yet he stood directly in the center to witness it all.
So basically, I was very
There we
nervous. I
go.
went to this Chinese restaurant, and I swear to you, the first
Oh my
fortune
God.
that I got, well, my fortune that I got, that they said, financial hardship in your life is coming to an end. By the
Damn,
way,
that was only
when
just
I
the
do a
beginning.
gameplay, I use a digital camera.
Don't worry, you're not gonna edit this video? Just gonna post them as is with a 10-minute mark?
Why would I edit?
It took 2 days, actually, off of work just to play Batman Arkham Asylum. Because I knew it was going to be great, and you know what? I don't regret it at all. Even though
I'm the fucking Batman! Ah!
The Dark Side Phil YouTube channel was created on March 3rd, 2007, but was not utilized until 2008. Phil began by recording some of the fighting game events he would enter. The earliest available video is Midwest Moment 4 Day 1 Setup. The next one is Moment 7, then 13,
I've seen
then
these
19.
videos.
Though all these videos
They're
range
so
from
garbage.
13 seconds to 2 minutes and 16 seconds, the jumping of the numerical order means that several videos were deleted and various pre-existing videos are lost. This was not the only event he recorded in 2008, and alongside those videos, DSP began recording gameplay of various genres. The quality as such reflected the best his equipment would allow, as he positioned his camera initially on the floor and pointed it towards his television. DSP recorded Star Wars The Force Unleashed,
At least I got all this fucking high-definition ear detail.
Castle Crashers,
It's a bunch of fucking horse shit, to be honest.
and Mercenaries 2.
Another Grand Theft Auto 4 rip-off mission.
While the genres varied, the style of recording, the commentary, and the titling in that he proclaimed the game sucked provided some theming
What a
and
positive
space
guy.
that lacked cohesion. YouTube, as it was looked at as a video repository, a place to consume viral videos. Series and the like were virtually non-existent. There was no meta for videos and not much of a reason to make them, considering that a paycheck through content creation was unheard of. In such an uncompetitive and themeless space, Phil's videos excelled. He quickly found out that his gameplay videos did better than his recordings of fighting game events. Then found out that if he recorded proper sequences of walkthroughs, missions, and games, the chain of videos garnered even more views, as was demonstrated
DSP
by his
never did
gameplay of Saints
walkthroughs?
Row 2. These were uploaded out of sequence, as Phil relied on a unique method of recording. Instead of recording the entirety of his gameplay in one go that would create a single video file to chop into several parts, Phil subverted the need to edit his videos down below the required 10-minute mark that YouTube had by physically stopping the recording on his camera every couple minutes.
Oh my god, this is bullshit. Ugh. Okay, Saints Row 2.
What a legend.
Trying to kill the general again.
This naturally created individual files that not only saved him time on
Practicus.
the editing process, but the rendering as well. From here, he could upload the files directly. The only additional effort applied left was to name the videos. Though Phil, in late 2008, did commit himself to recording entire playthroughs of games full with his commentary, the sequence was still scrambled and parts were uploaded out of order.
It's also a little weird to say to save him time he didn't edit. That's not necessarily true. He didn't want to edit because he didn't know how, number one. Number two, he was also lazy, and he just wanted to upload the videos straight up as soon as he recorded them.
But by the time he began his Fallout 3 series, now adopting his role of what would be known as a Let's Player, he was finally correcting
that's
these
fine.
errors and
That's
uploading
fine.
the sequence. Then the issue was not the sequence, but how much he was uploading. If he did a 4-hour recording session, that amounted to 25 videos, and those 25 videos were uploaded from November 28th to November 29th. That was 25
Holy
uploads
fuck,
in just
man.
2 days. Phil, with some fluctuation, was spamming
25
his
in
uploads.
2 days?
By December 19th, even with his job in mind, he was up to part 137 of the Fallout Let's Play series. That was only a fraction of his 749 videos. This means Phil, at 1,400 subscribers, averaged around 2 subscribers per video. The comments were quite vocal with their exhaustion of the spam. Quote, "Stop spamming videos, they are not that good." Unquote. Some comments seem to just target Phil as a person. Quote, "Fucking you. You are a stupid man.
How did he
Suck
find
my lick."
these?
Unquote.
The Wayback
Phil's
Machine, I
commentary
guess.
was colorful and could prompt
Oh
his
yeah,
responses.
colorful.
Oh look.
Chicky Chang?
Blah blah. You cannot speak the English, you stupid. Blah blah blah. Okay, time for a save.
Viewers were not sure if DSP's
Hey, yo.
crudeness was him playing a character, though the Street Fighter community
never seen
knew
that
it
one.
wasn't.
DSP, stop recording. No one gets a shit. Play. You can't hold up a tournament.
Where am I playing? You still haven't told me. Jesus Christ, man. Want me to run the fucking tournament for you?
Taking form now in early 2009 was the basis of DSP. All the core elements were finally present, including the audience. From those few who were vocal about
The
the
hate was
dislike of
complete.
DSP, DSP responded by comparing himself to Satan, and those who enjoyed his videos enough to donate to him. As seen in his description, he was now accepting PayPal donations for what he claims were games and equipment.
$10 for a shout out. You had to donate $10 back then. No 50-bit bitches, I guess.
Equipment.
$10.
Even now, in the channel comments, people were suggesting the use of direct capture via what is known as a capture card, and DSP did indeed spend that money, a lot of it too, on a more expensive, yet worse option.
As you know, any donations that you send help me to in the cost of games and equipment, especially this brand new HD camera. It cost me a pretty hefty sum. So,
as the suggestion,
2009 begging, and that's what I've been saying, dude. This dude's been begging since he started.
To how he can improve his videos poured in,
Holy
Bill would go
fuck.
on and pour them out.
This guy just wants to be my friend so he gets deleted. Why don't you use capture card instead of camera? I've already explained this 7,000 fucking times. It's because then I'd have to actually use a professional microphone. I'd have to record the voiceovers. I'd have to actually do video editing on every fucking video that I put up. Considering I put up like 30 a fucking day, unless you want to fucking stay home and do that while I'm at work, I don't think that's going to happen. So shut your fucking face.
I can't make my shit
what
better.
He understood was DSP's long-winded way of saying it was because he did not want to put forth the effort to learn.
There you go. Hey, okay, JoonTheKing came back to it. Nice. He actually clarified.
Making it seem over-complex to an
Pretty
audience that knew very little about video creation. From here on, he will label his videos as HD, inherent from the camera and not the game, as people would be actually searching for. It is difficult to say how much DSP was making from these donations, but he was earning something and realized he could be making even more. Not from gameplay, as YouTube was afraid to monetize such content in fear that the copyright strikes from the game companies would doom the platform, but from vlogs, as YouTube recognized it was all original footage. This
guy did his research, okay? Because that's something I've been mentioning. He always likes to proclaim that he didn't make money when he started doing gameplay. And I always bring up, he couldn't make money doing gameplay. That's why he started a vlog channel and started uploading there so often.
New channel, once more promoting his new camera's abilities.
Like any opportunity to make money, he started doing it. Because of course he did. It's not like a flex to say that I couldn't make money, therefore you need to pay me. Yeah, exactly, parallel.
Going
again.
as the king of hate
Thank you so
HD
much.
shined a light on DSP's previously private life. There were videos of him making custom controllers with John Rambo and friends, sometimes videos of DSP and friends at a cookout, and sometimes the different competitions he would attend and not perform well in. It was clear that DSP had a vibrant social life. DSP was attending midnight releases, freely interacting with strangers,
no friends.
And now, because his vlogging channel was successfully accepted into the YouTube Partner Program, where he pressed what he assumed to be the advantage.
Hello, what's going on? My name is Phil Brunel, more commonly known as Darkside Phil, or DSP for short.
I want to see the face reveal.
In 2010, my channel actually ended up being in the top 30 most viewed comedians of all time.
Oh yeah, comedian. He's like Norm Macdonald.
And actually had over 100 million total channel views. At this point, I started getting noticed by different companies, such as Machinima and other people contacting me. And at that point, I really wasn't too interested in doing anything with it. I wasn't really sure, that would ever translate into anything serious for me or any kind of a monetary gain for me.
Wait, this isn't the face
Combined
reveal?
with the money from his traditional job, he moved out of his parents' house into his own condo
That
he
wasn't the
purchased
face reveal,
for
yeah.
$131,000, leaving him to be a host for such events such as a pizza/gameplay party.
Yeah. What better to eat right before a Ninja Turtles playthrough than a delicious,
Oh my god.
ginormous pizza?
He did that in 2023.
So why don't you stop playing Street Fighter 4 and come get
Oh,
pizza
no!
so you can play Turtles? John Rambo here, devouring
You
his
flag
final
it.
slice.
Hell, bugger, you fuckers.
As controversial as Phil had become in the real world, and was well on the way in the online space, he was leading a fuller life. He was even experimenting with edited videos, like his multi-part Game Awards series.
It's DSP's Game of the Year Awards 2009 Top 10 Best Games of the Year.
Not everything operated well in DSP's life. He was still heavily drinking even during Let's Plays.
Oh no.
Follow me, Red. Don't attack those fucking rad scorpions, just follow me. What? Red has died. She didn't even get fucking hit. Now she's dead. What the fuck?
As was normal, DSP
bro.
fumbled through gameplay, regularly blaming the game for shortcomings. Alcohol only amplified this.
We may not look it, but every one of us is a trained. They both come in here.
A viewer may have missed it as Phil did it through his rapid selection of the dialogue for the sake of progression. Phil unwittingly
Is this
chose
really
the option
important?
to threaten the NPC.
Do we need to know this?
Why the fuck are they attacking me? I don't get it. Why are they attacking me? I didn't want to kill them. Why did they attack me?
Yeah,
There
we
was a
skipped over
grotesque
click on
nature
the
to Phil's
ads.
Let's Plays,
He
and
also, I think he made a mistake. He said face reveal video. And it wasn't the face reveal video. Right here. That's pretty weird.
a rage that would turn physical.
My Xbox locked up. Fucking does. Fuck it. Doing it. Standing fucking roundhouse. Wow. Shit fucking.
Jesus.
Fucking doesn't kidding me.
This is one of like the first videos I've seen of DSP.
A part of a successful creator is willingness to experiment, adapt, and improve. DSP had those elements, except he was so set in his immediate success, he disregarded improvement to increase what worked in excess. By early 2010, his Let's Plays and number of total videos soared. In just a little over a year, he had nearly 7,000 uploads on his main channel, with his total views at a gargantuan 70 million. That means he was averaging 10,000 views a video. And not in the least humble about these statistics. Quote, I've been called fat, ignorant, stupid,
Where's the lie?
scrub,
Yeah?
loud, obnoxious, disrespectful, belligerent, inciting troll, asshole, worthless. But I've also been called entertaining by 70 million people.
That's
You be the
60 million.
judge. I'll
Bro,
be
what?
banned by the time you read this.
I don't know, dude. Where's the
this
lie?
Can be found on SRK.
I don't
And
know,
it's even
June. You're kind of
possible
losing me.
further
You kind of skipped over some pretty big shit that happened to
Our
this
Phil's
dude.
image and the rest of the Street Fighter community.
You're already
Look at him
making
now.
mistakes,
I mean, he just
but it's okay. I'll forgive you.
20,000 idiots are subscribed to him. That's great. Congratulations. Congratulations with your YouTube channel, and hope you enjoy your life, bro. I mean, it's a great victory. PlayStation 1 Super Turbo Champion. You take that to your grave, bro. Good luck.
Oh yeah, he will.
DSP was making enemies that he had never met. It's
crazy how
in
true that
2009,
statement is.
he had a small run-in with Rockstar and Take-Two that took down 2 of his videos, as was commonplace, as all of Phil's videos ran the risk of scrutiny by these companies.
However, Take-Two took it upon themselves to actually put a cease and desist order against YouTube, stating that they were not allowed to put up any of my gameplay footage, in particular because I had the cutscenes of the game in my footage.
And then, in 2010, what appeared to be Ubisoft also struck Phil's channel to a severe degree. By April, the strikes continued at such a pace that his main channel, Darkside Phil, was taken down. After sharing the news, it came out that the strikes were illegitimate and were possibly sent out by a disgruntled viewer. With the strikes resolved and the channel restored, Phil saw it fit to celebrate his channel's resurrection.
Oh boy. Bald spot.
Guess who's back, motherfuckers?
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. They tried to take me down. They tried to get me off YouTube. They tried to shut me up. Fuck those motherfuckers. The king is back. That's right. As you can see, thank God, my channel, Darkside Phil, has been restored on YouTube. So, awesome.
This tactic would also become commonplace against Phil. As a response to the initial takedown, DSP made 2 additional channels, one for Street Fighter that was soon abandoned, and another
Nice.
for gaming going as DSP Gaming.
So yeah, that's another thing that carries over to current day. He just makes new channels and rebrands old channels whenever something happens. He tries to milk viewers even more.
This channel, for all intents and purposes, adopted the role of his main channel and will remain as such for the foreseeable future. At the time, as a host to gameplay videos, the channel's true purpose was to bring attention towards his vlogging channel, as that channel was monetized.
What am I going to do? I'm going to whip up a couple of express mode bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, which include 6 pieces.
He better mention this poorly cooking thing.
This new series, beginning in September of 2010, was going under Poorly Cooking with the King. These videos were much more intimate than his gaming
Hey, big ups,
videos or even
Ann.
vlogs, for reasons not known then, but are now.
Back then, I started Cooking with the King as a way to branch out and to have additional content on that channel. I think that series ran its course to the
Uh-oh.
point where I literally
Who's this
probably
lady?
cooked every single meal I could possibly make without looking like an idiot or using a cookbook. And the point is, the series was me showing you things that I cook, not me cooking out of a cookbook.
Phil
Hey, there
was
you go.
increasingly monetizing different aspects of his life, and as he stated, Poorly Cooking with the King were the recipes he knew how to make, meaning this is what Phil made regularly.
So what am I going to make? Today I'm going to make scrambled eggs.
Remember, no mention of how this was intentionally bad on purpose so that he can be laughed at.
And I'm also gonna make some sausage. So I'm gonna whip together some burgers, the eggs and the cheese.
Burgers.
It's pretty much 3 basic ingredients, but you can add other things to this dish. Although in this episode, we're actually going to go a little bit more healthy than some of my previous recipes, simply because a lot of people have been complaining, and I guess it's time to show that I don't only eat, you know, things that might be high in fat or high in cholesterol. For every 6 ounces of tuna, you should use a half a cup of mayonnaise and/or Miracle Whip.
Those were the following 4 poorly cooking with the King videos. Besides Phil's poor diet that would impact his life in somewhat ironic ways, viewers were exposed to cooking mishaps that were perplexing.
Safest thing to do with bacon grease.
Ah!
Oh yeah! Hot fucking potatoes.
Screwing his viewers could look at the clock in the stove frame, the layout of his house, etc. As for the rest of his videos, they were performing well, even if he did have a few hiccups or angry neighbors telling him to shut up along the way. If this was the only trouble DSP received, the rest of 2010 would have gone more smoothly. The key change that destabilized his world was him getting fired from his job.
And what happened in this case, they did a reorg where they took me out of this department where I was doing all this great work, and they put me in a completely different department. The management there didn't give a fuck about me, and after 3 months, they laid me off.
Now, with more incentive to monetize his life, Phil launched a new series known as DSP Tries It.
Yes, he inspired Review Bra.
Fast food, they're always going to have a low rating because fast food usually is pretty bad. It's an odd combination of flavors.
I really don't understand how he recorded this and saw it and thought it was good to upload in this way.
This series was initially food-based. Then he began reviewing his own merchandise.
Like
There's a
what?
bunch of different designs that you can get.
No tripod?
This joystick uses all Sanwa parts.
This series had now evolved within the first 21 episodes to a general product review show.
DSP tries it. This is DSP, and I'm using the new Axe body. That's not it. What the hell's that shit? I'm using the new Axe body detailer. I use the detail inside to wash off. Oh my god. Oh.
For a period, DSP discontinued this series and later stopped posting on the King of Hate HD altogether. DSP's fans were aware that he lost his job, and so a fan contacted Phil and offered to make him his own website, as was customary for various creators that found themselves unsecure on YouTube survivability. And so, by October, thekingofhate.com was up and running. Mainly used as a fan site, this website was fully equipped with forums and not a host of actual videos. Fan input and support was at an all-time high. That's why in November, he made an exorbitant amount of money.
That first month, I made
an exorbitant
$18,000.
Holy fuck, dude.
In the
he was
first half
balling.
of December, Phil made another $13,000, though it is unclear if YouTube actually paid it out. Regardless, if what Phil says is true about him making around $200 on average in the prior months, then he was now making 100 times more. This was unsustainable.
Mid-December, I get a message from YouTube. Dear Mr. Burnell, we have detected invalid clicking activity on your video.
Are we going to go over and click on the ads?
Therefore, as a result of said activity, we are suspending. We're not turning off. We're not completely removing. We are suspending your AdSense account.
Phil claims that this increase in click activity was due to viewers feeling bad for him,
Yeah, that's
not
fucking
considering that the average
bullshit.
person does not know how YouTubers make their money. This was mysterious by intention, done to avoid users clicking on ads for the sake of helping out their favorite creator. And if viewer support via DSP's instruction could staunch his income, what could viewer hostility do?
This. I said, YouTube, with their AdSense program...
Wait, we really aren't going to
tell
mention
everyone,
it?
Don't talk to your fans about it. Don't tell them how AdSense works, because then you would incentivize them to do stuff and commit fraud. Basically, how much you guys participate with this channel, if you know what I mean. I'm not allowed to come out and just say... how you can do that, but anyone who's accustomed to YouTube...
Are we really not going to put in the click on the ads clip?
That's where the fun
Okay,
comes from.
okay. Never
I
mind.
just want to say thanks a lot to everyone. I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos.
DSP Cult Leader was a channel that represented a growing disdain for DSP. This channel was falling under the umbrella of detractor content, or those that at this moment believed DSP was not exactly truthful or transparent with his intentions. In late December of 2010, this channel was releasing various videos showing contradictions in DSP's words, like the reason he was suspended from the AdSense program, or just items that the uploader personally disagreed with. Additionally, though Phil positioned himself as tight with money, he was still able to purchase a few high-end collectibles here and there. The amount of statues and figurines were noticeably increasing. Perhaps it was because he felt secure, not in YouTube, but in blip.tv. This was a website that was trying to compete with YouTube and was on the lookout for talent. DSP, a very large channel, was welcomed with open arms, and soon after joining was the second largest channel on blip.tv, and was on an exclusive, superior contract. Here, he uploaded gameplay and vlog.
I feel like I feel like DSP is gonna mention something here specifically.
The uploader personally disagreed with. Additionally, though Phil positioned himself as tight with money.
See, that's not necessarily true in defense of DSP here. DSP really didn't portray himself as tight with money back then, especially in like 2012. He didn't really mention that he was like desperate for money.
He was still able to purchase.
He just complained about views and stuff.
A few high-end collectibles here and
like
there.
Pre-Patreon, he didn't really portray himself as poor because, as you saw, he had a bunch of shit in his house all the time.
Was on an exclusive, superior.
I feel like DSP is gonna bring that up.
Contract. Here, he uploaded gameplay and vlogging videos alike, while still uploading videos to YouTube as a fallback. That's how DSP entered 2011. His attention split between two competing websites. In January, a demo for the upcoming highly anticipated game, Dead Space 2, was released to help build up hype. DSP was among those that downloaded it and among the few to record it.
Oh, he sounds fun.
Uh-oh.
He was the sole creator that made the most controversial video that was not.
Thank you.
My brand would give Joon a break. It's a 4-hour vid.
All right, sure, fair enough.
Even related to the
That's what I'm here for.
Gameplay.
I'm here to commentate. Gotta be transformative. Thank you, Parallelogram.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want. You've let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this. Their greed has had the autoback to turn everyone into necromorphs. So now I, the last remaining Nazi, must exterminate them. Hello, Jew.
Oh no.
Phil, role-playing as the last surviving space Nazi, did not translate well to his audience that quickly reported his anti-Semitic jokes.
Only
Unlike
trolls
YouTube,
reported it,
Blip.tv
dude.
sought to purge Phil and banned him from the platform. He was also, in essence, blacklisted from working with any existing creators on Blip.
See, the DSP defense here is going to be that only trolls were offended. They weren't even offended. They just happened to report it. To fuck with him, of course.
So for the third time in just 3 months, Phil had to restructure his job and figure out how to make money again.
You know, Hutch, sorry, but obviously you've proven that you can't be mature about it. I sure as hell didn't go to your page to try to fucking flame your fans, so enjoy your block. You're no longer allowed to talk on any of my fucking videos. And then here we go. Oh, look, it's Hutch. And he sends me this giant fucking message. I told you I was done. You don't listen, so you're blocked.
What?
I don't ever want to hear.
In case you missed it, this message was the dude apologizing. This was Hutch apologized. He was apologizing and just stating why he had a problem with him.
Thank you.
And then he fucking deletes
Hello,
it.
Jew. 999999999.
Make your movie
You
sign.
don't listen, so you're blocked. I don't ever want to hear from you again.
Hutch,
Damn.
a gaming creator who worked for Machinima.
Like, Hutch, by the way, saved this dude's fucking life and got him into Machinima. He saved DSP.
And held a lot of influence with the multi-channel network, had changed tones with DSP. Feeling sympathetic, and after a short back and forth through email, Hutch was able to pull some strings and get his channel partnered again. Not with YouTube directly, but through Machinima as the third party, therefore circumventing Phil's own suspended AdSense account. This was an increasing strategy where YouTube could negate its copyright fears by placing the responsibility on multi-channel networks like Machinima. In turn, they would be rewarded by reaping a portion of the ad revenue. So for the first time ever on YouTube, all of Phil's content could be monetized. In the background, there was one issue, or faction, Phil could not shake. Not even a day after getting partnered with Machinima, the prominent detractor channel, DSP Cult Leader, uploaded a video from the year prior where Phil denounced Machinima.
Holy
They're nice enough to go on my partner channel and watch those videos and click the ads and things like that. So all I have to really say is fuck you, Machinima.
Mostly unfazed by these counter-narratives, Phil continued to upload copious amounts of now monetized content with newfound confidence.
Yeah, if you can believe it, I'm living the dream, and you can only go up from here.
For a while, this was the case. In May of 2011, he had a $1,600 computer built by the same fans that created and were running his website. Phil was still going to fighting game events, though not as frequently, and if not clear already, he was making a decent amount of money. In the course of 8 months, Phil was cluttering all facets of his condo with collectibles or equally unessential items. His 2011 condo tour showcased how much his apartment had changed. On the walls, counters, even the floor, it was difficult to find a square foot of clear space. There was even an entire corner of his condo solely dedicated to the boxes of the items he had purchased.
Yeah, I know all about
The density
this.
of items took space. Not just physical space, but also with the condo tour runtime that by part 3 saw Phil categorizing just segments of his small condo as to speed up the pace of the video. The first 3 parts had reached a total runtime of over 30 minutes, and this was hardly everything. Phil had covered the open space, or lack thereof, between his kitchen and living room. Left to review, besides the bathroom, was his bedroom that was similarly decorated with gamer memorabilia and other items Phil took interest in.
This artwork is actually
the booby
completely
painting
with her breasts, and it's
Their
custom artwork
breasts.
that she makes.
Yeah, fun fact, when PandaLee moved in, he had to take this painting down. And then when PandaLee left, he put it up instantly.
And she does all kinds of different paintings and such. And I was actually thinking, this is so nice. It's so artistic looking.
And then I think he took it down when Kat came in again.
That if I do get an office next year, like I had talked about doing, that I may actually
That's
commission
so
her to do
weird.
a couple more paintings for the office. I thought that would be pretty cool.
On that note, the only thing preventing Phil from stockpiling more was lack of space, which he sought to remedy.
If I get more artwork, where's it really going to go? There's only a couple spots left that I've been looking, like a couple spots in the bedroom or whatever, but at this... wow. At this point, it's pretty much all filled up. What I'd like to do is get the hell out of here and get us, like I said, get an office where I can do a lot of my filming, where I can do my uploading, and not have to worry about my modem going down here, having a business class internet, having a place where I could do better filming. And I sure as hell, I'm not sure that that's ever going to happen.
Tractor Goose.
As much as he collected, there was a space he felt was consistently vacant. He was lacking a significant other.
His heart?
Now,
Oh,
for my
boy.
favorite part of the story. My sweet waffle Phil.
My
I met him in
waffle!
November 2011 online, YouTube actually, while he was and currently is making video game playthroughs. We're still
Uh-oh.
going strong despite some hurdles. The biggest one is
Did
other
he groom
people.
her?
We
Let's
are
see
a
if he
May
found out.
December romance. He's 11 years older, but it makes our bonds even stronger. He is so supportive of my crafty ways, even if he doesn't
Oh my
understand
God,
half of
she's
it.
so
We're
young.
even planning and taking steps to opening our own online bath beauty business. But moving in together comes first, because he lives in Connecticut. Told you we have hurdles.
Oh,
Well,
this
that's
poor
all for now.
girl.
I'm sure everyone will get to know me well soon enough. I can't wait to learn and share and confide in what seems like such great people. Smiley face. Unquote.
She
that
was
was from a future
17.
post created by Leanna, or PandaLee as she was going as online. Leanna met Phil through the now defunct YouTube message system as a fan, only for Phil to escalate the relationship by providing her with his more private email. By February of 2012, they had become a couple, and Phil saw it fit to introduce her to his audience on Valentine's Day.
Hello, everyone. Darkside Phil here, and with me today is my beautiful
She
girlfriend,
is not Asian.
Anna, who also is known as PandaLee on YouTube.
Quote, a special note,
Yeah.
PandaLee is not Asian. That is all, unquote. This was an annotation found on the video, a request likely by PandaLee to avoid confusion of her race. It is likely her because she also made sure to clear this up in an interview
That's so
held through a
good.
twisted metal lobby.
Why did he do that?
On the reveal video, commented that I look like an old Asian woman, so...
Yeah, they're all immature. Don't pay attention to DSP fans. They're fucking idiots. A lot of them are fucking idiots.
If they ever need a really awkward Asian-looking, non-Asian chick...
Yeah, I guess so.
God.
I just want to know how many Asians have green eyes. That's what I want to know. I've never met an Asian with green eyes.
Neither have I. So,
Yeah, I have green eyes. Very rare, so...
what game
God.
That would give away that I'm not Asian.
While PandaLee was trying to convince Phil's audience that she is not Asian, Phil's
Autism
audience was more
speaks, right?
curious about the 11-year age gap. With Phil being 29 years old and PandaLee being 18, rumors spread that they began dating when she was underage, but these are unsubstantiated and no evidence of such has ever been brought forward. That cannot be said about the rest of the criticisms surrounding PandaLee, which there are many of.
Okay, so a word to the wise: do not fucking
The
get
police
an
is
apartment,
here.
like ever. Just don't. I don't care what neighborhood you live in. It can be as white as anything.
What?
Don't fucking get an apartment, because you know why? You know why it's a white neighborhood? Because the
Why?
white people live in the houses around it. The police is here.
The police is here.
Yep, I called the police. You know why?
Why did
Because
she
3
sound
buildings
Southern?
away, I had all these windows and doors closed, but I could hear this Latin CD perfectly that if
No.
I knew Spanish enough, I could probably translate it for you.
No, Panda, no.
PandaLee
My
would
Latin
sometimes do
brothers.
playthroughs with DSP and John Rambo.
What have you done to Panda?
Still, DSP's best friend had a large catalog of playthroughs with Phil and was a favorite of the channel.
Based
PandaLee, being
Panda.
a newcomer and with her being argumentative with Rambo, meant she was making a bad impression.
I'm just being difficult. Alright, well anyway.
Oh, fuck.
PandaLee was a fair match for Phil because she had similar reasoning and
Unlike
an
John,
argumentative
she gets
personality
half.
that Phil often portrayed in his videos. As for his videos, DSP peaked in late 2011. Now, 2012, the trend was downward, and instead of getting a capture card to improve the quality of his videos, he sought experimentation elsewhere.
Yes! The Project 7 scam!
Project 7 was Phil and Friends' answer to the higher quality of videos found on YouTube. A summary of the plot is that Phil's gaming talent was stolen and that he has to travel through 7 gaming worlds to find and reclaim it. The stars were Phil, his best friend John Rambo, and their mutual friend Howard, which Phil claims was more so just John Rambo's friend. In charge of the editing, which was the heavy lifting, was more friends of John Rambo known by their channel Respect the Pact. They offered their assistance with the project for the sole purpose of a shoutout, which they hope will launch their YouTube career.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard. Woohoo! So Project 7 was a lot of work for them. I don't think it was much work for us, despite what Phil would have talked about how hard the day was.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was one day of filming.
Yeah.
Maybe 7 hours.
Respect the Pact put in a tremendous amount of work to edit the project that only made it to episode 4 because one of the members had a child on the way, and the shoutouts that they got from the project did virtually nothing for their own personal channel.
I also think it's crazy for DSP to assume that nobody can see through his lie about how they worked so hard to do it. Because, like, one day of filming for 7 hours, just like shooting whatever the fuck you put together, then you hand the project over to these dudes. It's so fucking obvious that they're the ones that have to do a lot of the heavy lifting in the project. They have to edit it all together, take all the footage you just dumped on them, and then add the effects and edit it.
That explains his lack of gaming skill. He never finished Project 7 to get his skills back. Truly sad.
You know, it really is sad. Smitty Weberman Jensen, thank you for the 5.
There was also the fact that Project 7 was practically a failure. The entire 4 episodes, when adding up the views, did not even surpass 1 million. It was far more lucrative for DSP to continue pumping out low-quality, effortless gameplay videos that he had even gotten a raise for mid-2012. Not only was he getting a set $2 per 1,000 views, sometimes he would get a bonus simply because of the size of his channel. The rest of the crew still desired to continue making these, and John Rambo put forth the idea that if DSP offered Respect the Pact money, then they would have a reason to stay.
Then you have a number, and then split it the 5 ways and throw them the cash. Yep. And offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're gonna continue with the series, but hey man, at least try.
Phil did not do so. He even lied to John Rambo and Howard and said that he did offer them money, only for them to ask Respect the Pact themselves.
His response: they don't want money. They don't want any money after this. Based on what he says, they told him that.
Yeah, and then I asked them about it, and they said he didn't even talk to them.
Phil was bold-faced lying to his 2 friends. This was already on top of other compounding, smaller problems, like Phil's jealousy of larger content creators and how he would lash out, creating unwanted attention.
So again, DSP is gonna retcon this by saying the series didn't make any money, but I really just don't buy that because he got like 500k views on the first part of Project 7. Like that alone must have made him a lot of money, thousands of dollars if anything. And there was 4 parts that each made at least 100,000 views each, at least. So, like, I really don't buy that he made no money. And then even if it didn't make money, this is the other crazy thing, too. Even if it didn't make money, you still could have paid the people who made the project for you, who did all of the heavy lifting.
Towards his channel or just himself.
Like, when you create a project, when you go out of your way to fuel your passion project and shit, you might have to pay for it, DSP. You take the money from your own pocket and pay the people who made it happen. It doesn't matter if the project itself was not financially viable. You took a risk and you have to pay for it. It didn't pay off, but you still need to pay the people that did it.
Comments would also...
So even if Project 7 itself didn't make money, you probably still should have paid everybody involved.
Out, on
you took a risk and it failed. You still pay people.
Comments would also sometimes...
It's like when a movie is made. You don't just not pay people if the movie didn't make money. They get paid beforehand.
Jealousy of his friends and would create a response
to make the movie.
Case in point, in this teaser trailer, there's a funny scene featuring John Rambo, and everyone says it's the best part of the trailer. And I even saw a comment saying, "Wow, this is Rambo's the funniest thing." Guess what? I wrote that scene.
These small, inconsequential things would add up slowly and drive a rift between DSP and John Rambo. Like when DSP lied about John Rambo not wanting to play Mario Party.
Holy fuck.
I start getting messages. People are pissy. Oh, it's not mature enough for you, you big-nosed piece of shit.
Everything eventually circles back. Phil at first would pay John Rambo 50% of all the earnings in the Let's Plays he was involved in, but as it becomes more difficult to calculate the earnings with DSP's expansive catalog of videos, instead he would just toss him $100 every time he visited.
Damn,
But
get
also,
scammed,
virtually
Rambo.
every time he did visit, DSP would move things towards wanting to record more Let's Plays rather than hang out outside the realm of YouTube. This all relates to the 2012 condo. From these repeat visits, John and Howard noticed many changes that really just amounted to additions, like at least BMW.
We start showing up to your house, and what do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this ridiculous shit that there's no need to buy. Then we show up to his house one day, and what does he have in the fucking driveway? A BMW. So how the fuck do you think I feel, and how do you think these guys feel after the fact?
DSP was spending ever more frivolously. In contrast to his 2011 4-minute condo tour, this new condo tour took a total of 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 27 seconds. On the surfaces of his apartment,
showing off his
sans some of
toys,
the
dude.
walls and ceilings, it became a challenge to now find a square inch of clear space. There was even an update on the corner, now wall full of boxes and trash.
It's now quickly become a graveyard of shit that I can't either, I have nowhere to put, I have no use for, I can't store.
That shit's insane too. Imagine, like, this dude had his house this way. As people were coming over to his fucking house, especially the people he screwed over and didn't pay, coming over to his house. Hey guys, here's my wall of garbage. Look at all the... I spend so much money that I just have a wall of it right here. Wall of garbage next to you as we play video games and I make money off of you.
I don't know what to do with it, alright?
Like,
DSP
what?
had run out of storage for his baubles
That's
and memorabilia.
insane.
I don't know, it's too much, too much. And the problem is I have nowhere to put this shit. If I had somewhere to put it or sort it, I'd probably be able to see it, but it's all just a jumbled mess on top of my dresser. I need more room.
His closet, even with items optimally stored, was overfilled.
What I want to look at is just to show you what a mess the inside of my fucking closet is. I'm not going to go all the way because my luggage is actually spilling out, but look at all the boxes I've got from the models.
Phil did not value or understand money, except when it came to others. Phil, when talking about Project 7, classifies it as a financial loss for the t-shirts he helped finance and, more importantly, the props that he bought. This prop that Howard is holding is a Lancer from the game Gears of War and cost $300. It had less than 30 seconds of screen time and was even less relevant to the plot, yet was the majority of shared expenses. He would use this and other items to try to convince viewers and friends that Project 7 was not profitable, disregarding his egregious spending habits.
Because you already know DSP is going to pause it, like, when he gets to Project 7. So I'm really glad that he's going to mention this.
Yeah,
or he mentions this in the
it's
video.
More about, it's more about respect and being fair.
It's about respect, man. You have no respect for your friends, for your family. You
Or
don't
the
give
pact.
a shit about anybody but yourself.
There were plenty of examples of DSP's poor spending habits. Few trump his 3 custom-made quilts.
Holy
These
fuck!
quilts, individually and also factoring inflation, cost Phil a minimum of $1,000. How much was Phil earning?
The good news is this, okay?
Dude, I
I'm an
found that
intelligent
video
person.
like a
I'm
while ago.
finance major. I went to school for finance.
Uh-oh.
I knew day one when I started making money off of YouTube that I was going to bank it. I was not going to go out there and invest in things that I couldn't get money out of. I'm still here in the condo. I didn't go out and buy a super overexpensive house, and I didn't go out and buy a sports car. Yes, I am driving a BMW, but it's actually a lot more economical than people really think.
On DSP Gaming
He got
alone, for the
swindled.
year of 2012, he got 85.19 million views. Dividing that by 1,000 is 85,190. Multiplying that by $2, not $2.25, which it could sometimes be, but $2 as a base CPM for Machinima, excluding the possibility of bonuses, would mean that he made a gross of $170,380 for 2012. The problem now that he was presenting his audience, starting 2013, is that Machinima was renegotiating many other contracts.
Right.
What this meant for Phil
He was
is
making
he
too
went
much
from
money.
sometimes earning $2.25 per 1,000 views to a base $2.
In the year of 2012, my views really have dwindled. And what I mean is, I believe in the year of 2011, I probably got somewhere over like 10 to 11 million views on DSP Gaming. And then in 2012, I only barely reached like 8.5 million or something like that. I don't think the final number is in yet.
DSP lied and understates his views by nearly tenfold.
Yeah,
Not
no
only is this
shit.
proven incorrect by archives such as Social Blade, this is proven incorrect directly
And see, DSP is going to pause here and say, don't trust Social Blade because, you know, it doesn't know everything.
on his own YouTube channel, where there are screenshots from the start of 2012.
Don't believe the screenshots because those could be edited by detractors. It's only screenshots.
To the beginning of 2013 that shows he got nearly 90 million views. It was also here that Phil was toting his financial responsibility.
You don't see me here with super expensive clothes on or anything, and you don't see
This
me wearing jewelry
bullshit.
and shit. You know, I'm smart. I banked my money.
I'm smart. I spend it on a mobile game instead.
So, regardless of what happens in this next year, I'm still okay. So I just want everyone to understand that.
Phil was ever confident that, even though he was now riding a downward trend, he could survive. His tune would change in the coming months as he would have to navigate troubles that were exclusive to him and the culture he was inadvertently creating.
What could be the two reasons? There are two underlying reasons why he would have made this video. Come on! That's why I didn't want to fucking restart the game. Number one, he's just insanely jealous of me. It's not my fault. I love it.
Evil AJ!
Other is that the guy
Let's
is
fucking
one
go.
of these gamers, like I mentioned, who play the games to feel accomplishment. What the fuck?
On February 15, 2013, YouTube user EvilAJ2010, in direct response to Phil claiming his videos are well received, uploaded
Hey, your boy Evil AJ is actually streaming this react. Send him some love, man. Check it out. Check out all the tractors watching
Phil's
this.
Metal Gear Solid 2 playthroughs with only the clips of his failures or Phil's obscene commentary.
This part could be good with AJ.
Even with that considered, the supercut was nearly an hour long. In addition to this, it included AJ's own text commentary and images of many comments found under Phil's original Let's Play. Where many channels failed to capture the negative yet entertaining aspects of Phil, AJ was succeeding. A month later, in March, his video was up to 77,000 views, and word was spreading.
DSP is a weird guy. It's like a train wreck that you can't look away from.
I've got a feeling that the King's streak may be coming to an abrupt end.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think some people will come by when he does a reaction just to fuck with him.
That's on
But,
every day, 10 times a day.
It's like I've said, the spurts of money that he gets, the periods of income rolling in has happened before. If you're new to the DSP thing, or you weren't around during the Twitch days, or you weren't around in 2017, this shit has happened before. It's gonna happen again. And it always goes away. Once people realize that he's just kind of boring and he's more fun to just laugh at, he'll stop making as much money. This has happened before and it's going to happen again. Big ups, Aid Robertson.
24 hours. Oh, come on, guys. Come on.
The reason Evil AJ's video was so successful was both external to Metal Gear Solid and internal. The external elements that bring interest are that DSP has continuously bled viewers through his lack of editing, refusal to use a capture card, and poor gameplay. The elements that are internal, and why Metal Gear Solid was the perfect game to capture the essence of Phil, is foremost that Kojima, the person that heads the creation of the series, is well respected within the gaming community, as are his creations. The Metal Gear Solid series chiefly requires critical thinking, as it is required to appropriately employ every item in your arsenal, as well as to react quickly in tense situations. It also requires patience to be able to learn enemy patrol patterns or learn from one's mistakes. Phil lacks severely in both of these fields and approached Metal Gear Solid 2
He's
as
mentally
an action game,
deficient, if you
forcing his
will.
way through situations that require nuanced approaches, all while criticizing Kojima.
Kojima wants to make movies. Kojima does not want to make video games. He will really.
Yeah, I mean, kinda.
He wanted to make a bunch of long movies or miniseries of this stuff.
Evil AJ, in April and July, will go on to release This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 1 respectively. This manifestation of dislike of Phil could not have come at a worse time for him. Not only were his views plummeting, unrelated to AJ, he was also desperate to
Right.
staunch the
That's a great fucking insert there by Joon, because you already know he still sticks with the narrative that This Is How You Don't Play caused his downfall. But it really didn't. He was already in decline, and this is something I've said before too. DSP loves to say that Evil AJ is the reason why people dislike him, but it's really not. People were already disliking him before it happened. That's why Evil AJ made what he made.
Loss of viewership to the point
he already just didn't like him because he got blocked from his channel or whatever.
Finally caved in and began using a capture card. He also began live streaming, though he was still not editing his playthroughs and pushing out more videos than the average person cared to watch. Phil was still steeply behind on the curve, losing viewership to rising Let's Players.
How many more people are doing Let's Plays? Like, it's ridiculous the amount of people who have gotten into it, to the point where a website like YouTube, unfortunately, doesn't really feature anyone but the top 2 or 3 guys who are doing it. I mean, let's face it. Why do you always see the same people in, related videos, featured videos? For the person who's not at the tippy top, it's so hard for people to get noticed now on YouTube.
Oh, were you expecting something else?
The irony is that Phil's accumulated viewership was influencing the algorithm to keep advertising his content. The loss of viewership was because people were familiar with what he produced and stayed away from it despite YouTube pushing it.
He was boring.
Would say, oh no, I lost views. Stop my feet. Oh man. But I would say, no, I'm gonna stay positive. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing.
Phil was losing viewership and supporters. Chris, or Mighty Furtado, the 18-year-old that co-made DSP's website and was responsible for building his computer, actually had a falling out with DSP. Starting with Chris calling DSP lazy for initially not wanting to adapt to direct capture, which DSP demanded an apology for. At that point, Chris had enough and stopped supporting DSP, leaving DSP to purchase the domain back.
Whenever I tried to help, he kind of just shot on me for it. So at that point, I was like, why am I going to support somebody who I've been trying to help for so many years? You know, I co-created him a website, co-created his forums, co-built his gaming PC. I've helped him so much. And when I try to help him try to adapt to direct capture, he's not kind of really taking the suggestions from myself as well as everybody else in the chat during that time.
So interesting to point out here, he actually interviewed him, which I didn't know he did interviews. Like, I didn't know he was going to get straight from the source.
It doesn't end there. With Chris
I wonder if there's any other ones.
Non-grata, DSP made extreme claims without evidence about the price of the PC Chris had built. Chris, not pleased with this, made a video in response.
He had made a video basically stating that he had sent us apparently $3,000, and that wasn't the case.
The actual amount a DSP paid for the PC, as shown through Chris's receipt, and a few $100 extra that was sent, was off by a maliciously large margin.
Holy
so I had
fuck,
actually made my own video defending myself, and I had shown the PayPal receipts of DSP sending the $1,600.
DSP to this day cannot provide evidence or reason why he claimed the PC cost $1,400 more than it actually did. To make matters even worse, it turns out Chris paid for the shipping out of pocket.
We actually paid an additional $150 from out of pocket from my side just to ship the computer.
That may have been the last of his direct interactions with Phil, but not with others that post him. A portion of Chris's second video is in defense of Evil AJ, even showing that he was in communication with him. And then there were videos coming out supporting Chris.
Very recently, there's been a lot of videos that have been coming out on YouTube about Darkside Phil exposing him or whatever. The one that really got me was the one
back
of Chris and Teo, who designed Darkside Phil's website for free and built him a computer.
There was a rising community of support, one that was built on the common dislike of Phil. The threads were being intertwined in such a way that new channels making This Is How You Don't Plays would sometimes pay homage to Evil AJ.
There are people doing walkthroughs of this game, and they just
This is great, man.
And I can't do it at all. Look, I can't fucking jump up here. How are people able to jump up here? Look, I can't jump up here.
Big ups, Barrymore.
Jump! You won't even jump. Look, jump! You fucking idiot! Okay. Whew.
Viewers were quickly realizing that DSP, with his near 4 years on YouTube, had a treasure trove of videos to sift through and inspire compilations or different forms of content. Whether it was PandaLee's abrasive personality and dislike of the Kingdom Hearts series,
I'm here trying to play a fucking game, it's hard to concentrate when a bunch of little immature shits get into a fucking argument with my girlfriend. Fuck you.
I'm the one.
A DSP soundboard,
man, that voice,
Dookie bullshit, mumblefuck nonsense.
Or just DSP's giveaways that would sometimes just be empty video game cases.
Yeah. Warn everyone, just to show you for full disclosure.
Just to warn you.
No game.
There was so much material
giving away trash.
Pre-capture card era. Some of these videos were titled DSP Tries It as to try to dominate his own Tries It series on the search results. An additional purpose of these was to create videos that were shorter snippets of DSP rather than the long form This Is How You Don't Play
Again, if DSP was actually smart, he would have looked at Evil AJ or some of these people and been like, damn, that was a funny video. Make these for me.
Some just criticized DSP's
I'll pay
habits
you.
outside of games, like DSP.
Instead, he chose to... I'm surprised. I hope we get the pushback to it.
And being a man-child. A video that covers Phil's newly released 2013 condo tour that shows just how much worse his living space has gotten.
This is what has happened to my condo in the past year. I've gotten so much stuff that my condo just can't... Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the floor. Look at this. It's a fucking hideous mess. And I really wish that I had somewhere to put this shit.
Dude, he needs a flashlight.
Tied to this was the
He's like an
curiosity
investigator.
about DSP's expenditures. In 2013 alone, he took at least 4 trips.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting here. We kind of left out the part where he was saying that people making This Is How You Don't Play, specifically Evil AJ, need to be put away in a mental institution. and the white coats need to come get them.
Every one of them, he paid for at least one additional person, whether
It's
it
kind of
was
weird
Don
that we
Rambo
glossed
or
over
PandaLee,
that.
sometimes both.
What
the
the
reason
fuck?
this was becoming relevant was because of DSP's focus on his decline of...
Because again, that kind of snowballed the community for him to be saying shit like that. It wasn't just the computer stuff and the Evil AJ stuff. It was also DSP's direct response to it. So it's kind of weird that we didn't include that.
Views and earnings. His critics could be just as excessive with their own commentary.
Have you been on Darkside Phil's stream when he fucking flips out of people using adblock? About how you're it's like going into his house and robbing him and taking all his shit.
They should find out where he lives and rob him. Like, I can't go to his house.
Man, you're taking my money. That's just like if you use adblock on one of my videos.
But you know what would be great? You could really teach him a lesson if we went into his house and lynched him.
4chan was also in on this, creating green text that accompanied other memes. As to only help the building tension,
fair enough.
DSP set out on attacking other creators whose channels towered over his own.
Holy shit! Another YouTuber
Oh, no.
who's not a giant
This is Toby
fucking
Turner and
robust
shit.
PewDiePie idiot
Yeah, there you go.
Who loves gaming, is doing it for the love of gaming, and he's actually showing up in my fucking related channels.
PewDiePie's channel had over 100 times the subscribers that Phil had, and there was no doubt that they shared viewers, so these comments assured that those viewers would not return to Phil. What's more is that Phil would talk about how big of a fan PewDiePie was of him.
Yeah, that's right. PewDiePie has said he was inspired by me to make
Oh,
videos.
no.
He used to
Like
watch
Review
my
Bra.
content back when he had no money to buy games. He would watch me play the games. That's how he got the idea to make his content.
PewDiePie did in fact like some of DSP's videos back in 2011, though as Phil's barrage continued, PewDiePie would have a change in opinion. As for now, the other leading channel that he was personally at odds with was Tobuscus, who launched his own gaming channel. On top of that, he promoted NCAA Football 2013, and his video on it was used as an advertisement for the game on YouTube. Phil, displeased with what he perceived as YouTube advertising his competitors, was quick to make a rant on it.
And here's why I'm upset. I'm not upset that he's advertising the game. That's fine. It's even a gaming-related ad. I understand why it's on my video. But at the end of the fucking ads, there's a link to his channel.
Phil was thoroughly lambasting entertainers and games that his audience enjoyed, games that were rising in popularity like Minecraft for its lack of story. This made the rounds so much that even the creator of Minecraft commented on it. Because of DSP's rapid decline, there was inversely a lucrative market to make content criticizing DSP. A group of creators would soon fly a banner that would be seen across various channels. The Kojima World Order, or the KWO, was a unifying group for what was being called troll or detractor channels. The origin of the name came from Phil himself and his criticisms of Kojima.
I'm joining the Kojima World Order as of right now. Everything that Kojima has made is godlike, without question. Kojima World Order. Kojima World Order.
2013 ended far differently than it began, with DSP's views still on decline and a decline in how DSP was viewed. It made for Phil's worst year yet. And in 2014, the detractor videos and memes evolved rapidly. Phil could only add fuel to their fire.
Okay, what is up, everybody? Darkside Phil here, and
This is
welcome
the
to
best
Release Day
fucking
Unboxing
video.
for Tuesday, February 11th, 2014. And before everyone says what on earth is going on, you probably hear an incredibly annoying, high-pitched droning sound going on. That is the fire alarm in my condo facility. And the problem is, the fire alarm in this condo facility has a nasty habit of, during the middle of the winter, especially when it's very cold, of going off as a malfunction.
Mention how he doesn't open it.
DSP's release day unboxing video. The first 3 minutes, Phil is talking about the ongoing fire alarm. Then he shifts to criticizing prior games. Then to the fire alarm, and then DSP picks up the camera, takes it to the door, and shows he stuffed paper towels in the slit to muffle some of the ongoing alarm. In the entire 14 minutes, DSP failed to open and quote-unquote unbox the game. This screenshot, which included DSP's comment realizing his mistake tied to the title of the video, is what DSP was now known for. Though few videos of his own rarely capture this entertainment from failure in such a way.
What's up, boss? Is it time?
As predictable as Phil was in the gaming space with his commentary, his decisions, especially the financial ones, were seldom predictable. Phil, mid-2014, finally committed to move. Some discernible reasons for our move were mainly tied to having a larger living space, allowing for more storage, and would give Phil and PandaLee their own space as they were seeking to move in together.
Settle down, boys.
Common strategies would suggest Phil would either sell or rent his condo and then move in somewhere close by. This would allow easy access to the condo for maintenance. The social elements are as important, like his friends and family that were all living in Bridgeport. With this in mind, what does Phil do?
I got the confirmation over the weekend that we are good to go. We are closing this week. By the end of this week, I will be the owner of a beautiful new townhouse / condo in Washington State.
Right.
It's probably going to cost me about $7,500. I shit you not, it's that expensive to move across the country.
Phil had decided to move from Connecticut to quite literally across the country to Washington to purchase a condo for $265,000. What's more, for 2013, with Phil's viewership on his main channel, he had made just shy of $100,000 gross, a steep decline from the $170,000 gross in 2012.
So I don't know if he mentioned it, I kind of zoned out, but DSP was specifically looking at states that didn't have an income tax. Only at states that didn't have an income tax, which is why he chose Washington.
12. This indicates continued loss of revenue and pressure to pull back on spending.
He really wanted to keep all of his money.
Phil should have money saved up, he was still petitioning his audience for donations.
Right now, I'll be honest with everyone, the past month to 2 months, April and now May, up to now have been pretty slow. But, you know, I needed a little bit of help in these times when things are slow, okay?
The situation he was revealing was far more dire than initially
2013
thought.
begging.
Phil was technically still in debt as he paid the minimum on his mortgage for his Connecticut condo. And as later revealed, Phil, as he claims, emptied his bank account to finance the move, meaning somehow the hundreds of thousands of dollars he should have saved were supposedly gone. In addition to this, he began using credit cards to continue his lavish lifestyle that was far beyond unsupportable.
Crazy.
Quote, I'm a successful YouTuber and lots of people dislike me because I am successful and outspoken.
Delusion.
I should have signed up here with a different name, but I didn't think that far ahead. I may do so now. Unquote. This was Phil in a forum for the mobile game WWE Supercard, which is essentially a collectible
I didn't even know about this
card game of sorts with an emphasis on microtransactions themed around the well-known American wrestling organization. Quote, I just got my second in the Hulk Hogan challenge and spent around $200. For $1,200, I think, you can buy a pack of 1,500 title matches, which is enough to win the event doing straight +5s. Unquote. The jargon around the game was hardly interesting to any detractor. What was Phil's knowledge of the cost of items and his spendings of potentially thousands of real-life dollars in a time he supposedly did not have any money to spend. Yet, he was financing PandaLee's new soap-making business. Phil also renewed the lease on a BMW that he would drive at most 2,000 miles a year. Evidence of Phil's poor spending had been mounting for some
Buyer's
time,
market
but
for
never
cars.
has it been this overwhelming.
Once my equipment shows up, my new PC, I'm hoping to get to work with higher quality videos for you guys. So next week will be an interesting week to test it, right?
1, 2, 3, or 4 if you include the capture card Phil is using. That's how many capture cards Phil has. He purchased 3 new ones.
He
to
never
test them out.
refunded these, by the
comments
way.
discussed the absurdity of Phil's purchases. Quote, lol. So he ordered 1 capture card, changed his mind, and bought another. Then changed his mind again and bought another, all before the first could even be delivered? You got more money than sense, or your credit card debt is rising. Wouldn't it be worth doing some research before buying them?
Wacky
Dude,
roadie.
you could just figure this stuff out with a Google search. Lol. Unquote. What the comments miss is that Phil also bought a new, pre-built PC from CyberPower within the week of the capture card video, and did the unboxing live, taking his chance to mock the PC Mighty Furtada built for him by stating,
This is how you do ship a PC.
Classic.
We already got a broken piece of plastic. Already a broken piece of plastic.
Nice.
That might be why the top
That
is moving.
shit's so
It's the
good,
post
dude.
that goes through that holds this in place broke off in shipping.
the price of the PC was $3,000. Here it is in action.
What the hell? The game's choppy as fuck on my new PC.
Oh man.
Great.
So he didn't know that there was an option to switch from encoding with your CPU and encoding with your GPU. Like, he just didn't know how to use his PC.
I freaking maxed it out. It went to 100%, so I cannot play a PC game on 1080p 60 frames per second and capture and stream.
We
at
are
the same
missing
time.
some
It doesn't
pretty
work.
big info that I
The
feel is
irony
relevant.
of all this is that Phil later cited Seattle's tech sector as one of the reasons for the move, despite not having any formal education or even general competence in the field. As for the exorbitant spending on equipment, DSP could cite that he was trying to improve the quality of his streams and also deduct the purchases for taxes, but he was ignoring the fact that gaming content was being improved by editing the unnecessary parts out. Phil was still refusing to do this. His cited reason, he was a gamer. Quote, I'm a gamer, not a video editor, entertainer, actor. I like to play games, not edit videos of them. Unquote. His choice of trying to improve the visual quality and not the experience of his streams was turning around to bite him at every angle.
that's insane,
In November
dude.
of 2014, a Twitch mod
He pretty much just makes excuses for not wanting to do anything. I don't want to do anything because I'm a gamer.
Into Phil's streams, requesting he lower his bitrate. This
But
is
like unironically saying that.
basically asking him to lower
I'm gonna
the
start saying that shit.
quality. While Phil complied, he was unhappy with the outcome, especially with all the money he invested in improving the visual
boy.
quality. In an act of defiance, Phil deleted his Twitch account, opting to stream on YouTube where he would not be burdened with Twitch's limitations. This move, that was meant to increase viewership via higher quality streams, actually had Phil lose viewership, as few Twitch native users were loyal enough to
89
migrate.
views?
Phil was now going from blunder to blunder, miscalculating, misunderstanding, failing only in ways he could. For example, he allegedly launched a fan art campaign. The participants on Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their art. Only they weren't fans. This continued failure was 2014.
Wait, what? What just happened?
They weren't fans. This continued failure was 2014. From this
What the
magazine
fuck?
that states
Did the video go down? The video must have went down. It skipped over a chunk of the video.
Phil whines about
We got him up. We set
What
him
the
up with
fuck?
boards, a
Oh
nice
no!
hotel. They had a big
DSP?
suite. It's got its own
Is this Comcast's fault?
actively watching DSP, who was streaming around 6 times a week for several hours at a time, was no small feat. What started as laughing at Phil's terrible gameplay had turned into a higher investment into
I think the video went down for those two little segments there because the chat was saying F.
his continuing dramas. This Tumblr tries to capture the drama in 2014.
Well,
From
that
this
sucks. We
magazine
just
that
missed a
states
chunk
Phil
of it.
whines about losing a lot to Phil's spending and conflict with creators like PewDiePie, who was now in on making fun of Phil. Phil's e-begging, complex, foreign drama, a list of over 2,000 words. The most shocking fact was that it was still missing a fair amount of Phil's exploits. To cap
person, right?
Yeah, see, look, it happened again. What's happening?
It was still missing a fair amount of Phil's exploits. To cap
person, right?
Oh, man. We got to rewatch this when it's done. Fuck, we're missing chunks of the video.
We are going to be joined by Lupo572 shortly.
That was the Sons of Kojima podcast. This channel rallied the prominent detractors of DSP. Fred Fox was at the helm.
Fred
Chosen
Fox.
through an angry video game nerd video.
Fred Fox.
People said I sounded
One of
like
the
Fred
things
when I
that make
started.
this channel exceptionally
I'm
unique,
not Fred,
primarily
guys.
is that
I
this
swear.
is a dedicated channel that trumps all others in terms of effort. The members that
That's what
ebb
Fred
and
would
flow
say.
always had Fred Fox pathing the way, creating multi-hour long
fucking
podcasts,
loser.
and though they put in much effort, they were getting arguably the least amount of traction for their investment. Rarely do detractors get less views than Phil himself, but when it came to the SOK, rarely did any other videos ever outperform Phil. The reason was that they were at the highest tier of investment in terms of Phil. They reached an extremely niche audience in an already superbly niche environment. Where the majority of videos were made to laugh at Phil's failures, the Sons of Kojima was trying to interact with Phil and in many ways make his life worse. On the surface, they would promote what they believed was their moral superiority by leading a charity drive that funded the construction of a well in Africa. But they, mostly through Fred Fox's will, attempted to dictate detractor communities beyond their own.
Right.
They made the rule that detractors cannot monetize their channels and or make profit through Phil as to remain morally superior. Yet they, in
We're
the background,
morally
would work with others
superior.
to strike Phil with illegitimate
Fuck off,
copyright
dude.
strikes. Fan art played a central role in this campaign. In 2015, the Sons of Kojima ran free, and it's difficult to say how many trolling campaigns they were launching during this time. A time where Phil's views, for now the third year straight in 2015, were on a steep decline. The trolling community was active like never before, and Phil continued to suffer from the ramifications of his terrible financial decisions. Possibly to offset his continued losses, Phil was committed to launching this Patreon. But there was an issue. There was already a Dark Side Phil Patreon. This had many subscription tiers. On the lowest side was $1, or this is how you don't donate tier. On the highest end was the 7 million tier, or the theft tier. In between these were 15
Shout out to Fred Fuchs aka Brown Hood.
Yeah, it's me, guys. You got me. Big ups, ES. Thank you for the 2. Hate Army, welcome. It's the Hate Army.
more tiers, littered with inside jokes making fun of Phil. This
Yeah, we got to watch this again because we did miss chunks of the video. That kind of
as
sucks.
it reserved the name Darkside Phil, was sequestered, and in January, Phil launched his Patreon to mediocre success. In February, the number of patrons greatly rose to 74, paying out a total of $1,166.
We're
What
balling.
influenced this surge was Phil redesigning his Patreon to center around milestones that once hit would guarantee the release of a video or a stream
Awesome
around
sauce.
a game, like Minecraft, that Phil had a change of heart with. Fans now understood that this was not so much a donation, but a guarantee, held by Patreon's milestone goals and Phil's own words.
But it's not just a way of saying, here, take my money. And thank you. It's a way of investing. You spoke in droves and said we don't just want pure raw gameplay anymore. We want montages. We want better edited content in addition to the raw gameplay. And we like special events.
You want better videos?
You get what you want.
Whoa.
This had the added benefit of regaining some favor with his audience. He even began releasing edited montages around months or just his own game series. These, by their nature, were meant to compete against This Is How You Don't plays, or at least capture some of the market. As they failed to compete with them or even just surpassed his raw gameplay videos, he reserved them to a Patreon tier.
You mentioned the Alan
Also,
Wake
during this
montage.
time, some videos criticizing DSP were being taken down. While DSP blames these takedowns on Machinima acting in their own interest, viewers took it as DSP wanting to suppress the negative attention. As these takedowns happened in March, the channels willing to fight the claims were reinstated in April. But when they were reinstated, they were immediately claimed, meaning that they could remain up, but all the money would go to Machinima. This same month, DSP released a video of him performing various actions in front of a green screen. It only took one day for a scathing video that utilized the green screen footage to be released. This included reference to Phil's decline in views, his alcoholism, and the copyright strikes applied to detractor channels. Additionally, Phil's diet of fast foods was coming back at him in full force. After all, current day, there is at least 17.5 hours of footage of Phil consuming fast foods or foods of similar quality.
My foot is incredibly swollen.
Oh,
You cannot tell from
no.
what I wanted to show you there. It's
Gout. This is the fake foot.
Say about
the Theo theory.
1.5 times the chubbiness of my other foot. So after doing a bunch of research online and after what everyone's been telling me, it sounds to me like I might have gout.
Gout.
Oh, he
or
didn't show
historically
it.
Known as the disease of
He didn't
kings,
show the
is
fake
caused
foot.
from a diet abundant of alcohol and red meats. This news spread quickly.
He has gout?
He threw Bobby Hill in there.
How does he have gout?
Gout, copyright strikes, continued loss of viewerships, and the rise of the Sons of Kojima were only the start of Phil's difficulties for 2015. His financial situation had gotten to the point that he was selling his statues that he could not accurately declare the quality of.
The back of the box, as you can see, very durable. When it moved, it even got a little nick in it, but it did absolutely no damage to anything inside because it has lots of styrofoam inside. His
Box is damaged.
has damage.
Damaged.
Gotta call that out.
As poor as Phil was with communication, there was one instance that him reaching out very well saved his life.
They all these super...
Oh, gamer shit.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on, everyone. I think I might have some cops outside. Hold on.
In the afternoon of June 24, 2015, someone called Phil's local police department claiming they had shot their parents and had a hostage. This was a swatting and the police had to respond. Luckily, Phil had called ahead in fears that something like this would happen. Due to that, and because the caller did not identify themselves, they went in with the expectation that they were possibly not in danger. If not,
did Phil not see a doctor for his undiagnosed gout?
I'm pretty sure he did. I'm pretty sure he was actually diagnosed with gout.
Not for these circumstances, this visit could have ended far worse.
Yes, thank you for the tip.
Shame on you. If you ever made a This Is How You Don't Play about me, if you ever decided to follow me, make a clone account on Twitter,
You
do this
tried to
childish
have
shit
me
on YouTube,
killed.
if you thought it was funny to dox me, if you thought it was the DDoS attacks were funny.
Oh, we got an update from Joon in the chat right now. Yeah, this is from YouTube side. No idea what's going on with their servers. So yeah, we're missing chunks of the video because of YouTube, apparently.
You almost got me killed. You. Yes, you.
Yep.
This shifting of blame and
making a This Is How You Don't Play is trying to get DSP killed.
Justly targeting the detractor community as a whole for the deranged acts of one person further soured relations with the detractors, yet gained a bit of sympathy for those that were not in this vortex. Phil was frustrated not just at the detractors, but also the fact that the media was not picking up on the story, meaning that in no way...
Yeah, there you go. See, it skipped the chunk there.
Other than to drive Patreon donations, does this goal make sense? The original Project 7 was a failure by all aspects, and now Phil was here offering to relaunch the series with just 2 days of work. Likely due to this, viewers were asking John Rambo if he was playing a part in it. Coincidentally, John Rambo on his own channel released a skit perhaps related to the news.
Hi,
Pay
my
me
name
tons.
is John, and I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray,
Oh no, we're getting effed here. We're getting effed, YouTube. Come on. What the fuck is going on? Damn, I'll refresh, I guess? Let's see. Let's see if YouTube fucking shapes up.
Less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray.
Yeah, YouTube's fucking up here. Well, I guess this is as good a time as any. DSP actually commented on this and then deleted his comment and then posted it again off camera. Nobody cares, lil bro. Plus ratioed. Live reacted to this description. Loved it. Looking forward to reacting to it live all this week. To those watching it, enjoy the wild ride I've been through over the last 20 years. Okay, bro. Yeah, Joon's getting fucking DDoSed or something. YouTube's getting DDoSed. They don't want this information getting out.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray.
Yeah, we're getting fucked here, guys. DSP's taking the video down. That. Holy fuck. What's the plan here? Because this shit's still playing. We're like, how long are we? We're only an hour and a half into the video. We've still got another fucking hour and 11 minutes to go. Like, I think it's down. Like it's fully down. Like it's not coming back. Holy shit. Let's refresh again, I guess.
Won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray.
Oh, we're fucked, boys. No. Oh man. The DSP wins. Darkside Phil wins again. How does he get away with it?
It's the KC gang meddling with our evil plans. Raised fist.
Bro fist. Thank you, Parallelogram. Oh, dude, that sucks. That really sucks. Well, okay, so there's a few things I did want to mention here. This fucking fighting game stuff I don't really care about, to be honest. Okay, so specifically about the Evil AJ thing. Mentioning how Evil AJ was making the video, and then it caused more people to make the video. And he brought up the PC, Mighty Furtado, and people were not okay with the PC situation.
Made by Chris.
I'm really surprised that we didn't throw in DSP's responses to this stuff, because he said some pretty fucking crazy shit in response to This Is How You Don't Play, which just caused people to do it more. Because I don't know, because to me, thematically at least, if you're gonna make this video, it's very similar to doing what he's doing now, where he's shitting on Duty and who else? A bunch of people. He mentioned me. He mentioned Tevin. He mentioned Duty. It's gonna just cause more people to do the things that you don't like, because people just fuck with you. Anyways, let's refresh it again.
Darkside Phil.
Oh shit! Oh my! What? The whole video just got fucking uploaded. The premiere stopped. Oh damn. Okay. Hum along if you can't sing along. Thank you. 8 months, guys. The whole video just got taken down. The premiere got taken down. The video's up. Okay. Let's continue where we were, I guess. We're at the pay me tons part.
That allows people like me to receive lots of
creativity
from people.
Big ups.
Like
hey, let's
you.
continue.
Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account.
Time to watch on demand.
Yeah, there we go. Kairos, thank you for the tip.
Into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray and no feasible way to relaunch Project 7, in August he announced the project would not be coming to fruition and would be replaced by another goal. Similarly, his Alan Wake montage that the patrons voted for would also be cancelled after a single episode.
There you go.
Oh, good. The power went out. I'm not even kidding you.
Almost as if it was retaliatory, fan art that Phil used in his videos was being used to illegitimately strike his channels. To avoid further strikes, he deleted the videos that included the art, which amounted to 600 videos off his channel.
Why do you say
this amounted
illegitimately?
to around 4 million views removed. And on Social Blade, it showed that for the month of August, he netted a total of negative 1.37 million views. That's why in November, he insisted that through a strange, unverifiable string
Yeah,
of
I don't remember what we missed though, so that's the thing. Going back to watching the parts we missed, I'm not too sure. There was like 3 or 4 different skips, so I don't remember where they were.
That this deletion of views
So we'll just continue
was
from
causing
here
a
and we'll come back
drop-off in his
after.
channel. In this near 44-minute, long-winded video, Phil recounts to his audience that it was Machinima that instructed him to delete those 600 videos that caused a small dent in his total viewership, but does not provide evidence of Machinima doing so because he claims he was instructed via a conference call. Then he claims an anonymous insider told Phil that this subtraction of views brought him down in the invisible total rankings and that YouTube was still using that archaic system of promoting videos via their channel's total accumulated views. The only thing is that all existing evidence works against him. The strongest evidence is in his Social Blade. Contrary to what he is stating, he has had far worse drop-offs in views. And actually, late 2015 were the most stable than they'd ever been.
Again, in this part, DSP's gonna pause it and go on a rant about how Social Blade is not accurate, and even his own screenshots of his channel are not accurate because those can be faked.
From November of 2011, he
So
was
look
losing
forward
over
to
a
that.
million viewers on a daily basis. Yet now, in late 2015, he was worried about a small fluctuation of around 200,000 viewers. What's more, the deleted views against Phil's total views would have been so insignificant, it would have no effect on his channel. Then again, there is a benefit in framing this natural downward trend as an emergency.
But when this shit happens with YouTube and I have no control over it, I need your help. And if you really want to help, Patreon's the way. $1 a month.
This hardly helped his Patreon that was already being scrutinized due to his unfulfilling of initial goals. And more than just his patrons were distrusting of Phil. On Thanksgiving 2015, Phil uploaded
So yeah, he glossed over the fact that the Project 7 thing became the trailer for Project 7. He actually accepted money to do the Project 7 thing and then just didn't do it. But then lied about it after the fact and was saying that it was he only promised the trailer. You had to pay me $1,250 to $1,250 just for the trailer.
An Ask the King episode where he answered fan questions.
So that's pretty
fans
interesting.
seeking an update on John Rambo asked Phil where he stood with him.
I hope that people don't take this the wrong way. But in life, if you have something that you want to say or you have an issue with someone, all right, say it. Bring it up. Hash it out. If something happens and you don't bring it up and you let resentment build up, that's when relationships get ruined, right?
Fans unsated with Phil's answer, like with the relaunch of Project 7, were reaching out to John Rambo on Thanksgiving to ask how he felt about Phil. 2 days later, on November 28th, they, including Phil, were given their answer.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard.
This was the same podcast that was used earlier in this video that talked about the production of Project 7. John Rambo decided to upload this to a separate channel and then deleted it about a day after. Then it was re-uploaded in perpetuity by channels archiving the material. And so in permanence was this about hour-and-a-half podcast of evidence where John Rambo details his falling out with Phil. From Phil unfollowing him on Twitter, to Phil drunkenly messaging him late at night while watching their Let's Plays and not calling him even though John Rambo said he preferred that over text. It was all this, plus other minute issues like merchandise both parties invested in, Phil's susceptibility to trolling, his self-destructive tendencies, and other private elements that caused his falling out. At the end, John Rambo offers an olive branch by stating that a phone call could fix this. But Phil never did call.
To this
and
day.
so Phil lost touch with the last friend he had. Not even a month later, now closing 2015, Machinima informed Phil that they will no longer honor the $2 CPM contract and would instead swap to paying him with the raw ads, which would further decrease his earning potential. Everything appeared to be working against him, and the idea that was meant to breathe life into his channel did not come. What did come was something else.
No hate, Army. That was sneaking in because of this.
What is
That was
up,
good
everyone?
editing.
Hello, and welcome. Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh?
Phil attempted to dismiss what he was doing by saying he was doing quote-unquote various stuff like scratching his leg. The bombardment of memes and other media would not allow Phil to dismiss this so easily. It was already clear that he was pleasuring himself on stream and forgot to turn the camera off. Keemstar, the owner of Drama Alert, a trending drama channel at the time, quickly picked up the story. It was then that Phil came clean and admitted to what he was doing. After Drama Alert and the internet as a whole spread the news, Darkside Phil would be known, above all else,
He's the
for this.
guy.
A new nickname was passed around as DSP would be known as The Guy.
The guy!
Every inch of my dick is bald.
Because in theoretical conversation, when one introduces the subject
the
of Darkside
guy.
Phil, the other participant would respond with, "Is that the guy that pleasured himself on stream?" Phil handled this remarkably well, making jokes about it and accepting
No, he
his new
didn't.
identity in stride.
Wait a minute.
That's what I'm known for.
You got exposed for doing that.
He didn't handle this well.
His partners and Machinima were not so enthused, and sought to take down any re-upload they could find.
That's a
of the
lie,
event.
June.
Whatever goodwill Phil had gained through the acceptance
on.
of this recent event was quickly lost. In this single post on his forums, he insults 3 different creators who have audiences larger than his. He calls Total Biscuits reviews overanalyzing, calls Jim Sterling's reviews that fool you into thinking they're intelligent with fancy wording, and Angry Joe's reviews bloated with skits and cosplay for kiddies to retain attention.
Holy shit,
The cherry
dude.
on top was the purpose of this post was to represent his own views as superior. Quote, or if you actually want an honest review from an honest guy who's played video games all his life, has a huge wealth of experience/knowledge to draw upon, and doesn't have any bias towards anything, you can watch my review.
Oh my
unquote.
lord.
Persisting on this path of self-destruction, the following month, Phil made an Instagram post calling PewDiePie's new buck meaningless.
So this is actually great that we get to see this, like 2016, 2017 era DSP posting on social media, because this is what he's doing now. I showed it earlier in the stream, but he's doing this shit now, calling out different people, posting about champions,
for brain
hating on people.
This produced a response from PewDiePie.
Like, just give him a little bit of money, and the 2016, 2017 era DSP comes out again. The king of hate comes
who
out.
simply responded with, quote, "DSP upset he can't read," unquote. The
It's kinda
source
like,
of Phil's
time is
frustration
a
was his continued
flat
bleeding of
circle.
views. He was jealous. And over several posts on his forums, relentlessly defended the idea that not editing his Let's Plays is what made him popular, while simultaneously furious at being disadvantaged, stating that the only barrier between him and hiring an editor is money. There was something different in Phil going on here. A panic, a lashing out, a misrepresentation of the truth. Not to trick his viewership, but to try to fool himself.
Yeah, EG, that's a great point. X is monetized now, so Phil is baiting engagement. Yeah, I mentioned that. As soon as he said he bought Twitter Blue or whatever it's called, I don't know what it's called now. Whatever, the paid thing. I mentioned that, of course, he's going to be doing this more often because he's trying to earn any sort of money that he can off of engagement.
He was not concocting long-standing
So
lies
yeah,
that would
it's
reach
back.
very
Now he's not doing it for the love of the game. He's doing it for potential money, potential revenue.
people or form some campaign of
Back then it was for the love of the fucking game, dude.
misinformation or unverifiable fact. He was arguing with individual members on his forums with multi-paragraph long responses. As the users had grown accustomed to, Phil was blaming "this is how you don't plays" for his failings, calling them slanderous. A user of his chat was even banned for stating that they enjoyed their job and wouldn't prefer streaming. Phil was fighting
Burning
with the very
Shireen.
concept that the loss of viewership was his fault. It's a wonder what this fight with reality was doing to him. Out of his continued desperation, he was back on Twitch asking for more paid subscribers. Phil's loss of viewership had him left with the most dedicated supporters and detractors watching his streams.
Oh my
The
God.
worst part for Phil was this balancing act between dismissing detractors and appeasing supporters. Quote, "I seriously need to start convincing people that YouTube isn't going to support me anymore, so they
shit.
need to pledge a Patreon and or sub, give bits here. Because at this rate, it's a joke."
Dude, this
I'm
is when he made that classic video on YouTube. Enough is enough. YouTube viewers need to step up now, was his message in that video.
on pace to make half as much in December this year as I did last year, playing 4 new games. Just got a notification my bank account is overdrawn. Luckily, my Machinima
I
payment
remember this
is literally
shit.
coming through today. Unquote. To add salt to the wound, the infamous clip of Phil was strong in circulation even at the end of 2016.
That face.
2017 started just as bad for Phil, as he announced that he had been renting his condo out in Connecticut, but that was no longer the
Thanks,
case.
Aunt.
More would be lost this year than any other. On February 26,
Oh, he didn't mention his
2017,
aunt.
Phil
Okay.
participated
Fair
with
enough.
his viewers in a game of Quiplash 2. A game with pre-established
fake engagement
questions
ring?
that could be answered in any way. The goal is to win the favor of the competitors with the most compelling answer. This quickly delved into the memes, both surface level and personal, around Phil. For example, his seal laugh or ack ack ack.
DSP tries a KFC Gold Chicken or make more ad revenue than Phil. Calvark or ag 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 ag. They're both good.
None of these had any major effect as Phil played along with the roasts. It wasn't until a player shoehorned in an
Yeah, he
answer
played
that
along.
caused chaos.
Leanna, I don't even know what that means. Leanna's fake engagement ring. Huh? What does that mean? I never gave her an engagement ring, so I don't know what that even means. I don't understand. Is there something in the detractor circles about a fake engagement ring? What are you talking about?
Nice.
I didn't give her an engagement ring. What?
Huh?
People are weird. What does that even mean? There's some stupid inside joke that I don't understand. What does that mean? It won, and it makes no sense whatsoever to anyone who's not into an inclusive circle jerking circle. That made no sense at all. What does that mean? Is there actually like some kind of a joke about an engagement ring? Huh? Leanna posted it on her own Twitter.
Right.
What are you talking about? It's about one of her Twitter pictures? What are you talking about? That's hilarious because that just shows how mind-fucked and stupid the people are who do this shit. These detractor idiots. Because no human would know what the fuck they're talking about. It's some completely inside joke they made up for themselves.
It's not an
that
inside
no one would know
joke.
anything about at all.
Look at this.
It doesn't
Gaslighting.
make any sense.
What are you saying, dude?
It makes zero fucking
Your
sense.
girlfriend posted
And it-
this because her coworkers were asking her how she wasn't engaged yet.
Being the big winner at the end of the game. That's so fucking stupid.
Wow.
As was revealed to Phil through a video game, PandaLee had been wearing a fake engagement ring to her job. Dissatisfied in the relationship and the lack of progress towards marriage, this was her way of lashing out and participating in the drama on Twitter. Quote, "Oh shit, he knows about the fake engagement ring I wear to work that I wear all the time? How could he have known?" Unquote. PandaLee then posts the ring itself, captioned with Ringgate 2017. PandaLee allegedly also took off work to experience the live drama that was unfolding.
Oh, Dogsplain, that was you? You're the one in chat right now who wrote that answer? You're the mouth drooling fucking... I shouldn't say that?
I shouldn't have said that.
No way. We got Dogsplained, a legend that created a classic moment.
With her displeasure with Phil, near
Thank
its
you for
climax,
that.
It was a surprise they did not separate there. In the
You're the
limelight
stalker.
instead was Machinima. With the apocalypse in full swing, earnings down, and the company
I
model
bow down to you, Dogsplain. Thank you for creating that epic reveal.
near its climax, it was a surprise they did not separate there. In the limelight instead was Machinima. With the apocalypse in full swing, earnings down, and the company model a complete failure, they had less support to answer creators who were feeling the brunt of the loss of ad revenue. Phil, being one of these creators,
Big ups VLX for the mouth drooling super sticker and BB11 for 10 months. Thank you.
reached out, but Machinima was slow to answer. And so he was emailing not just former employees that had been fired without his knowledge, but emergency contacts meant for
animation?
dire situations. That's when on February
That's so
28th,
good.
a Machinima employee reached out to Phil and gave him the basic advice to increase his audience retention and kindly to not message other departments. Phil's full, alleged response was locked in on Machinima's request to not message other departments. Phil used his history with the company as a reason to act in the way he pleases and demands better treatment. If he is not treated better, he states he is better off not working with them. Machinima, more than happy to oblige, released Phil from the contract. After all, per their contract, they were only losing money with Phil because he was earning 100% of the ad revenue. Phil was relating this moment to when he got fired from his office job in 2010. As seen per Fred Fox capturing of Phil's Twitch chats, Phil was acting as if he was blindsided by his own requests, stating,
This shit's
quote,
insane.
"There is no 2 or 1 month notice. That is complete BS, lol, but this situation is pretty unique," unquote. In a video released shortly after, Phil dissects his separation of Machinima, then dissects it again and again and again, then loses his train of thought, thanks his followers, asks for donations, and again restates what has been overtly established,
Oh,
yet
boy.
never provides a satisfactory answer. That's why his video is nearly 2 hours long to explain
Fucking
that the
hell.
contract with Machinima
You can tell Joon fucking hated watching some of this dude's videos, because that's like the second or third time he's mentioned specifically that he talks in circles, and the video is needlessly long. And yeah, this whole situation's insane. Pretty much, if you're gonna treat me this way, fire me. Okay, Phil, you're fired. What?
Huh?
How can you fire me? What?
has been terminated. And as per the description, quote, I cannot give all the details, but in this video I explain what's going on, unquote. This is all beyond minutia. That besides Phil's uncreditableness or dishonest nature is why few would ever care for his side of the events.
Dude, I love this animation.
His long-windedness buries his own reasoning or retelling of events even further than his several uploads a day do. For any
Wait, let me hear this again.
This is all beyond minutia. That besides Phil's uncreditableness or dishonest nature is why few would ever care for his side of the events. His long-windedness buries his own reasoning or retelling of events even further than his several uploads a day do.
That's the
For any
pignosis, brother.
controversial moment, Phil is certain to extend what should be a clear and concise response into a multi-page long essay or hour-long video. It took about 10 days or so for Phil's channel to be fully released. And then, it took about an additional week for him to fight various content ID claims himself, as would normally be the responsibility of Machinima. Phil was quick to find a different multi-channel network to partner with. This time it was Curse. Unlike Machinima, who was trying to inflate the numbers, Curse did not give Phil a 100% cut of ad revenue.
We're skipping
nor
over
was he in a
Laveria and
managed
shit?
partnership. This means that they would not be responsible for his 30 or so content ID claims that he was getting a day on his 40,000 uploaded videos. The ongoing developments of 2017 were scarcely predictable. In April, Phil submitted to PandaLee's request, and per her Instagram post, were now engaged. The detractors' persistent monitoring allowed them to find the ring almost immediately.
Yo,
it
no
was
way.
one that PandaLee personally liked on her Black Current account, which is the name of her soap-making business. Detractors, tracing this back to Amazon,
Yo, you guys are fucking sleuths, man.
found that Phil had spent on the lower end
Holy
for this
shit.
ring. A testament to his detractors' obsession and or Phil's dwindling finances. By May, Phil had concluded a 2-month-long talk with a different network that introduced themselves as Pultavi. They
Oh, here
offered
we go,
Phil
here
a
we go.
cut similar to Curse and a managed partnership. And while he found Pultavi unprofessional in their exchanges, he found their offer to be too enticing to give up and
All
severed
the
his
money.
partnership with Curse, though Phil had made a great mistake. Pultavi's unprofessional nature was foreboding, and they quickly turned around and disregarded the partnered element. With all this happening in the background, the sons of Kojima found out through Phil's channel's source page that he had a new partnership. Not with Curse or even Pultavi as Phil understood it.
Laveria?
He was partnered with an entirely new network known as Laveria Media.
Yeah.
And as revealed, was using Pultavi as a front to disguise their own network and shady practices. The CEO was found to be just a student at a university. Phil, understanding his mistake, sought to leave his new network. The sons of Kojima allegedly even got the CEO of Laveria Media on for one of their podcasts. This was a confusing set of events for everyone involved. While all this was going on, Phil was in the process of purchasing a new car.
These are so
For the past
good.
6 years, he had been leasing a BMW. In the last 3 years, he had only driven the BMW 6,000 miles, and so never changed the oil.
Yeah, BMW, you're supposed to get maintenance for free, no matter what. That's part of the deal. That's why the car is so expensive. And they never contacted us to get it changed.
Yeah, that's
Phil's
insane.
audience long understood
You have to contact somebody to change the fucking oil.
he was financially illiterate, but hadn't been yet exposed to how
This dude really wants fucking butlers and shit to just do everything for him.
illiterate he was with cars or the contracts related to
He's
them.
illiterate with
That's
everything.
why whenever other content creators discover both, it makes for an interesting watch.
This the Destiny thing?
In 3
Yeah.
years, we only drove the car 6,000 miles. So if that gives you any idea.
He what? He leased a car for $400 or $500
He kind of looks like DSP.
dollars a month, and he's only drove it 6,000 miles in 3 years. Why?
Cherry Dude's like, oh, you could have engine damage. No, Cherry Dude, that's not how it works. BMW has a diagnosis computer inside of the car that tells you when things go wrong. So if there were engine damage...
Oh my god! Hey, this guy is a living meme! No, there is, it's not. BMW has diagnosis computer in the car, okay?
And they never They never contacted us to get it changed.
Why would they contact you to change your oil? What?
Destiny, the person reacting to Phil's explanation, calls Phil the salesman stream. Wanting to help Phil out, Destiny jumped onto Phil's stream and began typing in his chat, attempting to
Get
provide
banned,
financial
idiot.
advice.
You're
Phil,
derailing.
of course, ignored this, and on his forums he posted, quote, Destiny, a Twitch streamer who I never even heard of before 2 weeks ago, came into my chat and practically begged me to stop what I'm doing and talk with him. What the fuck can this guy tell me about buying cars that I don't already know?
Oh, that you don't
this guy
know.
probably didn't know I went to school for finance.
What?
Unquote.
Did you go to school for cars, though?
Phil,
What?
still in the mindset of discussing the drama around the network,
What the fuck does that even mean? I went to school for finance.
was talking about it on stream.
I trusted YouTube's system to work properly, okay? Here's what happened. So, that was Monday, I think Monday morning or whatever, okay?
Terrible with money. How do you explain that?
I think, uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Hold on 1 second, everybody.
My girlfriend.
I'll be right back. I'm getting an important phone call. Folks, I've got a family emergency.
Oh, no.
It came out of nowhere, and I have to deal with it now. So guess what? Sadly, the podcast has to end. I can't finish my story right now.
Phil had received a call from PandaLee's job. She had experienced an anxiety attack and was being driven to the hospital by paramedics. Phil then met her at the hospital after picking up her car. He found her in a sedated state, and after a 3-hour-long
Please
wait,
show the
he released
animation.
her with no additional treatment. Frustrated at the lack of attentiveness, Phil said,
So now she's zonked out. She's sleeping, you know, in the room because of
Give her a
you know,
pill.
everything. She's still on the pills made her all loopy or whatever. So, I mean, we did on the way home. I stopped and we got food. We grabbed like chicken sandwiches and we just ate them, and now she's sleeping. So that's what happened. Unbelievable. Like, oh my God. The thing is, I know if this ever happens again, I'm gonna tell him you are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No, you get no permission to fucking do it. You can't give her a pill. You want to give her a pill? Give her a pill. And that's it, because you're just going to waste our time again. You didn't help us at all.
To some, this looked like Phil was dismissing PandaLee's issues.
Thank you, Alexandra C. Welcome.
Or minimizing them, which is what he was now getting backlash for.
Bro, in that whole story, he was the one acting like he went to the fucking hospital for something that happened to him.
What they didn't
He was more upset that he was there than
know is
concerned
that Phil
at all.
and PandaLee had broken up some time before the anxiety attack, which is also a possible factor that may have induced it. He announced this at the end of May. Now, for the first time ever, Phil was in Washington in complete isolation.
Also, wait, I gotta point out here, he did a twit longer for breaking up with PandaLee, and it was just this one paragraph like this small. He had longer paragraphs about, like, begging for money when he was doing his little twit longer posts. The paragraphs about begging for views and money were like 7 paragraphs long.
End of May. Now, for the first time ever,
I always
Phil
thought that was
in
funny.
Washington in complete isolation. Mockingly, a few dating adverts were made to remedy his newfound loneliness. Then there was a song request.
89.7 KACC, we got a dedication in. These kids and their
His twit longer about the SOK breaking up was longer.
names, I swear. So, Darkside Phil wants to dedicate a song to PandaLee. He wants to dedicate Baby Come Back by Player. I don't know what to say, guys. Okay, so anyway, here's Baby Come Back by
That's
Player.
pretty good.
And they actually wanted me to say Baby Come Back, ack. I don't get it.
That's
I really
good.
don't
That's
get
a
it,
classy troll.
But yes, Dark
That's like, that's a smooth troll right there. I love that shit.
In many ways, Phil was defeated,
Oh,
but he
shit.
would not be Phil if he wasn't persistent in getting others to dislike him. On his Twitch chat, a place only the current viewers are meant to see, Phil, in jealousy of popular creator iJustine, typed, quote, iJustine is
no.
busy getting gangbanged by EA executive staff all weekend. The only fucking reason she was actually hired in the first place, lol, unquote.
He was
Prominent detractor
wilding
accounts
out.
took this screenshot and were quick to not only spread it on Twitter, but also tag iJustine in it. To much surprise, iJustine responded, quote, why don't you stop spamming everyone? He clearly has issues.
The sanest
unquote.
post on
And Phil did
online.
have issues. For 10 years, Phil has had a dream job meant to provide steady, easy income, while allowing one to work within their own set hours.
Get fucking
Phil, on the other
felted.
hand, had nothing to show for his near
Suffer.
decade-long residence. The stinking fact was he lost far more than he gained, and for a period he seemed starkly aware. Quote, I haven't had real in-person social interaction on a regular basis since like 2007, before YouTube started. Once I started YouTube, that all went away. That's part of the sacrifices I keep bringing up to make this work. I can't have regular friends with the amount of time I put into this job. When I lived in CT, I had tons of money. As soon as I moved out here, poof, gone.
Poof, gone.
Unquote. It is clear that he regrets his move, but he cannot accept.
So this is something I always found funny too, when DSP because he said this recently too. He said this fucking recently about how talking to his chat is like his only form of social interaction. Not in those words, but something similar to that, like a few days ago, at least a week ago. And he, just after saying that trolls need to go outside and people who hate on him need to like mature and not be mouth droolers and shit like that. And then he's saying, well, I don't really have anybody I talk to. What?
Here, poof, gone. Unquote.
What the fuck?
It is.
You're telling other people that they got quote unquote felted, that disgusting word, but anyways. But then you're sitting here telling us you don't even go outside or have any friends to talk to.
Clear that he regrets his move, but he cannot accept it is his fault. That's when people ask if he maintains social relationships. Quote, I talk to tons of people on a daily basis. A user then asks, I mean like relationships or friends outside of Twitch. Phil responds, I don't have time for in-person friends. I'm constantly working.
That's a cope,
You
dude.
realize I haven't had a day off since my time off in July, right? This is my life.
Hey,
It has been for
spoilers, the time off in July was him meeting up with Kat.
quite a long time before.
This is a sneak peek to, hopefully he brings this up, but this time off was him meeting up with Kat.
Before I moved out here.
He flew her across the country and they went to like see Spider-Man and shit.
Then it got better for 3 years living with my ex. But now I'm back to square one, really. Unquote. As recoiled as Phil was, dealing with persistent copyright strikes and whatever else his life brought him, he clung onto whatever was left of his following. Typical in periods lacking interest, trolls are more likely to find entertainment from consuming one another. The reality of communities like the one that works against DSP is that they are far more nuanced that they lead on. From the outside looking in, the detractor community is powerful in coordinating their campaigns against Phil. In actuality, it is very divided. Some hate Phil,
big ups,
some just
Joon.
want to catch up periodically. The majority don't interact in any way. These differences create cyclical arguments. For example, those wanting no universal interaction with Phil. Some reasons may lie in entertainment, as Phil's passive failings tend to be the most entertaining. They could also just be aware that putting themselves out personally will lead to ridicule in a space that exploits any weakness. Or they simply feel sympathetic to his plight. On the other end, you'll have those that want interaction with Phil. These can be small by typing messages in his chat to get a reaction or requesting a song on the radio. That is the simple basis of trolling. The overall effects are minimal and hardly controversial.
Dude, June's cooking now. I like this. I like this stuff.
Then you have those that feel personally
He's not fully pignatized or at all.
blinded by Phil and seek revenge. This is where the illegitimate copyright strikes come from. They want Phil to fail in any way, and few strategies are
Derek.
out of their purview. Truly, the only defense in this space is self-awareness and anonymity. These members lack both. And the most interesting part is all these people inhabit the same space. Whether it be the forums or Phil's chat, they can be seen arguing endlessly. It is only a community out of convenience and nothing else. That's why it may look like the sons of Kojima would sit on top of this virtual hierarchy. But in actuality, the only thing they have claim to is they're the ones most dedicated to Phil. The group watches his streams for hours at a time to no benefit other than that claim. They are united by an overweight, middle-aged, failing alien creator. They were persistently hated within the detractor communities
Yeah,
because
fuck
they,
Fred, dude,
being
he
allowed
sucks.
to exist in their space, somewhat represented their community, albeit not accurately. Most dedicated channels, Twitter pages, and groups made for the sole purpose of following Phil are highly scrutinized. And if they become obsessed to the point they no longer represent any niche, they will always fail. That's why the Sons of Kojima collapsed in late 2017. Their leader, Fred Fox, was highly paranoid, morally confused, overall an oblivious individual. Though he was responsible for countless hours of footage criticizing Phil, he would crumble and get frustrated at even just his Encyclopedia Dramatica. These pages are known to be full of purposely inaccurate and exaggerative information to get a rise from who they're targeting. And his frustration from its creation further warranted its existence, as seen here where he is lambasting the creator of the page.
So how about this? I'll go fuck your mother for the laws and
Holy
Shock are good now, dude. Snort.
Yeah, that's actually a thing he said, Shiny Teeth. That's insane. The SOK had noble intentions behind hating me. Like, what? Get the fuck out of here, dude. This is insane. Can't wait for him to say they were good. He misses the SOK.
And everything will be.
Also listen to fucking
He is
Fred.
lambasting the creator
He's
of
a
the page.
weirdo.
So how about this? I'll go fuck your mother for the laws, and everything will be cool, right? No hard feelings.
I guess
There
if you want to
you go.
like
Just for the lulz.
if you just want to twist my logic into black and white, there, sure.
No, I mean that's what you're saying. You're saying you could do something if it's just for the laws. Nobody's supposed to get mad or offended.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you shouldn't take fucking Encyclopedia page Dramatica seriously.
There were also times when they invited Mr. Medicare on, a creator well known for his banter.
Okay, how much money would it take, this is for all of you, for one of you to suck Phil's cock? What is the donation amount that would be required for you to get on your knees and orally pleasure Phil?
Whoever asked that, fuck you.
That means he's considering a number. You went silent because you.
I'm not gonna answer because I'm not interested in that. That's fucked up.
So you're telling me you're not gonna suck a?
Sounds like they're not yet. Nah, go to the bathroom. You're shitting yourself. Not yet.
Dick for $10 million.
No.
Really? You wouldn't suck it. You wouldn't get on your knees and slurp up some mayonnaise for $10 million fucking dollary dues.
I don't want to lose my dignity.
Who gives a shit about dignity? You got $10 million in the bank. You can make people forget with the money. You can black hole that shit on the internet. Does the thought of Phil gently rubbing your hair as he comes in your mouth, does that bother you that much?
What the fuck? It's just so wrong on so many levels.
Well, there you go. They refused to answer. But if you notice, when I asked that question, they all went silent because they were thinking of a number. Every one of them was thinking of a number.
Some comments under this near 50-minute long video read, quote, Christ, without any DSP material to commentate over or talk about, these guys just got nothing. That's some weapons-grade humiliation. Christ, these guys are awkward. It makes me want to like Phil if these are his trolls. Unquote.
Well, you don't gotta go that far.
There is a tremendous amount of information detailing Fred's paranoia, his coordinated attacks at former and current members, his group's campaign of copyright striking DSP via fan art, and his attempts to regulate the community besides deciding what is and isn't allowed to be monetized on the basis of moral superiority over Phil. His antics and strange history are also entertaining. That was another reason why he was exposed and why there are over 2,000 posts discussing him. What mattered to Phil was that his most persistent detractor group was no more. And on September 2017, he released a twitlonger about it. It is here that Phil revealed that PandaLee's father was swatted in the past. This to him made it clear that no one in proximity to him was safe.
Is there any evidence of this?
This is the reason why he claims to have skipped PandaLee's brother's wedding.
Besides his
what did the SOK
word?
do? Well, first, they decided to find out the address and date of the wedding. Yes, that's entirely true. They're so fucking sick that they, on their own and without my mentioning it for months, researched and found the event, and then spread that info all over the internet. They then decided to spin it that the reason we weren't attending was because I had to force Leanna to skip it so I can stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money.
Wait, that's actually true, though. Like, that part actually happened. He did skip it to play Fallout 4. That's something he specifically mentioned, that he was, like, debating within his head whether he was going to stay home and play Fallout.
They actually
or go to the wedding.
Accused me of keeping her at home forcefully. It couldn't have been further from the truth.
Oh, okay.
It was the crippling fear that the SOK themselves, who found the damn date and address of the wedding, would have swatted the wedding.
What?
That made us stay
But
at
how
home.
would you have known
so not
that?
only were they the reason we missed the wedding,
Okay.
they then turned their own vile actions into a way to make us look bad after the fact. It's mind-numbing,
That's
isn't it?
insane.
Unquote.
You wouldn't have
After
even
the
known
fall
that.
of the sons of Kojima, there was a rise in more passive trolling. On Phil's forums, there was a crop-up of clear catfishes that had all miraculously turned 18 years old at the time. Then
Yeah,
there
this
was
shit
a
was
pirate-themed treasure map made of the places Phil frequented and it was often thought to enjoy, with the inclusion of health foods and a gym placed just out of his reach due to the uncrossable bridge of certain death. On Instagram, there was a new strategy of trolling through indifference. No matter what picture Phil posted,
Okay.
there was bound to be tens, if not hundreds of comments stating two words. Well, really just one word with two variations. Comments were either okay or okay. Without fail, these cropped up and overwhelmed any other comment. Even just comments wanting to understand what was going on were met with a single response, okay. Phil even treated his audience to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Hey, the swing!
Ladies and gentlemen, Phil here.
Fuck
and welcome
yeah.
to a pretty unique unboxing video.
There he is, in the window.
Phil thought that this video was unique because of what he was unboxing. What made it unique was for the first 3 minutes, his reflection was easily visible, and he was doing two things. He was swaying left and right, and he was doing his famous T pose. Phil had swayed much in the past, but rarely was it not.
I love his famous T pose.
His famous T pose. Phil had swayed much in the past, but rarely was it not in first-person view. He claims it is
Rest in
because of
peace.
back issues.
Okay.
The snorting is blamed on what DSP claims is a post-nasal drip. The snorting plays into his depiction of a pig, combined with his ability.
Thank you.
I need a screenshot.
And y-axis.
Swaying back and forth. Think I'm Scrappy. Dude, I need a screenshot of this.
To remain online and survive like a cockroach came the derisive nickname Pig Roach.
Oh my fucking god, dude. These animations are great.
His laugh, his sway, his snorts, all could be, and some
PS1
were, made into
fucking
several minute-long compilations of Phil doing these singular actions. Phil doing these actions in tandem would also gain purchase. Then there were two food-related items that always got viewers' attention. The first was sparked by this tweet where DSP states he likes penne. What he means is he likes the pasta, but in Spanish, penne means penis. The last item viewers took note in was his drink of choice.
I think gin and tonic is my drink of choice.
Yes.
Not every single day, but I do have a gin and tonic or two every once in a while, maybe a few times a week at night to unwind, especially if it's been a stressful day or if my back's hurting me. And yes, I do have a drink.
Stressful day or if his back's hurting him. That's every day.
Some gin and tonic. I guess I'll start the night right with a sip. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention this. I have a drink tonight. I have a gin and tonic next to me, which I'll be sipping from time to time. I won't be downing the whole thing.
It was not often that Phil drank on stream. However, this proclivity did extend outside of his streams. Sometimes the bottle or mixed drinks made his way into his vacation videos.
Everything else here, including the gin, which I'll probably drink mixed with that Sprite.
To indulge so much cost Phil a fair bit. But now, in addition...
Dude, there's one where I think they went to Seattle for like 3 days, and they had 3 fucking handles of fucking gin, like full-ass big bottles.
Throwing money
with like an underage PandaLee.
To credit card companies and the like.
She was like 20.
He, in September, found that he owed money to a fierce collector.
I get this letter, all right? I get this letter, and the letter says, we suspect that you are doing business in the state of Washington under the name DSP Gaming, okay? We believe that you need to register and pay state business and occupation taxes.
Man, this voice.
Please answer all of these questions for us.
Phil, since he moved to Washington, had not been paying state taxes. He claims the reason behind this is because he continued to list the services of his accountant from Connecticut.
To clear the air here, because a lot of people have misconceptions.
It's not my
tax
fault.
attorney in the state of Connecticut was a certified public accountant, was a dean of accounting at a college for several years, and was one of the highest accredited guys in the state of Connecticut. This is not some Joe Schmo asshole who I just got. And by the way, I paid this guy thousands of dollars to do my taxes.
Does that matter?
All right. I think the most he ever charged me was like over $1,500 one year to do my taxes. Probably.
Damn.
The importance of this is now Phil was claiming to owe state taxes since 2014, stacking yet another reason why 2017 was the year that finally doomed Phil financially. But at least he wasn't bankrupt. The grander and more dramatic reveal this year was of his new girlfriend. Yet the reveal photos only show the back of her head. Phil, to be able to
Man. Even from behind, she looked very different back then.
hide a relationship for this long was surprising. A reason for only showing the back of her head was that Phil was slowly starting to separate his personal and online life, meaning that there would no longer be condo tours or virtually any videos outside of his office, save for a few additional DSP tries it videos like his attempt to recreate the virality of his Axe body.
In case he doesn't explain why, part of the reason why he started to quote-unquote separate, which he really doesn't separate anything, he just doesn't give you details. He gives you too much information anyways. But part of the reason why is because around this time, he started begging for money directly. And he didn't want you seeing the things in his house that he would spend with the money.
Half the woman she is now.
Based.
You know, that's a pretty good one. Yes, thank you. But yeah, part of the reason why he started doing that was the directly begging for money even harder than he already was.
A scripted video.
And he didn't want people seeing the things in his house.
This could only be beneficial. It wouldn't allow viewers to analyze
there you go.
purchases,
There you
his
go.
eating habits,
bad.
anything that can be used against him, or even the
Yeah.
people around him. Keeping Kat anonymous was likely
What?
Phil's attempt to protect her, though
okay.
it did have its weakness and was immediately exploited.
So they fabricate this story that I hired an escort to come visit me during my Christmas break. I paid her thousands of dollars, or owe her thousands of dollars, apparently. I don't even know what the full story is because I'm not really following it.
Well, true to her word, Kimberly did know where to release that information too. Over on the forum, Kiwi Farms, a mysterious woman shows up to elaborate on what's going on.
In December 2017, a mysterious woman claiming to be a high-end escort with a history with Phil was claiming that Phil had not paid her, and if she did not receive the money owed, then she would release all the details of the event. And so she did. On Kiwi Farms, she developed a somewhat shallow story of Phil taking her out to dinner and spending a fair amount of money on her. Sprinkled in are notes about his bad credit, his disappointing manhood, and general notes on his house. This reads as too good to be true, as it's hitting the notes that want to be heard, while simultaneously not providing evidence outside of a testimony. The Kiwi Farms users were highly skeptical, but even so were enjoying the chaos this person was causing. But day after day of not providing a single piece of evidence and users finding strange inconsistencies in her story, it was clear that the pieces were not fitting. It was only after users discovered that the images were not of this person's origin that she comes out and says she was hacked. It was not her at all. It was a catfish using her Twitter with stolen images. But no one was convinced. As a final Hail Mary, this person attempted to shift the blame on Fred Fox of the defunct Sons of Kojima by taking down their website and bringing it back up with the simple Fred Fox in the heading. It was not until this fake escort's identity was found under a different name, Angelina Capri, that the true culprits were unmasked. It was quite easy to find the domain registry, and with it came the identity. The culprits quickly tried to amend this information, but it had already been archived. The original registry had their full name, address, phone number, and their email. This gave the Kiwi Farms users everything they needed, and soon the culprits were fully doxxed, including their cat. Revealed and archived was their personal YouTube channel, one of their daughter's YouTube channels, Twitter's, photo buckets, a lengthy history of information that was more than enough anyone needed to confirm this married couple ran an extortion and impersonation racket. They had a history of impersonating beautiful women and using their images to create profiles on adult websites where the wife would livestream her real body and pleasure herself, but only reveal her lower half as to not spoil the ruse. It was only when they tried to extort Phil through a different tactic and interact with his highly paranoid community that this was all discovered. If there was any doubt left, Phil would cave in and reveal his girlfriend Kat, who moved in shortly after.
Yeah, that shit's insane too, because him saying he wants to keep his private life and personal, private and public life separate, but then partially why he revealed this lady was just to like quell any rumors about the escort. And the craziest thing too, if you really think about it, he did pay someone to come visit him across the country, go on dates, go to restaurants, go see movies, and to hang out for a while. So while she's not technically an escort, he did kind of do something similar with somebody else, just not pay directly for, sexual favors.
Number one, like I said,
it's pretty funny
the best
when you think about
I've
it.
ever been in my life. Okay, I feel like she's my soulmate. I do. I truly do.
The soulmate.
And I am in love with her. Absolutely, she's in love with me. And
is she?
If she were to move in, number one, she has a job that she, can probably find a job out here similar or whatever and make income to help immediately. Number two, cooking and everything, helping with the responsibilities.
Also, what the fuck? I'm still looking for the quote where he calls her the second income, but this one's fucking pretty close.
Income to help immediately.
She's gonna come in, make income, and help immediately. He's bringing this bitch in as a lifeline. This was around the time where his taxes shit. He announced the tax issue.
Number two, cooking and everything, helping with the responsibilities of the house so I can get back to how I was.
She's gonna give me money and clean for me. That's what she's there for.
And cook Kat did. The pair seemed well off. Even if Kat did appear awkward and uninteractive on stream, her uncombativeness was welcome. Where this Kat reveal caused relief, the next Kat reveal only brought frustration. What Phil was currently revealing was a sponsorship from OP Seats. The same day,
OP Seats.
A girlfriend experience becoming a roommate experience.
Yeah. Thank you, Gengar Green, for the 5.
Revealed it, OPC terminated their contract with Phil due to the backlash they were getting.
She learned how to live with DSP.
I want to tell you the full story of how I basically obtained sponsorship, and then all of a sudden, because of the actions of trolls, the sponsorship is now gone. Okay.
Even so, in February, Phil procured a different sponsor but remained with a similar product of a gaming chair. Gaming chairs across the board
the
are
scam
disreputable
company,
for their style
the drop shipper
of
company.
function. That was not the only reason SpawnSeats, the sponsor of Phil, was getting backlash. As it was discovered, this new company was not really a company at all. It was a person drop shipping cheap gaming chairs with an inflated price. So not only did this new sponsorship fall through, the company attached to it failed along with it.
Nice.
Phil was hardly sympathetic.
Fact of the matter is, folks, it doesn't really affect me because guess what?
I got the chair.
I got the chair.
Did Joon mention the ASP incident?
Yeah, he did. He mentioned it before. He became known as the guy. It was a whole thing, Matthew. Thank you for the 5, dude.
I got the chair already. That's why I didn't do a lick of promotion until I got the chair. And I talked to the guy up front about this, the possibility of nasty shit happening. And he said, no, I understand. Don't worry, we'll put up with it.
So this is yet another thing that DSP did. He specifically calls out how trashed all of these Chinese chairs are and how bad it would have been. But before he got dropped by both of these companies, the quote-unquote legit one and the fake one, he was trying to advertise for them. He was all down with the Chinese chairs when he could make money off of it. But then when they drop them, all of a sudden these chairs are crap. And yeah, I would never buy this. These suck. I'm only going to advertise them to you.
It is what it is.
So much for his morals, right?
Guys.
As much as detractors work to spoil his mood, they can hardly compete with the natural and novel interactions Phil has, like with this 11-year-old on VR chat.
Yes.
Sure, where is the waiting room?
Right behind you, idiot.
Idiot.
You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
You're 11.
Well, if you look around, you would have been able to know.
Bro.
It literally says waiting room on top of it.
The
Wow.
realest girl online.
You're quite rude.
Wow. I'm 11. Deal with it.
Good. Now I'm away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid who I would have slapped in real fucking life if they talked to me like that. I would have fucking pimp slapped that shit out of that.
I would have pimp
This
slapped.
Pokemon theme picked
Not only pimp slap the shit out of that 11-year-old child.
pixel art was made to commemorate the occasion. These small moments carried Phil's live streams for 2018. Nothing individually significant happening, but enough happening to remind the internet of his existence. This all hardly
That's
competed
so
with
good,
ongoing
man.
events, relative to the collaboration between popular live streamer Ninja and popular musician Drake. DSP was practically non-existent. Until he began tweeting about their collaboration, starting by calling Drake and Ninja overrated. Phil sought to detract from this
did DSP
collaboration,
know?
from the likes of which were rarely
What did he
if
know?
ever seen. Tweet after tweet, he argued with Twitter users. At some point, he even slighted PewDiePie, claiming he is a product of hype and not quality content. Either these interactions struck a chord, or Phil was just
He just called Drake a rapper. Wow.
a prominent content
Did he
creators'
know?
minds.
What
as
was he
in
cooking?
not so quick succession, they took their turns mocking Phil, like iDubbbz promoting the idea of Phil doing a collaboration with any rapper. In the background, there were leaks about Phil wanting to take down a video that for a short moment mentioned the escort saga, but in the foreground was PewDiePie.
You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looked like. Onion Man versus Soy Boy.
iJustine was goaded into another response from the same quote. And Phil finally also made it into a Watch Mojo video.
This Twitch user had the bad idea of prematurely turning on his camera. Right before starting the live stream, he gives himself a short break to relax.
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
There was a
Hello.
renaissance of sorts in ways creators were able to make Phil entertaining. Few as creative as L Crimson King.
Yes! The legend himself, dude.
Piece of shit. This disc. You see this fucking piece of garbage
No
disc?
way. He gets a dedicated
Fuck it.
segment.
It's gonna stay back there forever. I'm never fucking picking it up again. Don't ever ask me to play that fucking game again. That's the worst fucking game. That game is way worse than Revolution 16. Seriously.
Behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
This video would be honored by the creation of its own snort compilation. This emphasis on creative ways to mock Phil made the latter half of 2018 appear creatively bankrupt in comparison. In the same vein, Phil was also suffering from his own potential bankruptcy.
Basically, in a nutshell, without going into too much detail, I'm not partnered anymore.
In July, he announced that he had split from Curse, claiming the separation to be amicable. Now, having to rely on his own, unsuspended assets account, Phil found that he was making far less than he was with his partnership. On top of this, his views were halved without explanation, going from an average of 2 million a month to hovering just around 1 million.
That's
and so
insane.
Phil did what he calls an emergency livestream, trying to brainstorm ways and goad sympathetic viewers to help with donations. Provided was also advice. A common recommendation is to get a job outside of content creation. Phil, not wanting to consider this option, had these messages delivered in rather creative ways. Phil, being a fan of the WWE, reacted to this person holding up a sign that reads, quote, DSP get a job, unquote. This was not even the first time this happened. Last year, a person held up a similar sign, though less legible. Phil opting to continue streaming to dwindling audience would suffer the consequences of dealing with his remaining audience.
Yeah, see, I feel like there's an important thing in this Phil is a meme section, but like behind all, I guess he might get into it here, so I'll let him cook, but he's not mentioning the fact that behind all of this, he was also begging for money, specifically just for taxes.
These
and
are
bills.
superfans that stuck with him regardless of countless examples of
But he's gonna get to it. I know he is, so I won't say it much.
Phil's ill will. And on the other side are his most persistent trolls that remain even after the majority of trolls lost interest in Phil's cyclical nature. On the other side was a user known as Tutankhamun, or Tut for short. They came in donating thousands of dollars, but also used the money they donated as leverage as they could circumvent what will get a normal person banned simply because of their influence. But even Tut pushed this beyond what Phil could endure. After creating much unwanted attention for Phil and Phil pushing back, Tut threatened to charge back the money he donated. A chargeback is when someone donates money, gets the desired effect of having the streamer read their message, and then, in a later date, petitions PayPal or whatever financial medium they're using to get their money back. This is done by stating that the money was fraudulently sent or by other dishonest means. And Tut did try to charge back some of that money, only to fail as PayPal sided with Phil. This was a victory for Phil, but in the grand scheme of how much he was bound to owe, it didn't seem like much.
In addition to my normal income, I need to raise about another roughly $16,000 between now and April.
See, I knew he was gonna do it.
This plays into
I like the YouTuber side.
$1,000 between now and April.
This plays into why Phil is labeled as an e-beggar, a person that petitions, guilts, or even demands donations from their audience. While it is normal for streamers to subtly stimulate donations through appreciation, Phil's tactics are more direct.
Taxes are going to be my main thing I have to figure out.
There you
this
go.
year. Making enough money not only to pay the bills, but my taxes are coming up, and right now I'm focused on just getting through this year. Hopefully, being able to pay my taxes somehow. I'll be honest with you guys. Yeah, taxes are always something that are on my mind. I've got tax payments due. My state taxes are due in January. My federal taxes are due in April. If I could get through...
In case you're not looking, the screen says graph of how many times the word taxes appears in DSP videos, with a huge jump at the end of 2017, with the peak being 527 times. That's over once per day
the taxes
in a
for
full
next
year.
The federal taxes.
And that's only in March.
Their taxes were high. Things like tip goals and the like on
Holy
stream to try
fuck,
to raise
dude.
funds for my taxes and all that.
This very much works. In December, Phil's relentless discussions of money launched him into the 4th highest number of Tier 3 subs. These are subscribers that cost $25, and somehow Phil got 204 of them. With an average of 372 viewers, means that each viewer paid on average $13 solely from their Tier 3 subs. But also, the donations are disproportionate as subscriptions can be gifted. Donations and other tiers of sub have also been taken into consideration, and Phil also receives donations that for the time being were not accounted for. Typically, surges in donations or the like are linked to unique or interesting streamers rising in the ranks receiving donations to produce more of their content. And to Phil's credit, he was planning to do something unique. Something no streamer would ever even consider. And that is a marathon to raise money to pay for his taxes.
Yes, the fundraiser.
The only real viable way for you to contribute and help me out in this situation is to tip me, because you tip me via sending funds to my PayPal, and that allows me to have those funds right away and put those funds toward my taxes.
The marathon
That
was to
doesn't
take
even make
place
any
in March
sense.
of 2019. The goal was to raise around $5,000 through tips.
Bro, that
And
shit doesn't even make any fucking sense, though. I need money through tips, so I get the money right away. But the tax money wasn't due right away. It was due like 4 months from then.
As Phil mentioned, the tips
That's
he
fucking
received,
wild.
which is the money he made.
Like, you'd have to trust him to save the money, which obviously didn't happen, which brought us to the current day. You know.
Through PayPal and not subscriptions or other Twitch integrated services would be used towards taxes.
More than likely, probably now, at this point, I've probably raised like around $900 to $950 because every dollar tip, I only get 67 cents.
Total tips, 1,126. This is like in 2018.
It's out of. I probably got, no lie, like $500 tips today, and all those only like 60%. So, but it is what it is. Thank you, guys.
There you go, begging.
This was not very close to his $5,000 goal. So Phil did a second marathon in April where he made a bit more money as seen through the bar at the top. Again, stating where all the money would go to.
1,307 in case you're not looking at the screen.
I said, so people have been asking me questions like, so what's going to happen now? It's very simple. With all the money that I've raised for these taxes, I'm going to go to my tax guy and say, this is what I have.
There was some natural skepticism and some paranoia around Phil, as he has shown himself to be a dishonest person. And so, in the detractor community, wild theories spread, but only the most gullible swallowed all theories around Phil. The newest theory came from the blindsiding reveal that Phil had gotten married to Kat and used the funds earned from the tax marathon streams to finance some of the wedding. But Phil got on stream to quell some of the unrest.
And by the way, as I'm going to explain, don't worry, again, everything's going to be explained. Everything I've told you guys up front about that stuff is true.
We're skipping big chunks
Everything,
here.
every dollar that was raised to help with taxes is going towards the taxes.
Now Phil is reasserting that all the money went to taxes. But later in the day, he states that was not the case.
Right.
And I did.
I remember
did
this.
2 different marathon events, all right, that raised, in total, if you actually look at the amount of tips that I raised that can go towards these taxes, was around, I think, I want to say just under $2,500. But also what people need to understand, which they don't, is that normally I raise tips. And normally tips go to paying bills. So
What?
even though I raised $2,500, a chunk of that had to just go to pay my monthly stuff normally.
Nice.
And so even
So
though
you
I
lied
raised
then.
$2,500, in reality, it was probably under $2,000 that I had left over afterwards to put towards the federal taxes.
The daily bills. So you lied then. You said all the money would be going to taxes.
Phil had lied throughout his marathon
Okay.
streams and the streams afterwards by now stating that over $500 or so went towards his bills and other expenses. This contradiction seemed too great, so I asked Phil about it.
Oh to he DM'd, "Hey Phil, I noticed a contradiction where you stated the funds went to in 2 fundraiser streams for taxes in 2019, and here you state that all of it went to taxes."
Phil responded with a superbly long-winded response. His answer is
Wait,
buried...
whoa, I want to read this.
Phil responded with a
superbly. Okay, man, just listening back to this stuff is so embarrassing. I sound so stressed out and wired and messed up in the head, which I was. He's going to give him a pre-stream. Look at this fucking pre-stream. I'm so happy. So this is February 18, 2024 at 3:43 a.m., by the way. Okay, anyways, I'm so happy that things are better and I'm not like this anymore. I was constantly thinking about and asking for money because things were so bad and I was desperate. Yeah, except you asked for money for taxes and then lied about it. It wasn't for taxes. Anyways, the fact that I held fundraiser streams is awful, and I know that now. I am embarrassed and I've learned from those mistakes, but this was at my lowest point financially when I was behind on all of my bills, not paying taxes, late fees out the ass, and genuinely afraid I would lose everything because I had no way out. It was not right of me to put that stuff on my viewers, but at the time I didn't know what else to do. Bankruptcy is what I did do the next year, and things aren't perfect, but they are much better now. And I no longer do fundraiser streams of any kind. Also, this is him just like pleading fucking forgiveness. The dude wasn't asking about like the way you feel and the way you felt. He was just asking about the contradiction that you spoke of. Anyways, you noticed the contradiction because I misspoke. Hey, sound familiar? I can't deny it. I said that all of the fundraiser money went to paying my taxes, but it did not. Every day that I worked, that money had to go towards paying basic bills and necessities like food, utilities, the mortgage, and health insurance. As I think I was saying in the video, after all of that, the extra went to the taxes. What would have been the point of putting... I can't read the rest.
His 357-word response.
Holy shit,
Quote,
dude.
I misspoke, unquote. Meaning that he misspoke about all the money going to taxes.
How do you
What I failed
misspeak
to
about
mention
that?
was this was not the only piece of evidence I had reconfirming that all the money from his fundraising would go to taxes.
But again, as I've already said, I can assure all of you that there was no deception whatsoever on my part outside of the fact that the wedding existed. All funds that I raised for taxes and the like are going towards taxes. Not a dollar, not a single dollar that was supposed to be raised for taxes went towards anything during this wedding or anything. Nothing.
The clear answer is Phil lied, and the money raised is unaccountable. What few people knew at the time was Phil had a 10-year plan. In a conversation with his mother, who had bailed him out previously and delayed a potential bankruptcy, Phil was presented with two decisions: file for bankruptcy or develop a 10-year plan. This 10-year plan was meant to phase him out of content creation into a more traditional job. It was even clear to his family at this point that his online presence was only causing trouble for him and those surrounding him. Even now, there was an uproar of displeasure where a few mods were rebelling and leaking private chats and other items surrounding Phil due to his recent lies about where the marathon money was going. Phil did not understand the depth of this backlash. On the flip side, Phil did not understand goodwill either. On May 9, 2019, Phil tweeted, quote, took a day off the entire internet, but hashtag ProJaredHilarity was at the top of everyone's Twitter feed. Haha, whoops, unquote. Now that Pro Jared was growing through his own controversy sparked from his lewd Tumblr
Nice.
and confusing
Holding a
open
grudge.
relationship, Phil jumped in on the anti-Pro Jared bandwagon. After this resoundingly successful tweet, Phil went on a stream chat and simultaneously downplayed and exaggerated the success of the tweet. By the 11th, Phil was so confident
Hey, does any of this sound familiar to anything related to today?
that this tweet was bringing
The redemption arc?
him the goodwill of the internet that he made this.
He exaggerates any form of quote-unquote success or notoriety.
Phil was so confident that this tweet was bringing him the goodwill of the internet that he made this.
The reason I'm doing this is because
Let's
in
go.
the past couple of days,
Classic.
the internet at large has finally kind of turned an eye to me for the first time in a major way in a long time, in an actual positive light.
This video is titled DSP Tries It, Debunking 7 Years of Slander. In a nearly 2-hour video, Phil took a cursory glance at some of his controversial moments, like the time he said Minecraft was stupid, dating PandaLee while she was 18, or explaining the escort drama that had long been proven false. Lacking here was everything else, from his financial woes, his treatment of his audience, his lashing out at other creators through minimizing their achievements or insulting them altogether. Phil's video was completely lackluster. Even a successful video dispelling his controversies would not change the fact that the reason people watch Phil is to laugh at his antics. His Saucy Mondays, streams where he goes off camera to stir a pot of Italian sauce, has no inherent value to regular people.
Obviously.
But his lies, on the other hand, tend to be captivating.
Marky Mark says, what is my favorite drink? I like White Russians. Oh, I never had a White Russian before. Never had a White Russian.
What drew viewers
Wait a minute. Hold on.
on the other hand,
Hold
tend to
on.
be captivating.
I might have to defend DSP here.
Marky Mark says, what is my favorite drink? I like White Russians. Oh, I never had a White Russian before.
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, champ. I think DSP was just reading the message. So I don't think that's a good contradiction. You could have used literally any other example there.
Never had a White Russian.
I don't
What
know
drew
about that.
viewers' attention now was a reveal stream with a $1,000 goal. Phil promised a big, positive reveal. Users guessed all throughout, none of them hit the mark. Some even thought that the reveal was a new cat, which Phil denied. Finally, the goal was hit, and the positive reveal came.
I got someone I'd like you to meet. Come on up here.
The
Come on up here, buddy.
2KJ scam?
You want to come up here? You want me to pick you up? Someone who actually is not a new addition to the family.
Nice.
Someone who I'm going to introduce you to today.
I had this cat for
who
a
has
long
been part
time.
of our lives for quite some time.
Quite some time,
All right? And
in
it's funny
fact.
because with all the stuff that we've had to do, we've had to keep a lot of stuff private.
Nice. Begging for tax money? Yeah, let me buy a cat.
Come on up here. Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to our pet.
Phil's reveal was his cat Jasper.
Nice.
But users already guessed the reveal was a new cat. Phil's reasoning was they did not guess correctly enough.
So a lot of people, you're right, a lot of people did
It
guess
wasn't a
that
new
cat was
cat.
the thing. The thing, a lot of people say, oh, it's a new cat. It's a new cat. It's not. Jasper actually has been our cat for a while.
On top of this, Phil got another $1,000 donation from a single donor through the miscommunication of there being a second positive reveal. The easiest way to find out how controversial a stream was to find out how many bans occurred that day. And according to this user-made graph, the day Jasper was revealed, there were 451 bans on his stream.
Look at these fucking bans. He's like on an average of like fucking 180 bans a stream. Are you fucking kidding me?
But this graph really
I forgot about this shit.
to Phil's stream only. On September 29th, 2019, Phil was seen not on his own channel.
Oh, this
Cat is a
fucking
business
thing.
expense, and he still has it.
Yeah, Retro Jim, indeed. Burnell. Yes, I still own it. Thank you. Retro Jim.
But on the quarterings. A creator who is controversial in his own right, but utilizes it to make a living.
Where did the
This is
load
something
go?
long anticipated because Phil sits in the relative safety of his own streams and controls the dialogue. Adding a different prominent creator would mean there would be no place to hide, and some have tried to secure an interview with Phil. But Phil is very careful, very selective. He only allows those ignorant of his rich history to reach him. And even then, there can be stipulations in place to block some of the most demanding questions. Like, how much does Phil owe? Where do the thousands of dollars in donations end up? Does he believe himself to be financially responsible? And instead of that, viewers got this.
I have.
Damn.
This is the most.
So Joon did his homework. We're kind of glossing over a few things and we're leaving stuff out. There's actually a few mistakes in here, but I think he gets it. After all of this research, I think Joon gets it.
Popular question.
It's a pretty good video.
You're right. Where did the load go?
Normally, a like to dislike ratio is the most basic way to see how much viewers agree with any which video. But this time, there is something better. The quartering a softball interview got 90,000 views. These can represent interest in particularly how many care to view it, how many align with the interview. With that in mind, It's a Gundam, a channel that is hardly DSP-centric, covered the interview and broke down how Phil misrepresents himself while going into some of the deeper Phil lore. It's a Gundam's video blew the quartering's interview out of the water, as not only was it twice as
Big
long
baller.
as expected from an analysis, but it also stands with 1.6 million views. Even then, It's a Gundam willingly skipped over or just summarized much of the Phil lore only pertinent to the interview. Phil's endless list of controversial moments was in the end helping him. Even if Phil acts dastardly, there is so much information needed to understand how all its controversies tie into one another, that virtually anyone not in the detractor community is indifferent to anything non-viral that Phil does. What's a
Fair
drop
enough.
in an already overflowing bucket? What also helps Phil are his worst trolls that allow him to misrepresent and discredit the detractor community as a whole.
Like a
On
lol
Kiwi
suit.
farms, doxings are a common sight. Information
Yeah.
spread for the sake of harassment. At one point, these were not so common until one individual showed up on the farms. A user that went by Nigel of UKIP. For what would be the next couple of years, this individual will freely dox those in Phil's vortex. It's hard to say how he was doing it. He could have had insider information and somehow used the donor's PayPal information to craft a dox, or simply just searched for usernames across social media websites until he found commonalities, ultimately leading to the dox of those within the Phil sphere. The only other strange instance of doxing was from a difficult-to-cover story, as the relevant threads where this mass dox was held were expunged. And of course, the Wayback Machine excludes Kiwi Farms. All that is left are recollections and videos that serve of evidence of its existence.
Damn.
Quote, here's a
I
pretty
didn't know
good
about any of
recap
this.
the entire docu-show. But since the thread itself has apparently been nuked, I'll just add some context and missing details for anyone who wasn't around back then. It was known as the January Harvest of 2018. It started because BSV got into a tangle with the nasty on here. Apparently it got stupid ugly, families threatened, etc. The KF Dog Sluts issued an ultimatum to DSP. Admit
Oh, I do
publicly
remember
to your
this.
tardians that your main pay whale, BSV, has been saying doing some stupid shit. Which, yes, at the time, are aware going to drop a super dox at a rate of 1 per day on your The King of Hate Farm Dwelling Redacted. This will begin on X date and continue until you have done this one simple and justified and true thing. Basically just disavow BSV's
I fucking
behavior.
do remember this
While
shit.
unironic Freedom Forum members and Kiwis with trolling accounts over there alike and become tremble with fear. No one is safe, lol. Phil piss baby fuck you Burnell responds by shoving his head in the quicksand. Turbo doxing commences. After like 3 days of this Waco standoff, his terrified forum users go from screaming at Phil to do something to stop this and to a 5-alarm dumpster fire. Standoff continues until Phil's revenue begins tanking a bit. He's now forced to address this matter on air. Does nothing, says nothing he was told to admit. Advises his audience that anything the bad doxing men have done to them is their fault. Not his, because they're stupid and they use his forum, lol fair, and have personal shit in their online profiles that anyone can see. Which would have been his one valid argument in all this if it hadn't been tendered in his signature blame-shifting desperation and also contradiction by some other horseshit he said 30 seconds later. The victims of these cyberbullies shoulder all the blame in this, and everyone is stupid because you should just know that any internet presence puts you at risk of, well, everything. NMF and ICD. Dox Harvest continues. Despite having zero leverage, Fatboy gives the infamous 19-hour olive branch speech as a counteroffer to everyone who doesn't dick ride him on the internet. Peaceful coexistence? Okay. No more talking shit from either side? Sound good? 9 seconds later, he resumes talking shit about dirt detractors. No negotiating with terrorists, though. Harvest continues. Harvest got tedious as it quickly became obvious that most of the people that orbit him are boring turbospeds. Minor wheelchair exodus. Harvest ends. Phil advises the internet that this constitutes a hard W for him. Oh, to see the world through the blurry Jane goggles of his squinty dead eyes. Phil resumes pushing buttons. Unquote. That was a quick rundown of what was called the January Harvest. The user also linked to a longer rundown of 3 videos. The overall runtime of those videos are 4.5 hours.
Oh, God.
As a reminder, these videos are considered the insignificant parts of Phil's history. The larger portions have longer running history and tie themselves well together. Like at the start of 2020, there were 2 things around Phil being discussed. A bankruptcy, which had its own honorary sign displayed at a WWE pay-per-view event, which is also attached to the theory around a mobile game known as WWE Champions. The bankruptcy is far more forward and clear, and has been a long time coming, with Phil discussing his want to file for bankruptcy through 2019. Only now, in January 2020, was the process underway.
But basically, eventually, I sat down and I saw a lawyer and talked to the lawyer, and the lawyer said, you know, with your situation, you know, there's really no way out besides declaring bankruptcy. Like, there's no way. How are you going to get out of not only owing all this debt that you have behind the scenes through credit cards and loans, but now you've got a home that you can't pay for and they're going to foreclose on you. Chances are they're going to sue you.
The bankruptcy forms made it into the hands of the detractors. In these dense, lengthy legal forms were revelations that finally, among
it wasn't like that. They're public. They're public
many
documents.
other things, put a number on Phil's total debt. The unsecured creditors on page 20 list all of Phil's unsecured claims, so items that had no collateral such as personal loans and credit cards. The page 1 of 7 on the bottom right corner was already hinting at the sheer amount of debt Phil had incurred. The only thing more impactful will be going through all the individual accounts. And so, number 1, $1,100 to an American Express
like
card.
500K,
Number
right?
2, $6,400
Damn near a
on a different
500K.
American Express card. Number 3, $26,000 to Bank of America.
Holy
Number 4,
shit. Was it 16 credit cards?
$2,700 to BMW of
14?
North America. Number 5, $10,700 to a Capital One credit card. Number 6, $14,100 to a Chase credit card.
I forgot how
Number
wild
7,
this shit is.
$8,500 to a Citibank credit card. Number 8, $13,800 to a different Citibank credit card. Number 9,
Oh my God.
$15,600
Phil.
to Citibank. Number 10, $10,000 to a
Phil.
Discover credit card.
What were you
Number
doing?
11, $9,300 to Lenny Club Corporation. Number 12, $4,300 to Prosper Marketplace. Number 13,
Yo.
$3,800 to Sam's. And finally, number 14, $4,700 to US Bank. This comes to a grand total of $131,550.28.
In credit
The secured
card debt
loans with
alone.
collateral include his car and Washington condo, which was now his only condo. To add to
and his
this,
car.
on page 19, readers could see Phil still owed over $100,000 on his Connecticut condo, in which he originally purchased for $131,000. This means he was paying the minimum. Or if you really
Yeah, that's insane to me, though. All the money this dude was fucking making, how the fuck did he not pay off this condo? I really don't understand this.
wanted to, he could have paid the entire thing off.
Yeah.
And there within just a few
Bro,
years.
he could have paid this shit off like twice.
Of purchasing it. Instead, he is now here, 11 years later, owing the IRS $15,000, having virtually no credit, being stripped of what little he accrued, and being returned back to nothing. Was it worth enduring a decade of trolls, daily streams, managing lies, and being hated in the only community you know? The answer is yes, because Phil has something almost no one else has.
Yeah, let's go, baby! This is like a sequel to the Detractor game. Oh, this shit's so good, dude.
Phil's plight is well worth it because of this Candy Crush, gotcha-designed phone game themed around the WWE, known as WWE Champions. It is important to note that Phil has refuted investing into this game to the extent people have claimed. Despite a mountain of very strong evidence, he has room to dismiss it because there is no smoking gun. Phil has a history of playing other mobile games themed around the WWE, and was not shy to spend money on microtransactions to get an advantage. However, on WWE Champions, there is an account that has seen some tremendous climbing in the leaderboards that would be impossible without microtransactions. This account's name was They Call Me DSP. Phil's Twitter handle is also They Call Me DSP.
Wait.
Phil has a history of using that username in other apps like
There you
Pokemon
go.
Go.
Thank you.
And Phil
Holy
in the past
fuck,
has
because I've seen other people talk about this, and they never mentioned that that's his name in other mobile games.
admitted to playing.
WWE Champions is a game that plays a lot like Candy Crush, of all games, or what's the other one, Bejeweled. It plays like those two games with wrestlers, and honestly the game cheats and is not very good, but I just play it because it has wrestlers in it.
What detractors seek to prove is that the account They Call Me DSP is indeed Darkside Phil. If they can attach this account to Phil, then that alone proves that Phil spent tens of thousands of dollars on this game. This is where TJ Gamebox comes in, a person that plays the same mobile game. He was dragged into this mess through unscrupulous threats.
We're playing WWE Champions, and we're part of a guild called Xena. And the guild, unfortunately, was joined by a person that was named They Call Me DSP. The second that he was in my guild, a lot of people in my guild were threatened to be doxxed by detractors for having him in the guild because they didn't want us to go ahead and give him any prominence in the game.
It was clear that detractors were keeping tabs on the They Call Me DSP account, and they were following this account through various guilds, threatening guild members in-game. Other guilds, like TJ's guild, would adhere to the detractor demands and remove They Call Me DSP. It is also important to note that besides Phil claiming that he does not own the account, attempts have been made to reach out to the They Call Me DSP account to see if the owner could somehow prove that they were not DSP. The owner was not cooperative, which gives more fuel to the theory. As for TJ, having some prior knowledge of Phil became interested in this investigation.
So I went further into it. I decided to keep track of money, keep track of tabs, keep track of when he's online. When I would find that he was online whenever DSP was offline. And whenever he was online, streaming, that account was offline.
The thing is, with higher spenders or those more invested in games, guilds, clans, whatever it may be, drift off their game and use third-party software to communicate with one another.
Let's go.
This, in most cases, is Discord. But in other cases, it can be apps like WhatsApp, which is primarily used for communication. There is also the Line app, which serves a similar function. And as it so happens, one of the guilds They Call Me DSP joined was using the Line app.
When I noticed he joined one of the guilds, there was a part where he could be part of the Line app. It says Line app was used for communication. So I did a little bit of digging and found that if you connected his phone number, because this phone number is public, onto the Line app, it popped up with They Call Me DSP.
This is a strong form of
It's a pretty good fucking evidence piece right there.
You type in your number, then the app sends a message with a code to that number.
I have a video all about this. This is great,
because though numbers can be duped with outgoing messages, messaging the number back will result in reaching the actual number and not any spoofed one. Forgetting about the need of phone verification, Phil initially dismissed it as a troll with creating a Line account under They Call Me DSP.
Sounds like someone made an account in my name to try to fucking screw me over, just like Discords and everything else that's happened this year. I know nothing about it, but it sounds like you're a conspiracy theorist, doesn't it?
A viewer then informs Phil that his number is tied to the Line app account, to where Phil changes his tune.
Really big boy, you have to enter a code from an SMS message when you download the app. The troll has access to your text messaging. I'd contact the authorities if I were you. Oh my god. I'm just, seriously, like there's no way to dupe one of these app companies into thinking that you are using a phone number that you're not, right? Or there's no possible way that in the 6 years since my cell phone's been doxxed that I changed my number, right? No way possible that I would have possibly done that, right?
Phil claims two things. Firstly, that it may be possible to fool a company through a spoof number, which it is not. The second is Phil introducing the potential that he changed his number during this time, which was countered by someone calling Phil's number and getting this.
Oh, this shit was so good.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic
Phil
voice message
Burnell.
system. Phil Burnell.
Not only that, when ranting about John Rambo, he slips up.
Yeah.
I have nothing to make
This is
amends
in my
for
video.
Rambo. I never mistreated the guy. The guy was always told me that he was happy when we were doing work together and everything. He's the one who cut off contact with me and lied to me saying everything was all right, but then stopped talking to me and then made a negative video about me later. He would have to reach out to me. I am the one who still has the same phone number. I'm the one who, you know what I mean?
There you go.
Like, I'm the guy who's still easily reachable.
Enough evidence for you, DSP? What's he gonna pause and say here? Is he gonna skip over this part?
What this proves is Phil has a line account, and also another item to stack on the massive pile of Phil's lies. But again, Phil could run with the narrative that just because he has a line account that is also under the Call Me DSP, that doesn't prove that he plays WWE Champions.
Of course not.
And so the investigation continues and lands on a different third party, Discord.
So I have sources of him joining and being kicked out of my guild. I have sources of him being in another WWE Champions Discord and me talking to him.
This is significantly more promising than the Line app, because unlike the Line app, They Call Me DSP's Discord is clearly seen interacting with TJ's guild. And while anyone could choose whatever name they please on Discord, all accounts had to have a unique code attached to them. And thanks to a bot archiving the people that left the Discord, that not only shows the name, but also unique Discord ID, which is 4058. At the time, Phil also had a secret mod Discord, and a rogue mod just happened to leak Phil's unique Discord ID, which was also 4058. Though the numbers are clear, what
Pete H, you got scanned. I'm sorry, buddy. $2. That shit would result in a slam dunk court case. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of evidence here, and for him to say it's all circumstantial evidence is fucking ridiculous. It's pretty fucking smoke and gun, if you ask me.
Phil now relies on is trying to state that the
Let me hear this part
Discord
again.
and a rogue mod just happened to leak Phil's unique Discord ID, which was also 4058. Though the numbers are clear, what Phil now relies on is trying to state that the evidence itself is illegitimate.
Joon listened to detractor nonsense. Thank you, ES, for the 2. Yeah, obviously, this is all fabricated and circumstantial.
Somehow, one way or another, some image is altered, and of course, they never used Discord for those purposes.
The only time I ever used Discord was to chat with people back when I had a partnership with Twitch and stuff like that. I had a contact who I chatted to in Discord.
We gonna mention the doxing?
I've never used it for anything else. I don't even know what Line app is. I guess it's just chat. I don't know. Maybe it does do those other things. I have no idea.
At this point, one can reasonably deduce that They Call Me DSP is Phil. Though Phil claims what should be definitive evidence is false, and relies on his minuscule credibility to sway his audience. And so the investigation continues to find something more definitive that Phil cannot excuse as false. This is where the bankruptcy documents come into play. His expenses are most pertinent. On page 32 of his
Let's
bankruptcy
fucking
petition,
go, dude.
These personal expenses are itemized between him and his wife. His monthly expenses come around to $5,100. His mortgage and tax payment plan make up for nearly half of his personal expenses. There's nothing eyebrow-raising here.
Right, that part's
but then
okay.
You look on Form
Yes,
122A,
the business
the monthly
expenses.
business income and
Hey.
expenses. Here you find something entirely
10K, bro. August 2019, he spent July 2019, he spent 9K. On what?
different.
What the fuck did he buy? And I did this in my video too. I went back to July 2019 to see if he had purchased anything. And he didn't.
On page 4, it shows what
9,000?
Phil's income for the months of July, August, September, October, November, and December of 2019 were. He never made under $8,000, and in just these 6 months made a total of $55,000. But did he really? In this form, he listed his business expenses, which are separate from personal expenses.
Holy shit. Holy fuck, guys. We got a 50 bomb from Greedo the Green.
Baller as possible. Yes, they said that you're a gay boy.
Yes. Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy. That's a lot to read out. Big ups. Big ups, chat. This part's very important, though. But thank you, Greedo.
Just these 6 months made a total of $55,000. But did he really? In this form, he listed his business expenses, which are separate from personal expenses. Expenses meant to only be related to his content creation job. These expenses are $9,000 for the month of July, $5,400 for August, $3,100 for September, $4,400 for October, $4,300 for November, and $4,900 for December. In July alone, he claims to have lost $867 from his streaming job somehow. And because these do not have to be itemized, as the only purpose of this form is to make sure you're not making enough money to reasonably pay off your debts, means Phil does not have to explain how a job, with virtually no overhead, where at most his expenses should be limited to purchasing games,
yeah, especially DSP, because he's not like fucking Germa when he was streaming, doing like events and shit. Random bullshit. Like, dude, it's DSP. We saw what he would do every day. He would beg for video games, so he barely wanted to buy fucking video games. No new equipment from like 2017 to like 2022. Zero new equipment. So that's like the extra fucking icing on this cake. This dude wasn't buying anything. And then the few things he did get, even when he started to get things, they're all donated. So even to this day, he's still not buying shit. And the shit he does buy is fucking wasteful garbage. Like a little screen behind him. And LED lights. Shit that he doesn't really need. But like a webcam and a gaming PC, that's stuff that he actually can probably use. He chooses to get it donated instead.
It's costing him thousands of dollars a month. What's more, on his bankruptcy petition on page 14 of 50, he claims to only have $1,500 in business assets. So as the courts would see it, these expenses would have to go into services. It is understood that Phil doesn't pay his mods. On the contrary, his mods pay him.
Right.
He asks viewers to pay for his games. He doesn't use any services for his business that would charge those thousands of dollars. And so this leaves many to believe this is how Phil hides his WWE Champions transactions, labeling them as business expenses. Which, if Phil can play to the government's ignorance of his content creation job so long as they see it as profitable, then perhaps Phil can also do this on his taxes. And so, what does Phil have in response to these official documents? When I asked him, quote, do you believe it's incorrect /
Okay, let me read the whole thing. That image I attached is separate from your personal expenses. Do you believe it is incorrect / possible that you spent solely that much on your businesses in those months?
Possible that you spent solely that much on your business.
If he doesn't read the whole thing, I'll read it.
He responded with, it's not just possible.
Wait, let me get the whole thing. I'm sorry.
These official documents.
I'll let him cook.
When I asked him, quote, do you believe it's incorrect / possible that you spent solely that much on your business for those months? He responded with, it's not just possible, it's true.
Okay.
That's what my attorney submitted, and that's what was reviewed and approved in the bankruptcy case. But specifics I can never talk about because 1, I didn't do those calculations. The attorney did, so I honestly have no idea what they actually include. And number 2, I wouldn't publicly talk about any expenses, personal or business-wise, regardless. It's literally nobody's business besides the bankruptcy court.
Yeah, that shit's insane too. Because remember those photos? This dude would post photos on his fucking Instagram of himself doing taxes. The photo of him like with the onion head looking at the camera. And he was like, I was just up. My eyes are red from being awake and doing my taxes all night. He would post like pity photos. What are you doing when you're quote unquote doing your taxes? What are you sending your dude? Isn't this like some sort of document or something that you're writing down? All of the expenses that you spent on your business? How are you not able to itemize any of that? What are you sending your tax guy? Your tax guy.
Unquote. Phil refused to itemize his expenses, citing both his ignorance of them and the privacy around them. There are also clear discrepancies on the filings. On page 12 of 50 in the bankruptcy petition, the box is checked that he doesn't own any non-farm animals, but he owns his cat, Jasper. There is also speculation on the valuation of his Washington condo, as on page 1150, It states it is valued at $379,000 according to Zillow.
Yeah, I remember
These
this.
smaller items made people ever more speculative of Phil and the WWE account that vanished. They Call Me DSP disappeared from the game, but there was an account that had similar stats.
They Call Me DSP, to the Gun Show 87, to now Down from the Rafters, which, by the way, you cannot use the name Down from the Rafters in WWE Champions because the name is too big to use. So that means it was changed by a bot. It was changed by Scrollbly.
Down the
Oh,
Rafters
that's a good
was the
little
last
thing.
name change. As the account stated, this will be the last time they would try to change their name, as it was clear that they could not hide from the trolls that follow them, thinking that they are, quote, some idiot video game streamer that they hate, unquote. By 2020, Phil was at
So I don't know if he's gonna mention it, but people ran the way the They Call Me DSP Discord account would chat against a like AI chat bot, like to see how DSP chats, like writes down shit. And it was like a 99% match or some crazy number like that, like 98% match in the way that they typed, according to this chat bot, which is pretty good.
Then he had quit all mobile games. Not even just recently, but all the way back in 2018.
In 2018, I quit all mobile games. I don't play them anymore. I got rid of them. I said I'd rather focus time on important stuff with my family and stuff. I don't waste time. They're all. I keep telling you guys this. Mobile games are money sinks. You put money into it, you put time into it and money into it, and you don't get anything really out of it unless you're constantly keep playing and sinking more money into it. That's the truth of the matter.
Like, this doesn't even mean anything. How is this a defense? I just noticed that. Like, this shit's so dumb because we've seen this dude sink money into other things. It used to be statues. It used to be his girlfriend. It used to be food and fast food. And now it's DoorDash. And Champions again, apparently, only on stream. Allegedly. Right?
Matter. Quit.
Like, him just saying it's a money sink is not a defense because we've seen how bad he is with money.
All those mobile games, because they were just pay to win. It got to the point where they're really fun to play at first, and then you realize you can't actually progress unless you drop money to get all the new cards.
Far more captivating at the time was the ongoing bankruptcy proceedings.
Okay, the next matter is Philip Burnell.
Yo!
Rochelle Sheffield for the debtor, and Philip Burnell is with me. Burnell? He's in your office with you? Yes. Okay, Mr. Burnell, you there? Mr.
I am
Burnell, you
present.
there? Yeah.
That audio was from a 341 meeting. In this meeting, the debtor, Phil Burnell, is accompanied by his trustee. A basic rundown of this meeting is to catch discrepancies within the bankruptcy filings. Creditors are expected to, but often don't attend. This call took place during COVID. Many facilities were closed, and the online space was looked upon as the temporary replacement, a place where Phil's trolls lived.
Nancy? Yes? Sorry, there's 60 people on the line for this call, so I think
Can we
that's
ban
a
'em?
problem. Okay.
Can we ban the callers?
A reason so many were invested in this call, some even live streaming it, was to see if Phil's inexplicable business expenses would be questioned.
What is WWE Network? WWE
Oh,
Network.
WWE Network. That is just an on-demand video service for watching, professional wrestling. That is not business related.
Many, with the opening of that question, thought that was the moment Phil was caught. But it
Nah,
was
she
just
let
the
him go.
service that was being asked about.
Right.
You've provided me a copy of your PayPal account for 1 month. I would like to see the last 6 months of both of your PayPal statements.
Oh no, it's gonna happen.
This also turned out to be a false positive.
Right.
But again, hopes were up when Phil was asked to explain his business expenses.
What do you consider a business expense?
Anything relating, to the business per the instruction of my tax attorney. So it could be, the cost of a video game, the cost of a subscription for a video game, a microtransaction within a video game.
Oh no!
The cost of a piece of new equipment. Maintenance on said equipment every month. It could be the internet, cost of internet every month. It could be cost of, utilities necessary for the business. Cost of cell phone for the business.
This was dismissed
Wait,
rather
what?
easily.
His business cell phone?
Likely through the ignorance.
What the fuck does that mean?
Of the attendees. But if anything, it did prove that Phil knew how his business expenses were calculated, making people more curious about what they could be now that he couldn't dismiss the expenses as being ignorant of them. And then the meeting was turned to the quote-unquote creditors.
Okay, I have no further questions. Are there creditors on the line? Hello? Yes, are you a creditor?
There was only one person willing to confront Phil. It was a troll concealed as a creditor from Citibank who had one burning question.
Reviewing your filing, it looks like you stated here that you have about $5,000 a month in business expenses. Can you itemize that for me?
Hold on.
This is a troll. This is a troll, guys.
What followed was
I don't
a
think
few
he's
seconds
real.
of silence. Phil was likely in conversation.
Like, what the fuck? When you actually just think about this, just for like a second, the dude asked to itemize your business expense. I don't think he's real. I don't think he's real. What?
Here that you have about $5,000 a month in business expenses. Can you itemize that for me?
He's not real.
Hold on. But yeah, right. I don't think he's real.
What followed was a few seconds of silence. Phil was likely in conversation with his trustee and came back with this.
Nancy, I'm not sure this person is for Citibank.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
While the troll continued to masquerade as a representative of Citibank through his persistence that Phil was attempting to distract from the question, there was issue with his question. With the meeting looking at the Schedule J form, the questions were pertaining to Phil's personal expenses. This is a personal bankruptcy. His business was only glanced over
DSP
with
wins
the attendees
again.
satisfied with Phil's as a solid esoteric explanations, and so they referred him to his personal expenses, which were already broken down. Not too long after the meeting ended with just one more outburst from a troll.
Why am I poisoned?
Why am I toxic?
This meeting, in terms of wanting to expose Phil, was a failure. Phil's bankruptcy case was closed, and he surrendered his Connecticut condo and remained streaming. Though it did show...
Totally thought that was pop. Smiley face.
Doesn't it sound like him a little bit? Kind of movie sign. I agree with you.
Says something when the trolls ask better.
Better questions? Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. How unfortunate that we never got the answer to that. Come on, Nancy. Was that her name? Nancy the judge?
There was
Come on,
an
lady.
additional consequence
Let him itemize his business expenses. All this shit would have been put to rest.
of Phil's long-standing internet presence and infamy. The children that may have watched him in 2010 and grew to hate him over time have aged and become adults who are more proficient in all things, like trolling and archiving. Archiving, like creating graphs meant to keep track of Phil's expenses. This, compared to future archiving methods, made these appear rudimentary. Even so, the visualization of this data makes it clear-cut that Phil's earnings are on the rise. It was long thought that his channel would fade out, but year after year it's been persistent. This is where a different archiving tool helps. PigPigGo is a website that scours Phil's massive catalog.
See, this is where DSP is going to pause it and say that this dude used detractor websites for his research, therefore the research is flawed. You already know he's going to say some bullshit like that.
Tool helps.
This website's called PigPigGo?
PigPigGo is a website that scours Phil's massive catalog of tens of thousands of videos. The way it works is you put in a phrase. This searches Phil's YouTube transcripts and lists them in order by date. You can also search within a specific date and visualize the usage of a word through the trend option. And if we type invest with a space on both sides, that way we don't get words like investment or vested, we get results relating only to the word vest. This word was not just used for demonstration, but also because this article of clothing correlates with Phil's surge of earnings.
And now let's talk a little bit about the high
God,
character.
this bullshit.
People are saying, I should look for the vest? Oh my god. I'll go look very quickly. I know exactly where it would be. It would be in my front closet if I still have it. I don't think I have it, but I'll go check quickly. I'll be right back.
Why does he still have this? Like, why did he actually keep this for like fucking 12 years? That's insane.
Well, I'm sorry, guys. I just couldn't find the
like he brought it with him across the country.
I couldn't find the vest. I don't know where it was. It was right there in the closet.
Yeah, hoarder moment.
The vest is an item that Phil wore in the past and was being noticed during a retrospective stream. What he perceived to be a funny moment was turning out to be something bigger. It was sticking with viewers and they wanted more of it.
What? Evil Williams says, I think the black DSP merch t-shirt really contrasts the vest. It brings out the positive side of Phil. Phil be dabbing at detractors with this new fresh streaming look. Every day, I will do something different. One day I'll wear sunglasses. One day I'll wear a vest. Yeah, like it matters. It doesn't matter. Anyway. So we had the tips goal, I'll wear the vest, and we raised $200 over the vest and the
shit,
cowboy
the prophetic
hat.
words.
We raised $1,000 in the next hour on my Minecraft stream. I will hop on one foot and sing Kumbaya while I'm wearing the vest and the cowboy hat. How about that? See how stupid this shit is? The thing is, I'm not kidding you. They're like Twitch streamers that this is what happens and this is what they do. And they make the money too.
Bruh.
Like, it's insane.
Bro!
Like, wow. They just pull stunts constantly on a stream.
Nice.
And then people will toss money their way for pulling a crazy stunt.
Very nice.
As combative as Phil was with wearing the vest for jest,
Holy
the continued request
shit.
to wear it and the potential of earnings was too great, and he began to
Money
cave in.
talks, am
Yes,
I
I will
right?
tell you guys, I will put on the vest if we hit the tips goal for tonight. There you go. It seems to be a new running thing that people want me to put on the vest, so.
Even though he caved in this one time, he wanted to be straightforward that this wouldn't be a common occurrence.
We're not incentivizing those things all the time. It was something silly the other night. Someone joked and said, would I put on the vest for a certain tip? And I said, if we hit the tips goal tonight, I'll put on the vest. And then we hit the tips goal. So I put on the vest, just to be silly.
Holy
but it's not
shit.
gonna be
This is him like slowly realizing that
something that happens every day.
he can milk this.
If only Phil knew how wrong he was.
Thank you very much.
This is great. This is a
have
good
just
edit.
pushed us over.
Thank you, DL5.
Which vest is gingerly react best?
Documentary react best. Thank you, DL5.
Based.
Thank you so much.
That gives us to $106 in
platinum.
tips. We have reached vest streak number 13. We're on an unprecedented 16 vest streak. We're on a 20 vest streak. Now we're up to 63. We're currently at vest streak 96. Gents, we continue with a 126 vest streak. We are very closely approaching the 150 vest
Sound familiar
streak.
yet?
We're at 138 right now, guys. That means we've hit the tips goal 138 straight streams. Holy shit, thank you, guys.
What Phil's audience concocted was his easiest way to make money yet. If the stream hits $100, he will put the vest on. So long as the $100 were hit, the vest streak, as it was called, was maintained. This made certain that Phil was making at least $100 during the streak. Phil also added additional articles of clothing that could be worn for increased donations. As to double down on the success, Phil even began selling merchandise celebrating the vest.
Guys, FYI, I'm only streaming for 10 minutes unless this continues longer than 10 minutes, which it might, but I'm only
This is
streaming
where it
for
started
longer
to
than
fall
10 minutes,
apart.
So, no lie, unless we hit the tips goal within about 10 minutes, this is the end of the vest streak. It's going to end at 179. Albert Aponte took $29.30. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to Alfred tonight, we have reached the tips goal.
The vest streak.
This is where he got extremely, like, even more extremely comfortable with begging, was when he was, like, trying to fearmonger into, like, oh, the streak is gonna end, guys, and he's still doing it now. Like, that's what's insane about this. This was, like, 3 fucking years ago. And now 3 years later, he's doing the same shit. The same tactic comes out. Guys, you know, there's not a lot of people for the throwback. You know, I don't really care if we don't hit the streak, but, you know, it would be nice if you guys gave me the money for the streak, the king streak, to keep going. It's the same shit.
Streak almost ended in the month
It's
of July.
fucking ridiculous,
Phil
man.
expressed his concern of it, both in and outside a stream.
I can't go late. I wasn't kidding. Like, I'm done. The
8
game is
months.
over, and it looks like the vest streak's over. So, I don't know why people were, like, if people were holding tips or whatever tonight.
On September 8th, Phil had made just $13. While viewers had pulled through a few times to rescue the vest streak, the difference in donations was too great and unrealistic for anyone to save it this time.
But yeah, like, I was hoping to keep the vest streak going
You
so
ain't
that I could
seen
actually
10
afford
bands in your life, shit.
Holy shit, Deuce Falco.
This Joon doc is the perfect mid-season finale for season 16.
It really is. It really is, dude. Thank you for the 10. This actually went a lot in depth, more than I expected. Because the Review Tech one kind of skipped over a bunch of shit. This one kind of does that, but it goes in pretty hard on DSP.
both new consoles and everything, and now it's over.
Yeah.
While Phil prolonged his stream a few more
Thank you.
minutes, no donator swooped in with a large sum to save the vest streak, and it died on day 276. Phil knew that it had to die eventually, yet was greatly displeased in the moment that it happened. The next stream, Phil was quick to try to find a different trend.
Now, my wife had a crazy suggestion.
The chair spin, no
All right.
fucking way.
People are immediately going to
Look at this. Look at this too. This is pretty good because this is him shielding himself. He throws this really dumb idea on his wife. Even if it was her idea, you like how he has to point out that it's her idea? Because he knows it's fucking stupid and it's like a stupid gimmick for children. But he needs to throw this fucking idea on his wife because, well, fuck my wife, I guess. A thing I don't do.
My wife had a crazy suggestion. All right, I know people are immediately gonna jump on this, but because it's fucking stupid and embarrassing. But my wife said,
nice.
If you hit a tier 2 tip skull, here's what you should do. You guys ready for this? This is her 100%. This was her suggestion.
Look at this. Make fun of my wife if you hate it. You can't make fun of me. You make fun of my wife if it's stupid. Okay,
Spinning his
DSP.
chair as a reward did not catch on. Phil just kept the articles of clothing as standard reward for the tip skull. Yet, with the streak gone, so was all the hype, and
Zombie
Phil's earnings
Skittles?
dipped once more. Taking this opportunity, detractors paid a mix of internet figures and wrestlers to make cameos.
All right, Darkside Phil. It's Kevin Nash. I mean, I've fucking read some disturbing things in my life, but Jesus Christ. I mean, you spent $40,000 on the WWE Championship mobile game. You went into bankruptcy for half a mil. You play video games all day long while your wife works her ass off. You masturbated on YouTube, live stream. They wanted to prosecute you, but they said your penis was so small they couldn't actually make it out. So they couldn't tell whether you were masturbating or playing with a fucking skin tag. When I got your dossier from the fucking almighty fucking egg gang, I said to myself, this is a sick puppy. This is somebody who needs some fucking serious fucking help.
Dark side.
Wait, I want to hear her say. I want to hear that again.
They couldn't tell whether you were masturbating
The
or
almighty
playing with a
fucking
skin
egg gang.
tag. When I got your dossier from the fucking almighty fucking egg gang, I said to myself, this is a sick puppy. This is somebody who needs some fucking serious fucking help.
Dark side, Phil. What the fuck is your problem, dude? How the fuck do you have such a great business degree, dude, and you're a fucking $500,000 in debt?
Do you think DSP will skip the side scrollers interview segment?
No, he's going to skip this champions part because this shit goes pretty hard into DSP, like about his fucking expenses and the bankruptcy shit. Thank you, Matthew. I think he's going to skip that part.
What a
He's going to say, I already talked about this. I'm not going to talk about it.
fucking idiot. Valedictorian of what? Fucking Muppet fucking theater, you moron.
Darkside Phil doesn't understand the depths to which he has sunk. So first and foremost, spending 40 grand on WWE Champions mobile game? At least gamble it away. But on the mobile game, embarrassing. And the fact that because you sit around
You know it's bad when someone says, at least gamble it away.
the house and you allow your wife to work while you're playing video games and you're going 500 grand, 500 large in debt, embarrassing.
It is important to remember that both his detractors and fans would be willing to spend money on either side. His fans, in particular, could be considered the most generous on Twitch.
Like I would say about like $800.
That was ex-viewer PW Dubs estimating how much he donated to Phil. But why would he donate so much?
800.
I never like get tipped to help him out. The reason I tipped really was just to try to get a reaction out of him.
With PW Dubs continually attempting to get a rise out of Phil, bans were common. But because he was donating, so were unbans.
Over time, I would say things that sometimes get me banned, but eventually I just send an email and I'll get unbanned.
Like with most donators with the intent
This guy got doxxed.
to troll Phil,
That's what he's
Phil
going
does
into.
eventually become exhausted with their excuses. This back and forth through email got to the point that PW Dubs was arguing that he lived in Texas. Phil kept refuting that he did, so unprompted, PW...
The Kevin Nash cameo was like $200. Worth it.
Bro, just to hear him say the almighty fucking egg gang, that shit was gold, bro.
Dubs does this.
Thank you, Black Mage.
I was trying to...
Anyway, sorry.
Got to the point that PW Dubs was arguing that he lived in Texas. Phil kept refuting that he did, so unprompted, PW Dubs does this.
I was trying to do like a gotcha moment, like when I sent him the email saying I do live in Texas, like there's proof that I live in Texas.
PW Dubs sent Phil an image of his driver's license, where he self-centered certain sections himself with scribbles of black lines through
Where he what?
his driver's license, where he self-centered certain sections himself with scribbles of black lines through MS Paint.
Okay, he self-censored certain sections of the driver's license. He kind of said that weird, but I think that's what he meant to say. Because, yeah, that did happen.
Censored was his face, the expiry date, street address, and license ID. What Phil then did was post this email to a secret moderator Discord that included about 11 other members, remarking, quote, "I mean Jesus, why are we even at this point? I don't want to card my fucking stream chatters," unquote. The few moderators that responded shared in this confusing sentiment. But Phil posting this license, even though it was somewhat censored through PW dubs, meant that he had doxed him. Phil had revealed his private information, though it was only to a small, uninterested group.
Right.
With this information, a
shit.
rat, well, more so a mouse, took note of Phil's transgression. This rogue mod, known as Anonymous, or Anony for short, was in talks with Kiwi Farm members to verify themselves and leak both the secret Discord chat logs and prove Phil had doxed PW dubs. But Phil was catching on. Now in 2021, this came to a head mid-March.
Like the Anonymous, they had the power in like Twitch chats, like change the title of his stream. So they like changed the title of when Phil was streaming. He changed the title to Dark Side Phil leaks. I mean, Dark Side Phil docs PW dubs.
Oh my
He made that
God.
the title.
I remember this.
Following this, and Anonymous's departure, Phil had to defend his doxing of PW dubs and his secret Discord.
So his question specifically is, why didn't you ever mention that you had a Discord? We asked you before if you used Discord and you said no. Because it has nothing to do with anyone watching the stream.
The doxing,
Nice.
the Discord, and his
Good
treatment
answer.
of Anonymous made its way to Reddit, where it was fast to gain traction. Anonymous, in his post, made sure to censor everything the driver's license had on it except the words driver's license. Phil admitted that he shared the license in his small moderator Discord, but used the small size of the Discord and the fact that PW Dub censored some of it himself in his defense. Then came the argument that Phil did not share the censored version, confusing Anonymous's full censor against PW Dub's partial censor. Even so, it was all a bad look for Phil. And not just Phil, but also Anonymous. In a place like Kiwi Farms, posts range from general observations, to memes, to full vitriol, all of which is typically welcome. To step foot in this space is to realize that everyone is a potential target. All elements of you can be criticized and brought forward for the sake of entertainment. Anonymous was no exception. Nigel UKIP was set on giving Anonymous a proper welcome by making fun of his appearance and his launch of a streaming career. This comes with the perspective some detractors across several communities hold that earning revenue online while existing in proximity to detractors is a sin, as some view Phil and other streamers like Wings of Redemption as chronic e-beggars who are constantly unappreciative of fan support and money, though most won't care and are just there for the entertainment. And when Baby Anonymous's alternative fur baby fetish Twitter was noticed, that's all they got. The contents of this Twitter are highly disturbing and for that reason cannot and should
Big
not
ups PW Dubs is in chat. The guy who was interviewed right here. Big ups, dude. Welcome.
be shown.
Diaper photos. That was a crazy situation. They had it's like so much stuff in this vortex. It's crazy. It's like so many.
With Anonymous's
Fucking
image
weird
irrevocably
shit, am I
defiled
right?
through his own means, he dropped off from the community entirely. As for what happened to Phil, practically nothing. This behavior was already expected from him. Besides, surprises don't come from Phil. They come from everything else.
Oh, look at that. There's some kind of a glitch. Only Iced Coffee just realized there's a glitch on Twitch. Everyone's subscriber crowns turned bronze for no reason. What the hell?
It's a glitch.
Apparently, something just happened very bad is what happened, guys. Apparently something very, very bad just happened. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It literally just happened this moment.
Yeah, Tractor Goose.
The subs are going away.
Joon is including a lot of things that I didn't expect to be in this, but I'm glad that they're in this. Like that Anonymous thing. That's like a really specific, weird thing to put in it. But I'm like kind of glad he did.
Permanently. Apparently, they
Leave
kicked me out of
nothing
the
out.
partnership program, and I don't know why.
No one knew it at the time, but Phil's suspension from his Twitch partnership was, according to Phil, because of the massive influx of reports of him using harmful language. Following this
Hateful
was the
slurs.
greatest weapon ever developed against Darkside Phil. Rated by user Piece of Piece, the
Yo.
DSP Tips Tracker spreadsheet is equipped with table after table analyzing Phil's daily earnings from his AM and PM streams. This included what game he played, who was the top tipper, how much did he make on average, how did this compare to the average. It also included analysis on his Patreon, YouTube, and Twitch. Phil's excuses, poor spending habits, and as it were, e-begging would be challenged with evidence like never before, and as such became immediately useful.
I'll be playing Mass Effect 1 Remastered in a marathon setting, and my goal that day is to raise funds via tips or patron pledges to pay the bills that I need to pay this month, because I am not going to be getting any payment for my Twitch partnership because
oh my fucking god, I forgot about this.
Phil,
straight up just lying to people. Twitch isn't gonna pay me. I completely forgot that he did this.
Or patron pledges to pay the bills that I need to pay this month, because I am not going to.
I'm learning of new law. Solid doc so far.
I'm learning of things I forgot, Kairos. Thank you for the tip.
Be getting
that's great.
Any payment for my Twitch partnership.
Damn, this dude's insane.
Phil, on May 6th.
Like, people were even telling him at the time, like, LowTierGod got banned and he still got paid from Twitch. And he was just lying to people. He was ignoring everybody and just saying that he wouldn't get paid.
Nearly 2 weeks after being departnered, set on raising money to pay his bills now in fear that he won't be receiving his Twitch partnership money pre the departnering. But if we look at the spreadsheet, between the 22nd of April, which is when he was departnered, and May 6th, when he made the announcement, he already made $5,797 solely from tips.
Jesus.
Not YouTube, not Patreon, just tips.
I'm trying to make it so I hit every tips goal this week to help me coming up with my mortgage, because I don't even know what's going to happen.
Fuck this, dude, man. I completely forgot about this.
Pay me or not for all the work that I did last month after being losing my partnership. I'm looking to hit the tips goal every stream now. Between now and when I have to pay my mortgage in the middle of the month, I have no other income apparently, because it sounds like Twitch isn't going to pay me for last month. I'm going to pay my.
He made $5K in like a week and a half, and he was still begging and lying.
Bills, pay my mortgage and everything, because I'm not going to get that payment I depend on every month. You know, fundraising to pay my mortgage, to pay my back taxes, and the stuff for the rest of the month.
Wow.
As for the mortgage, yes, I hope that things go well, and I can pay my mortgage on Saturday. Please support this marathon
my
stream.
mortgage.
I need the help. In particular, I need it for tomorrow. Pay my mortgage, so if you can. Please.
Marathon. He even did a fucking marathon for Mass Effect. I forgot about this. The marathon was, I'm just playing Mass Effect for longer.
Support.
That was like the celebration. He was playing something he was already playing. I want more money for it though. Please give me 3,000. Cause I'm playing Mass Effect for a little bit longer. What?
Get that garbage out of my face.
That was Phil, throughout his marathon stream, petitioning his audience for even more money to cover his bills and mortgage. Which, without the added pressure of the debts he used to have, means that he already had enough at this point with the over $5,000 he raised. By the 14th of May, he made another $5,000. The total between April 22nd and May 14th was $10,252. Someone approached Phil.
Wait, let me hear that again.
By the 14th of May, he made another $5,000. The total between April 22nd and May 14th
so 10K
was $10,252.
Holy fuck, are you
Someone
kidding?
approached Phil with this information, which he dismissed. To make matters more interesting...
Wait. Let me read that. Let me read it, please. Spoiler, it's well above 5K in 2 weeks, and that's the total if Twitch doesn't pay you. What's the fundraiser for again? So I can't actually read the top. I do remember this tweet, though. Yes, because in 2 weeks, I totally had no bills or financial responsibilities at all to reduce what I earned. It just sits untouched in my vault, and I totally won't be factoring that into tomorrow's goal. When you become an adult, let me know and I'll unblock you. This dude raised 10K in like 2 weeks, all while begging for more money, and then at the end of it all doing a fucking marathon where he was playing a game that he already was playing anyways, asking for $3,000 more on top of the fucking 10K. Man.
More interesting, Phil did end up getting paid the money owed from Twitch and framed this as, quote, just enough to get me through the next week.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Unquote. This vagueness will no longer fly.
Wow.
On top of this, Phil admits, even though he claims to be perpetually financially destabilized, he doesn't know or keep track of his finances.
I don't know. I'm not really tracking all this stuff. I'm just not. I'm not gonna track all this
financial degree, business degree. I'm not gonna track my financials of what I make every day.
Ridiculous.
Fuck you mean that's ridiculous?
Detractors were making memes, especially as Phil's unappreciative nature became ever more grating to them.
Tips were really slow after pre-stream. No, tips were good until the break. Since I came back from break, there's been 0 contribution.
156 already in his PayPal account. Look at what he says.
The pre-stream. No, tips were good until the break. Since I came back from break, there's been 0 contributions. 0.
Bro!
Because I guess people don't allow a streamer to take a break, you know, because I have to, you know, shit and piss. And
You have
maybe get
156?
out of this chair for 20 minutes so that I don't get blood clots, but not acceptable apparently in modern day. You take a break, fuck it.
Infinite greed.
Reactions in chat differ from Phil's whining. Some feel guilty for not hitting the tips goal of $150.
Oh, it's OIC. Yeah, I know. I just feel bad / guilty whenever we don't hit the tips goal because I feel like I could have done more. Oh my fucking god, bro.
While others remark that $136 is already a sizable amount.
156. He misspoke. It's even more than he said, which even if it was 36, it still is a lot of money.
What stayed true was Phil was growing ever more frustrated during this time.
Wow. Right, well, I completely forgot about this entire fucking thing.
Well, we're gonna end it here. It's platinum vest. I'll put the vest on. Fine. I'll sweat. I'll sweat disgustingly. Since I'm about to sweat disgustingly on the stream because I'm wearing this vest, all right? It would be nice.
No.
It would be nice if we could hit the tips goal today. I'm just saying. We got about 45 minutes left on today's stream. It would be very nice since I'm about to sweat profusely for 45 minutes if we could hit the tips goal. I would really appreciate that. All right? I'm just saying.
Oh my fucking god. This bro is fucking disgusting. What a fucking creature. That's vile.
$30 says,
filthy.
What do you think you're being oblique? $150 for suffering a few hours sounds fine to me. That's because you're stupid. Seriously, that's because you're stupid. If you don't understand that sitting in this office and sweating profusely, being incredibly unhealthy and uncomfortable to make a few bucks is a bad thing, you're an asshole. And I mean that. Like, I mean, how dumb can you be? I might as well just fucking, you know, do completely crazy shit on the stream constantly, putting myself in harm's way. What are you, dumb? Yes.
Suffer.
You don't understand the difference between, oh, let's purchase a hat. That's a hat meant to be worn normally by a human. It doesn't overheat you. It doesn't hurt your body. It's meant to be designed so it doesn't hurt your neck or whatever. A nice hat, right? Versus a fucking costume you're only supposed to wear, you know, for a few minutes.
10 bands in your
Holy
life,
shit. Thank you, Ultra Goku.
First, big ups, Brandon.
Goku
Thank you for covering this.
Hey, no problem, man.
Second, I genuinely don't see how he can let his way out of this stuff anymore. Nail in the coffin.
Yeah, seeing this shit back to back, and I think that's also partially why he's gonna watch it in segments. He's gonna do reactions like over the course of the week. Because it's also the added benefit of pulling out more excuses for a lot of this stuff behind the scenes, and also watching this back to back is kind of fucking ridiculous. It kind of like just all of his like disgusting behavior and begging and tendencies of treating people like shit, doxing or like kind of doxing. Like even if the driver's license didn't like was fully more censored than it already was by PW Dubs, you felt the need to post that on your Discord and like kind of make fun of him. Like you as the Roman Catholic, the self-proclaimed Roman Catholic, you have high standard of morals. You don't like drama. You don't want to make fun of people. You want to be positive. Why the fuck did you post a photo of a guy's driver's license to then make fun of him? If you want to pretend that you're a nice guy, and that's the thing too, where he's pretending that he's this guy that he isn't, but then he does shit like that. But yeah, I don't know. My point is seeing this back to back really just kind of shows you the piece of shit that he is. So I think that's he's using the benefit of like, I'm gonna watch it over the course of a week, because then it's kind of like it gives him a little resting time between all of this bullshit stacked on top of each other.
Terribly for a party or something.
Thank you.
You don't get the difference. You're an idiot.
As if to ease from the serious drama starting 2021, attention was again shifted to moments Phil made a fool of himself.
But he'll find a way to defend all of this. Of course he will. Of course he's gonna find a way. He's going to brush some of this away. He's just going to say some of this didn't happen. Oh, PW Dubs is a troll. This didn't happen. I censored the full thing. It's the same shit. He already does this. He's going to keep doing it.
And of course, moments like these on stream.
Now, there was a gun.
Where did it go? What the fuck? He had a gun. I wanted to get it. It disappeared. Yeah, I didn't get it. For some reason. I don't know how to get a gun off of a guy. But he had a big ass gun I wanted, and I didn't get it.
Nice. That's pretty good.
It is important to remember that it was not just detractors, fans, or uninteractive viewers from both sides that were paying attention to Phil.
Because we've shown you that
Let's
these
go.
new
Sony games are fucking stupid now because of DSP. I hope, bro, if that's not enough to dislike this dude.
and abilities give you lots of.
He makes your games worse. DSP actually factually does this.
Different gameplay.
How does he get away with it? No.
In the different levels. The flow is motivating. And most importantly, we can actually use that motivation to prioritize exploration. Here's a quick example. I want you to watch what the player does here as he boats around.
The taste of vanilla magic led him to new forms of experimentation.
We're back.
Can't keep getting away with it.
The top 3 comments on this video read, quote, "The unstoppable force of nature that is DSP single-handedly making the gaming industry worse by simply playing games. You live in a timeline where DSP has game companies making games catering to him.
Oh my god, that's so
What a horrible
sad.
time to live in where DSP is the standard audience games are aimed at." Unquote. During this entire time, his finances were still being tracked. However, for one person, this was not enough, and they decided to take matters into their own hands.
It's never good enough for these crazy conspiracy theorist nut jobs who want to hurt me, and now they've taken it too far. It's one thing just literally saying, okay, here's conspiracies about Phil. It's another thing committing federal crimes against me.
Yes, so someone just randomly posted that they went ahead and accessed his bank leaks on...
So this is TJ Gamebox, in case you're not looking at the screen.
Okay, here's conspiracies about
It's a
Phil.
exclusive
it's another
interview.
thing committing federal crimes against me.
Yes, so someone just randomly posted that they went ahead and accessed his bank leaks on using Bank of America, using their telephone, and reverse engineering his social security number to go ahead and figure out how to access. And Bank of America has an option where you can go ahead and repeat the last 10 transactions. He did that about 500 times.
This is to the point of now major repercussions. And I hope people understand that. Anyone who's talking about this, not knowing fully what they're saying is true or not, guess what? You're part of the problem and you're part of the issue, and you are going to be held accountable too. It's just that simple. You're part of it now. You're actually passing around stuff that should not be passed around, and you're going to be in trouble just as well. So,
right.
This event would be known as the bank leaks. Charted, graphed, and described to the best of the user's abilities, the information from the bank leaks was added to the tips tracker as a separate page. Phil's supposed transactions from March 3rd, 2020 to September 17th, 2021, the day the user supposedly accessed Phil's account, are now archived for everyone to see.
Over the last week, it has come to my attention and my knowledge finally that I have been subject to the crime of identity theft, a federal crime, by the way. I got a notification via email about someone messing around in one of my accounts, which then led me to research it and find out that, this was happening.
At this same time, Phil gets a notification that someone has stolen his identity right at the same time.
Bro, your shit got leaked. Bro, you're cooked, bro.
Bank leaks come out and possibly trigger a failsafe. But due to Phil's own web lies, Phil is walking a very, very thin tightrope.
Yes.
The reason becomes clear why Phil cannot right out admit that someone accessed his bank account. On several occasions, there are transactions that are only labeled as PayPal. Some only labeled Apple iTunes. They happen with such frequency, back to back to back, that it immediately becomes suspicious. And more importantly, they are all the exact same amounts. Several transactions of $11, $16.51, and $110.09. If you deduct the Washington sales tax from these, you get a more rounded number. The $110.09 becomes $99.99, and the $11 becomes $9.99. This can be easily correlated with the packages available on WWE Champions. These in the pie charts are labeled as microtransactions and make up around 1/4 in his spendings. In these 18 months, Phil spent around $44,000 on microtransactions.
Fuck off.
These are not the only purchases, which shows his dysfunctional nature. In September 2020 alone, the month the vest streak ended, he spent $258 on alcohol. These are all reasons why Phil cannot state his bank account was accessed, because it would simultaneously prove that he is an alcoholic with a gambling addiction.
Oh my
and
god.
that his many emergency streams were only for the sake of raising money for microtransactions. Another layer of this is that Phil, if the bank leaks were fake, could easily disprove them.
Okay. Holy shit. Before this goes too far, because we remember, JoonTheKing is a cool documentarian, okay? He's been saying this for like a year now. Just remember all of those quotes of him saying JoonTheKing is fair. Because when he gets to this part, I'm really fucking curious what DSP is gonna say. Is this fair? Is this circumstantial?
That his many emergency streams were only for the sake of raising money for microtransactions. Another layer of this is that Phil, if the bank leaks were fake, could easily disprove them. But the correlation between the bank leaks and his purchases are so tight, it seems he is unable to do so. So what he has done was just ignore it altogether. There is no way out of this one without a strong explanation, which Phil cannot muster.
Oh my
This
god.
was not even the wildest thing that came out in proximity of Phil this year.
But you know, there is one streamer that, you know, forgot to turn off the camera. Yeah. Do you know, have you seen that one?
Well, I know of one. I dare not say the name.
No, he doesn't deserve attention. He's a piece of shit. Yeah.
Oh,
it was not PewDiePie referencing Phil, it was this post on Kiwi Farms. Quote, let me preface with this. I know I'm a degenerate, but curiosity got the better of me, and I ended up seeing Officer Sanders IRL. I think I may be traumatized. The autism was just that bad. I got a room, which I told her she...
This entire pay is getting skipped, my guy.
Yeah, hopefully not, ES. Fuck, man. This section, though, get ready, guys. If you don't know about this shit.
She could stay the night in. So she brought her hobo pack. She had a panic attack shortly after, so we had to talk for an hour to bring her down. Out of nowhere, she started talking about her sister and brought up one Phil Brunel. She had a container of Kool-Aid mix, so she added some to a bottle of water and was drinking from it. But for some reason, she thought it would be a good idea to add it to her bath and ended up trashing the bathtub. She splashed it on herself so it stained her skin. She did it to create content for OnlyFans, which should be up. Jesus. She then smoked some dank, we did stuff, and that was that. I need to reevaluate my life choices.
Rest in peace, brother.
Unquote.
He's probably dead by
If it
now.
weren't for the pictures, this would be seldom believable. But
I
as
hope you're
evidence
okay.
was brought forth, it was clear that a troll had slept with Phil's sister-in-law. This really only scratches the surface of the rabbit hole pertaining to Phil's extended family. As for Phil himself, by 2022, he had survived many generations of YouTube and was being exposed to the newest generation of users and creators. A type of these creators fall under the category of virtual YouTubers, or VTubers for short. They are notable for their cutesy anime avatars. The juxtaposition
down,
between
boys.
their and Phil's persona makes for an interesting watch.
I'm here. We're gonna name Phil.
Yay! Let's name him. The Christian begin. Yeah. You're gonna look up at you like, huh?
Huh?
Heck yeah.
You are now Phil, and you fill one. Phil fills one purpose.
It sure does. It sure does. I have some gold nuggets, but they're not like ingots or
The
anything,
nuggets
so I
of
can't really
truth?
actually use them.
This chance happening of VTuber Gura naming a random NPC Phil is phenomenal for many reasons.
It's
To start,
phenomenal.
the NPC she named is a piglin. Phil's derisive nickname is Pig Roach. Both of them are known to snort. Gura also has a piglin trapped in a cage, which is a rather insulting position to be in. The in-game purpose of trapping this NPC is to utilize a mechanic that allows players to exchange gold ingots for random items from the piglin. The piglin will also attack you if you are not wearing a gold item. This greed and desire for gold from the NPC is just another reason this chance occurrence is remarkable.
I'm gonna get gold
I didn't
out of
know
you,
about
Phil.
that shit.
I'm gonna get all types of goodies out of you, Phil.
It is also standard that VTubers, like any other content creator, mock Phil.
Dude, fun fact, when I upload videos, I usually get a VTuber, one or two, that comment on my videos. It's pretty funny. I don't know what it is with VTubers who like to laugh at DSP.
Good old DSP, the guy who can't complete a game. You know, it's honestly a wonder that DSP is still around to this day. He's like a relic. He belongs in a museum. He's made his career entirely off being bad and horrible. Which, I'm gonna be honest, at this point, I literally can't tell if it's an act and he's just really committed. I can't
It ain't,
tell.
dude. I'm sorry to say, it isn't.
How do you even do that? But that's the problem with DSP.
How
is
do
he
you
blames
do that?
everybody else for his problems instead of just recognizing the problem and then seeking a resolution for it.
All right.
The most viral category was by far a comparison video titled Cute Anime Girl versus Disgruntled Old Man.
What are these? A bunch of little balls?
This shit.
That's a lot of balls. What are we doing with these balls?
Gonna scoop them?
Can we grab them? Yes, we can.
Are we making like a
There's... Huh?
excavator?
Are we just putting all the balls in here or something? Once again, I'm just supposed to magically know what we're doing, even though the game has absolutely
It's
no
a child's
explanation
game,
for
by the way.
anything.
It's pretty good.
I see.
While the VTuber properly solves a puzzle with the items laid out, Phil bumbles through and solves it in the wrong and most difficult way, effectively introducing himself to a new audience.
Clip that one, you sons of bitches. Wow, that was a really
What?
ingeniously thought out puzzle, wasn't it?
This, without doubt, funneled more people into the rabbit hole that is DSP. And there will be many more to come.
The redemption
because Phil
arc.
announced that he abandoned the 10-year plan of trying to get a regular job
Nice.
to one where he's trying to diversify himself online.
But what the 10-year plan has essentially evolved into is within 10 years, diversify myself enough on the internet that now I'm not just the gamer guy anymore, right? Now I'm known for other things.
Yeah, no lightning
Right?
clip,
You
sadly.
watch my podcast. You can come to a React event. You could see Phil do other shit and not even care about the gameplay, and that's all well and good.
There was a major refocusing on Phil's image via a greater focus on his request of donations. Reddit post after popular Reddit post, discussion of Phil's ungratefulness and constant requests for donations were on an uptick. In October, it was
DSP
found that
versus
in 8 hours,
Reddit.
within 6 tweets, Phil was constantly petitioning for more money. Even moments where he got some goodwill were instantly tossed aside. Like this React stream where Phil finally reacts to the 2015 John Rambo podcast. A criticism within this podcast is how Phil monetizes everything. And since this react was a goal and Phil wanted to avoid proving John Rambo right, he states this.
And I have actively decided that today, since I will be doing
That's
this
a lie.
React event, that I am not monetizing it at all.
That's a
There
lie.
will be no advertisements on this stream. There are no advertisements on these on-demand videos on YouTube at all.
This multi-hour long stream was not monetized. But the next day, Phil pops on and says this.
Here we
The
go.
only times that I monetized anything that entire day when I did a 12-hour marathon was the pre-stream and a Feasting with the King video. Sadly, that didn't really do much. So effectively, that was kind of a dead day for me when it comes to business, which is fine. I was expecting that. But today, what I was hoping is that there would be a rallying on my streams of people to come and support, and it didn't happen. In fact, today was an abnormally
So you tried
slow
monetizing
day,
your
even for a
friends, right?
weekend.
This is where Phil was at. Similarly, there was a very important keyword. Slowest. This is very important because typing
Yes.
it into Pig Go shows that the word is primarily used in one way.
Every time I
Money!
play it ends up being the slowest stream of the week. when it
Oh,
comes
this
to
shit's
support.
good, dude. This is a good
And
video.
it's always my slowest night, you know? The conclusion of Earthbound, it was one of the slowest streams I've ever done. It really sucks. This is one of the slowest days I've had in months. The Call of Duty stream today was one of the slowest streams I've done in ages. I don't know what happened
Every
there.
stream is one of the
Part of the
slowest.
stream was always hit or miss. Sometimes it would be one of the slowest streams I ever did in a week.
Now, this was never really a secret. It was just being discussed more because Phil didn't care to mask it, and the tips tracker would not allow him to form a more complex excuse for why he needed more money. The discussion of Phil eventually found its way to Critical Stream, which came secondary to the discussion of a different creator.
Obviously, I want to finish it.
Thank
You know?
you.
Thank you, Fog, for the 2 Canadian. If you got a message, just tag me. Appreciate it, though. Thank you for the 2, brother.
No, but I toughed it out for you guys tonight, and I got
Toughed it out.
He then goes on to say, like, he doesn't even know if he'll be able to afford Gotham Knights on Friday because no one has donated enough, and he's not sure if they'll donate enough tomorrow.
If Phil's objective was to
Sir.
reimagine himself, he was doing a rather poor job of it. And in the middle of all this, he made a terrible mistake.
Well, hello, everyone.
Oh
and welcome
no!
to the
I
Daily
didn't
Wrap.
know this was gonna
On
be
Phil's
there.
desk was his phone. On his phone was a rather familiar looking layout. As was quickly pieced together, Phil was logged into WWE Champions. The game he states he did not play since 2018 because they were a waste of time and money. Time after time, Phil lied about not playing WWE Champions but was finally caught in this lie. This did have a silver lining. His screen was too far off to make out a name, and so while it's irrefutably confirmed that Phil was actively playing it, Phil was now stating that he was playing it under a different account and that he wasn't the infamous Down from the
Of course,
Raptors.
how convenient for DSP.
This had reached a state that existing evidence hardly did anything. Most were already convinced that Phil had a mobile gaming addiction, and those unwilling to engage with the evidence were already unreachable in their misplaced trust of Phil, who lives in contradiction.
I guess for some people, honesty is not the best policy. To some people, lie, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
You have to be a moron.
Like, what kind of headspace? Like, where is his head at when he says, yes, I was playing the game, but it was under a different account? Only because he got caught in the home screen of the game. Like, actually, genuinely. Does he expect people to believe that? That's what I don't understand. Is he trying to convince people to actually believe? Like, I really don't know. Is he aware that he's lying, or is he, like, so fucked up in the pignosis that he is lost in his own fucking lies?
I'm sorry.
Like, really, how do you expect anybody to believe that? Yes, I was playing, but it's a different account. What?
I mean, how dumb can you be to not understand that being honest about something, right, is the right thing to do? Oh my God, something happened with Jasper. I could completely lie to you guys to try to get sympathy and make money. I'm not going to fucking do that.
Oh.
I'm going to be honest and upfront with you.
Oh,
I'm not going
yeah.
to ever lie to you and tell you things that aren't true, because
Okay.
I'm not that kind of person. But for some people, that's not good enough, I guess.
I work for more
Whatever.
clinic. I
Fuck
came
those
here to
people.
help you.
Fuck him. You don't believe me?
Phil
Fuck
lies
you.
so much, it is hard to know what is
Yeah,
fake or fact.
exactly. That's what I was just saying.
His bankruptcy files remain king due to them being legal forms. Then you have lesser evidence like the Discord screenshots or even the bank leaks that could theoretically be faked, but the coordination and dedication would make these chances minuscule. Yet Phil gravitates more towards wild theories himself as a way to represent them and paint the tractor community poorly as a way to also dismiss the valid criticism. And this somewhat works with his fans who have been doxxed, are people with disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely.
Oh, boy. Anonymous. Okay, hold up. I want to hear. We got an interview with an anonymous fan here. Ooh, that's rough to hear. DSP's not going to like this one. Let me hear that again.
As a way to also dismiss the valid criticism. And this somewhat works with his fans who have been doxxed, are people with disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely.
Yeah. I think he has autism. And this is coming from someone who has it. Because I've got a low level of autism. Asperger's, which formerly called as that is.
And I think I donated him because I've been following him for so long. I don't want to say he felt like a friend, but I felt like some kind of weird, like this is someone I've known. I don't really know, but this is someone I've known. The only person I really followed on YouTube for so long, and I felt some kind of attachment, like a buddy in a sense. And I thought, oh, my buddy's in trouble, and I should help him out, you know.
These people exist within every creator's community, but with Phil, that's virtually his
cult,
entire
dude.
fan base.
That's
Phil
kind of
once
sad.
did.
That is kind of sad. And that's the thing too, where we know his audience, the real quote unquote fans, they're all coincidentally, it's not a coincidence. They're all a certain way. And that's the people that DSP's trying to fool. And that he's kind of successfully fools in some cases, in most cases. So whenever he's begging for money and shit, like that's the kind of people he's asking it from. And the people he's yelling at.
Have a diverse viewer base, but as his infamy grew and his content stagnated, the only thing he offered is consistency. That really means nothing when levied against other content creators. But consistency to someone who is different is what keeps Phil online. To these people, Phil is very interactive. He is a friend. Or in just the perspective of his content, he is reliable and he is consistent. They have ingrained a habit of watching Phil's content into their daily lives for the past 15 years. The harassment and constant doxing by trolls does scare some of them away, but other times it may strengthen their attachment to Phil. And attachment is a very strong thing, because when Phil says he is in need, they're willing to help out. Have you ever donated any money to Phil?
Yeah, I mean, I say over the past 5 years, it's probably about $400.
I followed a lot of content creators, but the thing is, I don't support them with money. now that I'm thinking about it, I've never once supported any of them with not even a subscription. I think Phil's the only one I've ever subscribed to. I never thought this out loud or even thought about it, so just now I've never donated to any of them.
These interviews are not entirely representative of Phil's fanbase, as there were only a handful willing to reach out.
Sure.
Others were in fear of exposing themselves. There are, however, endless examples of Phil turning fans into ex-fans. In the best case scenario, you get people like gamer Jay Lee, who was only a fan and mod of Phil for a period in the early 2010s. These people may comment or joke about Phil, but rarely take it beyond that.
Because I didn't want to basically cause drama, I silently just removed myself as a mod and left. And every once in a while, I'll take jabs at him whenever he does something wrong. Now, am I going to do the fucked up stuff that some detractor channels do? No.
Despite gamer Jay Lee being fairly unengaged, Phil would try to make gamer Jay Lee seem incredible.
Nice.
About me on social media all the time, riffing on me, making fun of me, insulting me and my family, and he's regular in detractor circles and all that, and I'm like, so what happened?
Does my channel look like a detractor channel to you? I'm talking about Gears of War and Halo.
Optimally, this is as far as it would go. But when you factor in, this happens to his most dedicated fans that experience is sliding directly from Phil. Those intense people, like his fans, have disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely, will take their obsession and twist them against Phil.
Even when you denounce that and call him out on his bullshit, there's still a chance you'll get caught up in the crossfire. Because, you know, there's a lot of, you know, people like Mighty D and, stuff that are great, detractor content creators that make great stuff like Snort Brunel and so on and so forth.
Shout out.
But then there's the mentally deranged ones. And I got to say that they are mentally fucking disturbed. The way they will take this and twist it to try and basically do life ruination. Even for people that denounce Phil. It's disturbing.
Wait, what? Who?
This is how you get people that swat him, dox him,
those fans, people?
DDoS his internet, mess with his internet as an alleged employee of Comcast.
Again, it's weird to lump detractor channels in with those people because typically they aren't the ones doing it. But whatever, I guess.
Sleep with his sister-in-law, contact Phil's father to expose Phil, and
like, of course, that stuff is not, not the best stuff to be doing.
Phil's neighbors and anyone around him as an achievement. What's more, if Phil is several thousand miles away from his family, has long lost connection with friends, and that single only personal refuge is his wife, means his personality curtails around these people. And being in the middle of the vortex, as it is called, means that his words carry much weight from appreciation towards his fans or hate towards his enemies. This has been Phil's life for the past decade and has made him a dull knife. That's why the SideScrollers interview was catastrophic for Phil. Keeping in mind that Phil will only allow himself to be interviewed by those that are not knowledgeable of his expansive history, he accepted an interview by Stuttering Craig, a co-founder of ScrewAttack that has gravitated towards podcast-style shows and gaming coverage. Stuttering Craig was not very familiar with Phil, and as with anyone covering Phil, he was bombarded by messages of people trying to inform him of what kind of person Phil is. As a response, Craig was trying to temper expectations, and while he would do research for the interview, Craig was making it clear that he was not interviewing Phil with a pre-established stance or to destroy Phil's image.
There are some people who won't be happy unless I just bring Darkside Phil to his knees crying and bawling, and it's like they're going insane. Like they are insane. Phil has put out guidelines and Craig has paid Phil. What are you talking about? What? It's amazing.
Craig's lack of commitment
DSP doesn't bring that up.
Was causing the more paranoid detractors to develop theories. Craig's confusion towards these unsubstantiated theories brought even more paranoia into the mix. At one point, a user even just doxed Craig, quote, just in case something sketchy happens,
oh my God.
Unquote. And then the interview came. Live to around 2,000 people, Stuttering Craig and Adam Krigler introduced themselves before introducing Phil.
So I guess with all that said, let's get into this. I'm excited to bring on Darkside Phil. Phil, how are you?
Holy crap.
Phil, for the first 30 minutes or so, begins with constant flattery, saying he is a big fan of the show and doesn't miss an episode. While the hosts are appreciative of Phil's words, it's clear they are not swayed by them. As Phil tries to use his time online as expertise, his statements are being challenged.
When you've been around as long as me, you realize you get people from all over the world and for different reasons. If I were
But are they sticking? Are they staying though? Because you know, if you have 500 people come in and they're just kind of coming out, that's actually bad for the algorithm. That's bad. You want people to stay and subscribe.
A big part of Phil wanting to reimagine himself is to get away from controversial jokes about race, or even just conversation about his finances. Phil likely didn't know that the host had evidence of Phil still doing both, which is when the tone of the interview starkly changed.
But I want to bring up, like, there's still jokes that are made that that don't necessarily, like, they don't fit today. And I want to play one for you really quick and just kind of get your reaction to this. Okay, so this is yeah. So you know where this is going, and I want to watch this so we all understand what's going on here.
Make this quick.
All right, boys, prepare the slave trade. We're selling her right off for profit.
Put the kid in the vehicle. Stay with her.
That's right, she's too valuable to escape. She's worth lots of money.
Oh my god. I
Phil
forgot
tried to
that he
grasp
added
at
onto
anything
it.
to defend himself, stating that it was out of context, that the girl's race wasn't even a factor he considered when he made the joke, and that in today's standards, that joke is somewhat acceptable. None of Phil's rhetoric was convincing. In fact, his constant jumping to different, sometimes contradictory points were putting the host on offense.
The $5,000 business expense thing has been talked about by your detractors quite a bit. They say, what can you possibly be spending $5,000 on? But
Expenses that a tax attorney wants to know you're spending every month? Geez. Your mortgage, because if you work from home, I guess that's part of it. I don't know.
I
Again,
guess.
I'm not a tax guy, but you cost your mortgage.
16 years doing this, by the way.
All of your utility bills that apply to you operating the business. Correct.
Hold on, Phil, you've been doing this for 17 years and you don't know what your business expenses are? You don't know what you get tax write-offs on and stuff? I mean, like...
Specifically? No, I don't.
Phil was pleading ignorance. He pretended to act confused in what his business expenses are, when Phil clearly stated in the bankruptcy...
I like the pretended to act confused.
341 meeting...
Is Joon still fair, DSP? What are you going to say to all this part? You going to skip this part?
Exactly what his business expenses are.
Yeah, and basically anything related to my internet content creation, including, like I said, cost of video games.
The business cell phone, he says here,
services,
which is pretty good.
Microtransactions.
Microtransactions.
Cost of internet.
Business cell phone?
Phil successfully convinced the host that he was unaware of what was categorized as business expense, and so the conversation moved on.
Mm-hmm. Do you currently still play WWE Champions?
Yes.
With Phil's admittance that he still plays WWE Champions, but not as the Down the Raptors account everyone claims he is, the conversation then moved to the bank leaks, which is something Phil had always skirted.
According to these leaks, there have been dozens, hundreds of transactions to the Apple Store. Many over hundreds of dollars that had been there. Were those your transactions?
No.
Phil finally had a statement on the bank leaks.
Damn.
Here, he pivoted from stating that the bank leaks were not accurate, that they were related to the identity theft, then to that the bank leaks were not him at all and were entirely manufactured.
Yeah, this shit's insane. I really don't know what he was thinking when he was like, there's a coincidental identity theft at the same time as the bank leak?
Statements throughout this entire interview were very convincing. But Craig quickly thought of a way to try to prove some of this.
Find this, but just confidentially between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE account, and just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
I would put out.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk that. I don't want to say. Here's the thing, I'll consider it, but I can't agree to it yet. I have to.
That just means no.
What's the risk?
Before Phil
What's the
could
risk?
commit to sending a screenshot of his WWE Champions account, his internet cut out.
Let's circle back with you on Phil. Phil, you still there? You look like you're frozen.
Did we lose him?
I hope not.
With Phil gone, even for just about 5 minutes, the offer to send the screenshots was off the table as he could have created or manufactured a fake account. Another consequence of Phil's short disappearance was that the host had Keemstar join in the place of Phil. Keemstar was particularly relevant, not so much for the drama that was going on between him and Phil, but because Keemstar was trying to launch a new podcast known as the LolCow Podcast, and was previously trying to get Phil on board with a $50,000 deal that as long as Phil joined, the same deal would be extended to the other two potential co-hosts. So the conversation was not so much about Phil and Keemstar, though there was plenty of that, it was about the money. It was that though Phil constantly petitions for donations, he would not accept a deal that provides what would normally be life-changing money.
The algorithm like sent his live stream in my feed, so I tune into it. And I'm telling you, the minute I tuned in, I saw Phil begging for money to pay rent and utilities, and I just lost it in his chat. I'm like, I cannot believe that like you're doing this right now. 2 weeks ago, I was trying to get a hold of you, offering you the greatest opportunity you've ever been offered in your entire career.
The LolCow podcast was eventually made without Phil's attendance, and without the $50,000 offer to the other two co-hosts, which also turned them against Phil. There is some speculation that Phil refused the $50,000 because if he openly received such a large sum, he would not be able to pretend to be in such a rough spot financially. However, that is not entirely the case, as the dedication of his fans is underestimated. So if it came out true that Phil was, like, I guess, addicted to that one app, because I don't know if it is, right? I'm trying to find, like, what's going on, and I can't find anyone saying anything solid, pretty much. There's no solid evidence that proves anything, like, 100%. But if it did come out, would it not change anything for you?
I mean, I feel a bit hurt because he does often say, I'm low on money this month and all that.
So, but you'd still probably watch him, or just you'd be disappointed, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
And that's where Phil currently is. He is in a place of changing hate and admiration that to certain degrees are both undeserved. He rants for hours on end to deaf ears and exists to be mocked. He has what would be anyone else's dream job, but in his case, it's a nightmare. His donations are only decreasing as fans are rarely gained, and enemies are constantly swelling in ranks.
I can already hear DSP saying, well, you're leaving out my redemption arc.
Phil is touted for his survivability online when compared to other creators. But the truth is, he has made so many enemies of content creators, his channel was bound to statistically outlive some of them. He has made possibly over $1 million, yet has nothing to show for it, and is now uploading multi-hour-long videos daily for pennies.
Got a 6-star Hogan, though.
He has practically nothing to show for anything. There is only hate, contempt, and displeasure. And being that the only people that interact with him daily, sans his wife, are those utterly obsessed with his life, Phil will continue to curtail his personality around these people who do not represent a healthy reality, as he continues to hold on to what shred of his online career he can grasp.
Oh, dude. What a destruction. It's not even like a destruction. It's just what happened to DSP. I'm surprised we got interviews. Multiple interviews from Dents and normal people. We got TJ Gamebox. We had Mediker. Who else did we have? We had another one. I don't remember who. We also skipped some of the video because the video was cutting out during the premiere. And I don't remember which parts that was. Wow, what a video. I'm not going to lie. I had pretty low expectations of the video. But I was blown away. Wow. We're going to have to go through it again. Not now. But yeah, some parts were skipped over because the premiere was lagging out. So yeah, the biggest part for me was the bankruptcy, the champions. This whole section here was insane. Like seeing the evidence, because as we saw it, if you were around, you got evidence in pieces, but seeing it all in this one video was pretty fucking damning. Was pretty fucking hard to ignore. And if DSP watches this shit, I'm curious how he thinks anyone's gonna believe anything he has to say. And like we showed earlier in the stream, he posted a photo at 3:30 a.m. his time that says down. It's like the Champions screen or something. I know he's streaming. We're actually going to check out his stream now because why not? But yeah, that was a pretty good video. That's crazy. He had downs. So let's see if DSP even acknowledged any of this or fucking spoke about it at all, because I wasn't watching him live, as you can tell. But man, there's a lot of shit in here where I'm very fucking curious how he expects anyone to believe anything he says. And what sucks too about when he reacts to this, a lot of this early stuff is pretty like whatever. Like we know most of this stuff. It's a feud with Alex Valle and the Street Fighter community. So a lot of this, the part one of DSP watching this is going to be pretty rough, I would think. Because a lot of it doesn't really matter now. It just goes to show you that he's always been toxic and nobody's ever really liked him to begin with. That's kind of what you get out of it. So, hey, thank you for being here, guys. We're going to check out DSP live. So we're going to see if he had anything to say about any of this.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not aware, today is documentary day. My Joon the King documentary. I have to turn these on. My Joon the King documentary has dropped and has gotten so much attention. The premiere crashed YouTube.
Okay.
Yes. Wait till you hear what's going on right now with the documentary. We're going to talk about that.
Awesome.
Plus,
he's going to hype it up.
News today, some updates. I have some positive announcements, and we'll probably have some time for just some open discussion, which we really haven't had recently because of so much going on. Oh yeah, Black with Wukong later today, as well as me reacting to my documentary later tonight. It is a crazy day coming up. I hope that you guys are very excited for today's episode.
I hope he keeps this attitude when things get a little bit harder to debunk. Because, like, you can already tell the shit that he's going to say. Oh, there's no evidence. You can't prove 100% it's me. It's all just circumstantial and loosely connected nuggets of truth. But I'm more interested in, like, the lies he's going to make up. But also, he posted this fucking tweet. Is he hyping up a reveal? I don't know. Is that the best idea, DSP, after you went through your bankruptcy?
All right. Good morning, everyone. Today is
but
Monday,
whatever.
The 2nd of
That'll be a fun watch, I guess.
I'm DSP,
unless he skips it, then.
What a show
What
today,
is the point? What are we
because,
doing?
Yes, indeed. The documentary is live. The documentary is live.
He's
I hope
nervous.
you guys maybe had a chance to check it
3
out.
a.m. Yeah, this was a 3 a.m. Jin tweet, probably, of him posting this screenshot from presumably Champions at 3:30 a.m. his time.
Morning, although admittedly, there's no way you could have watched the whole thing. The documentary is 3 hours and 46 minutes long or something like that. And it released at 9 a.m. today. It's now 11:15 a.m. So the most you could have gotten was 2 hours into it. In fact, the live premiere was rolling. And my idea was that we were going to tune in for a few minutes of it. And I was going to give you a preview of
but
like
the
what
video
you
is
can expect
up
in my live react over the course of this week. But the premiere crashed YouTube. What do I mean?
I mean, it
the
didn't
page
crash
froze
YouTube.
for over 3 minutes and the video refused to play. No matter what anyone did, it actually completely was crapping out. I'm being told I wasn't there, but I'm being told
You were there. But okay, by the way, he was there. There was people in the chat tagging DSP. His name was in the chat.
that it had around 28,000 live viewers.
And like, how would you not know that unless you were there? Why were you keeping track of the view count if you weren't there?
I want
How
you
do
to
you
think
know
about
that?
A
Whatever.
stream with 28,000 live viewers. Holy shit. That's insane, right?
Yeah,
For the
disposal we
record,
are.
because people are
Big
going
ups,
to
Steve.
say,
Thanks
well,
for being here.
what are you talking about? What about Rich's documentary that premiered last month? That topped off around 8,000 live viewers.
See, we're even counting
So
the views.
I've more than tripled
Okay.
the interest in Rich because Rich is very boring and no one really cares about him, despite the fact he's a million sub YouTube.
Like, this isn't a flex, dude. This isn't a flex to be saying that you have more negative shit to talk about than the Review Tech video from the same guy. You're still, like, you both have a video about you on the same channel.
YouTuber. Everyone
Like, this isn't the flex that you think it is, man.
wants to hear about DSP, right?
Yeah, they all loved him.
So, yeah, obviously,
This is gonna be wild. And what we're gonna go over there today and look at it a little bit. We're gonna take a quick glance at it, maybe skip around it a little bit.
I'll try not to pause too much.
I'll be reacting to it tonight.
Because this might be a
I
while.
have some positive announcements to make.
Positive?
Here on the stream, about some upcoming content that I think you guys are really going to like and enjoy. Very briefly, I would like to look over the channel analytics of the DSPReacts channel, because I realized yesterday as we were going through the analytics of this channel that that's only representative of my gaming content. That's not representative of the fact that with that huge, Review Tech React that I did with the Kino Casino guys, it monstrously blew up the React channel. And there is potential, this month, this week, with me reacting to my own documentary by JoonTheKing and maybe some future projects, that the React channel could actually start getting real regular traction in my content. Up to now, the React channel has just been kind of a side project I do once a week. But I'm interested. I want to show you how positive things have been, okay?
Positive.
So, there's not too much
This
to
is
talk about
really
today, don't
weird
get me
because
wrong.
this is just damage control. It's like pre-ordered fucking DLC damage control of him trying to show people that whatever the documentary says about me, now it's positive. And I've seen Darksy, you posting on Twitter, DSP's views haven't really changed. Like, he just doesn't get a lot of gaming views, and the views coming in are from the drama videos that he's uploading, where he calls people out, quote unquote, and tries to start shit. But it still equates like a very similar number to what he was doing before. So this entire redemption arc isn't really based on his channel growing. It's kind of just more money is coming in, which has happened before.
Wrong. Like, this is not like a super loaded podcast where I'm so crazy amount of content that we're going to be talking nonstop till like 1 p.m. But instead, we'll probably have opportunity to open up the show for discussion where we can talk with each other and stuff like that. I think that would make a lot of sense because I haven't done that in a long time, actually. All right. But I would just like to first bring all of your attention down to the leaderboard below. We did it. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we made it through React Day, which historically is my slower day of the week, Sunday. And we continued the King streak. The streak of support continues. We're knocking it. We're crushing it. We're hitting the goals every single stream. The detractors are crying. The detractors are seething. The detractors are so upset. They blamed me.
What?
For the JoonTheKing documentary stream crash.
Is he talking about me?
I'm not shitting you.
Is he talking about when I was joking, or the people in the chat that were joking about, oh, DSP wins again. DSP took it down.
They started
What?
posting comments. Oh, we know this is Phil's doing. Phil made you take down
Oh
the
my
stream. Phil
fucking
crashed
god,
the
no
stream."
way.
What? You insane, unhinged lunatics.
Okay.
What the fuck? Do you think I'm God? Do you think I have magical powers that I can control things?
Okay.
Like, what are you speaking
Whatever,
of?
dude.
You are nuts, right? But that's what I mean. 29 straight streams where every piece of content they have to clip, or they're watching back live on their own restreams right now. They have to fucking choke on it. That I am so successful right now.
what?
They can't take it. And let me tell you guys something. They are hinging everything on the fact that this documentary is going to destroy me. They're actually of the opinion.
What does that
this
even mean?
documentary right
Like, did
now-
I bet money that it was gonna destroy him? I don't understand. We're hinging everything on it destroying you. What does that even mean?
on the JoonTheKing channel is going to end my existence on YouTube, that this is my comeuppance and it's time for me to be going because of this. I'm not kidding you. This is what they are actually saying.
Okay.
What the fuck? Well, what exactly do they think is going to be in this documentary that they haven't already spewed all over the internet? You know what I'm saying? Like,
thank you.
Thank you, Valraven.
Jesus Christ, he's manic, lol.
He really is. He kind of seems a little fucking all over the place.
I just don't get it. Anyway, we'll see when I react to it all week. But
All
it's
week.
just hilarious the way that they're behaving.
It's gonna take 'em a week.
All their content, they're just crying constantly. They're so upset that, oh my God, I can't believe it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't even know where he gets any of this. This is pure fucking coping. This is pure just a cope for him to like win over detractors. He thinks that he's creating this reality where he thinks that he's hitting money goals. That means everyone's upset. Which, I mean, okay, of course someone's upset, but I mean, I don't think most people care about the money he's making. It's like, you're sure showing me you're earning money to spend on champions? You're playing like, is that really owning me? You're spending more on the mobile
Bobby's
game.
Delusion FRFR.
Yeah, for real, Scrappy. Massive delusion. Thank you for the 2, brother. It's crazy.
Also the fact of the whole king shtick, that I am the king. And thank you for
king.
filling my coffers every day, my loyal subjects, coming into the kingdom, the king's court of DSP gaming. They can't stand it when I talk like that. They don't get the joke. They don't understand that they're the joke. The reason that I'm talking like that is because it pisses them off. That's why I'm doing it.
and I will continue.
Also, that's not what he said before. When he mentioned the king thing, he says it was a joke and his chat understands the joke and they're not taking it seriously. Because in response, I would just say, well, what's the joke? The joke is that you call yourself a king, even though you said you're not the king. The king of what? The king of hate. So the joke is you're calling yourself the king of hate.
Continue to do it.
I don't get it.
Anyway, oh, by the way,
maybe I'm stupid. I don't
someone
know.
actually has sent me a new crown. I have no idea what it looks like, but someone ordered me a new crown, and they said that it would show up within the next week, but I'm not sure exactly when. Because it basically was like regular shipping. It's not like Amazon with express shipping. It's like regular shipping.
All right.
So we don't know.
We don't need to know that.
So a lot of people are not working, including the mail. Like the post office is not open today.
Okay.
We'll see what it is when
Yeah,
it shows
I
up.
know,
I'll let you
dude.
guys
Thank
know. You know, when it arrives, we'll check it out together and see if it fits and see what it looks like and go from.
Thank you, VLX, for the two.
Confirmation he also snorts and burps for that.
Except for when he's talking to Keemstar.
From there, okay?
For some reason, the snorting goes away.
Meantime, I still like how this crown looks. It
And
just sucks
burping.
it doesn't fit, you know?
Any discussion with anyone
Okay,
else,
so where do we even
they go away.
Where do we even go? Where do we start today? How about this? Let's briefly go over my schedule for the week, just so we have time. But I have some
No.
announcements in regarding
No.
and I'm gonna put them all into one playlist.
I'm not going to listen to any of this bullshit.
4 days. We might not finish it. If it's really like almost 4-hour documentary, and you know
Okay,
I'm gonna
here
have
we
a
go.
lot to add and say about tons of this stuff. We might end up doing like through the weekend. Now I'm off on Friday. So we may do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm off Friday, come back, have to do it again on Saturday, maybe even again on Sunday till it's done. You understand?
So now he's
So
going to
let's see what
watch the whole
happens. Let's see
thing?
how long it takes to get through it. But I absolutely am going to do this. And some people are going to ask, well, why? There's a couple reasons. But
Okay, so now he's going to watch the whole thing. Okay.
the primary reason is this. Folks, this is it. This is the end of 10 years of misery. For myself,
Okay.
my business, my family. I mean it too. I had a conversation with my wife the other night. And she says, you know, this is great what's going on right now with you, that you're getting a resurgence. But understand it's been 10 years and, you know, she's lived with me.
Wait, what?
And she said, business,
Wait,
my
what?
family, I mean it too. I had a conversation with my wife the other night. And she says, you know, this is great what's going on right now with you, that you're getting a resurgence. But understand it's been 10 years and, you know, she's lived with me for the past 6 years. And she's been through the ringer for no good reason, you know? And she's like,
Again, you forced her into your videos. You forced her to be on your channel.
don't get too ahead of yourself. Don't get too crazy, you know? And I try to explain to her, I really feel like this is the end of that chapter of my life. That 10 years of misery, 10 years of hate, 10 years of being derided and basically treated like dirt on the internet can end. But only if I truly put it all to bed, right? If I react to the entire documentary to the best of my ability, because again, there's definitely some things I cannot do. I cannot open up financial statements and bank accounts. I cannot show
No one's
you
asking you to do that.
personal accounts on my devices and phones that could put me open to exposure to my detractors who will try to ruin my life.
But why
okay?
not, though? You can make an account called The King DSP, but for some reason you can't show us the account down from the rafters? Like, what kind of sense does that make? People already know your account. So if you show it on stream, it really doesn't make a difference because people probably have already looked for that account name on other games and other things that you might play. What is this going to open you up to?
But I can, to the best of my ability, do my best.
Yeah, and in the video, Joon asked him to clarify certain things, and he just didn't answer to certain questions that were asked.
React to this thing and give you my absolute perspective on all of it. Try to explain as much as I can.
Yeah, misery merchant.
That's safe to do so. You know what I'm saying? And by not
That goes
skipping
without
stuff,
saying.
it shows I'm not afraid. Because
There
I'm
you
not
go. So he's not going to skip anything because he's not afraid. Because he's not afraid.
public about me already. This is just the one place where it's all been summarized, correct? So let this be
We're getting the speech
summary
now.
of all the shit of my past, so now I can move forward positively with my future. That's why I need to react to the entire documentary. Because now no one can say, yeah, but no one actually ever addressed this. No one actually, you know, he always ignored it. He dodged it. No. I will address everything, okay? The king is not afraid to address his subjects on his failures and shortcomings of the past, because the king, this sounds so weird talking in the third person, the king
You're doing
wants
it.
to move forward with great
It
content,
sounds weird. Let me keep doing it.
gameplay, awesome podcasts, felting the detractors, cool interviews with people
who want to cross over and do stuff with me. This is the future, right? We're moving past the bad times.
See, and the thing is, none of this is actually true. Like, I think Keemstar said it, where he said people would have, like, been on your show or invited you to shows this entire time. It kind of just seemed like you lived in your own bubble, which is really the case. Like, he could have been doing this a long time ago, but he would shut down any form of, even a hint of an idea of this in his chat. You would get banned, or he would shut it down. He just wasn't up for it. That's really the only difference here. And now, because he gets a little bit of money from another person's fan base, he now thinks that the entire internet's changed.
And
like, people still think you're a joke and still really don't like you. But there's just more of them that will give you money now. Because again, when he was on Twitch, he used to get money from more people. It just kind of dropped off. Less and less people were giving him more and more money. But now there seems to be potentially a slightly bigger pool of people. Instead of 7 people, there's like 15 now.
I will do this. So
I don't know,
that's why
dude.
I'm thinking it might actually take, sadly, longer than I expected. I thought originally, oh, I'll finish this by like Thursday. I might not. It all depends, because I don't know to what extent of detail Joon goes. I don't know what he found.
Nice.
Like, particularly,
Oh,
I
he
don't know
found
what
some
found
shit.
out about the early days of me in Street Fighter, and then the early
Yeah, that
YouTube
stuff
days
doesn't
and shit.
matter.
I don't know how deep he gets in and how much I can add, you know? I guess we'll see. All right, so let's find out together, shall we? Starting tonight, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, the stream will go live. I'll talk with you for 5-10 minutes.
Yeah,
By
he doesn't
7,
know
we're
how
gonna
cooked
start,
he is.
and no music, no ads. All right, please come by, hang out with me, and support the stream. Tomorrow.
Hey, big ups, Rob with the 5 pounds.
Was the 10 years of misery the 10-year plan? I hate him so much. Confused
Big
face.
ups. Big ups. I hope you can at least find some entertainment.
There'll be a podcast in the morning.
But yeah, the
obviously recapping
10-year
how day
plan.
one
I also think it's really funny that Joon mentioned the 10-year plan. And then the 10-year plan, it got a dedicated segment where DSP says the 10-year plan is for me to keep doing what I'm doing, but just do it more. That's pretty much what he said. Oh, more variety. I'm going to play RPGs more. Like, what the fuck did he say? I don't even know. Like, dude, the 10-year plan was him getting a job by the time he was 50 years old in real life. Yes, mom, I'm going to get a job when I'm 50.
went. And then it's going to be
Okay.
more of the Black Ops 6 beta, which I'm actually excited. 11 a.m. I haven't
Okay.
really been talking about it.
Oh, is this tomorrow?
Thursday is my next interview.
No, Thursday.
Here
Okay.
on DSP Gaming
I got to watch this
on the
one.
Level 1 podcast. And it will be Stuttering Craig of Side Scrollers. So set your calendars for Thursday morning, September 5th. All right. I'll start my show around 11 a.m. and he'll be joining around 11:30 a.m. for about an hour to an hour and a half conversation. The point of this conversation is not to be angry with each other, to yell at each other, to interrogate each other,
Again, that's assuming that he would be angry at you
to insult each other.
or insult you. Like, you're the only one. This is a weird feud because it's really one-sided. The only feud I've seen is DSP throwing like personal insults and like insults about his character and stuff.
The point of this conversation is to hash
I don't
out
know.
what happened yesterday. Excuse me.
It's just
what
really
happened
funny,
last
I don't
year
know.
when I was
It's
supposed
just
to
razzing.
appear on the Side Scroller show as a big interview, and what happened afterward. Because that's what I have issue with. Not the interview that I did with these guys last year, but what happened afterward, which none of which was planned and none of which I was told would happen. And it really felt to me like a horrible bait and switch that hurt myself.
I don't know. I really don't understand this bait and switch. How is it a bait and switch, dude? If they decided to do something else on their own channel, they really don't need to ask for your permission. Like, it really shouldn't matter, dude. They just decided to read the super chats that they didn't read and then accept more of them. And if some of them clowned on you, then who cares, bro? Like, he always likes to bring up that their audience now is skewed perspective because of the interview and then what they did after. They're supposed to be just the interview and that's where they form their opinion. But like, the interview itself got way more views than the thing they did the next day. So most of the people that watched the interview didn't watch the thing they did the next day.
And my community
So,
in the process. So
whatever.
we're going to have a civil
moving
conversation
on.
about this on this week's
Level 1 podcast on Thursday morning. It's going to be similar to how we did this with Keemstar last week, where we're going to have, I'm sure we're each going to have our own perspective on exactly what went down. I want to get the entire timeline straight. I want to find out how on earth did he even get the idea to have me on his show, because we hadn't spoken in a good decade.
He's already explained this.
You know, what happened with it turning from a, regular appearance on a show as a guest to an interview. During and after the interview, what was the mindset that they decided to completely change their entire schedule and strategy?
Again, their entire schedule and strategy, he just means they just changed the stream that they were going to do.
And all the things that happened.
One stream changes their entire strategy and schedule somehow
afterward as well. All right. So that's the purpose of this show. This is not the DSP interview part 2 where he's going to grill me about shit. This is not
like, think of whatever, like YouTubers or whatever, but also like from their point of view, this thing that we just did got a lot of attention. Hey, the next day we should probably like do it again and see if we get a lot of attention again. Right, DSP? You have a business degree, like it's a business, right? They probably are just trying to capitalize, similarly to how the Review Tech thing happened, and now you're like a drama guy. Why can't they see that they got attention from you and then also just try to extend it and capitalize on the attention that's currently on them?
I'm going to bring stuff
Why is it a negative when they do it, but it's positive when you do it?
About his past and try to fuck with him. That's not what we're doing. All right? We don't.
All right,
it's not about being at each other's throats. It's about trying to squash the nonsense that we've had between us for a year to move forward positively. Right? Like I said, I want my content to be building bridges. All right? Not tearing them down. And this is an ongoing thing we've had going on for a year and a half, and I've had enough. And now that I have a venue where people watch and listen and care, I'm going to have it out with this man on Thursday. So we're going to do similar to what I did with Keemstar.
Yeah, he also said he doesn't want them to ask him any questions. Craig and or Adam, if Adam shows up, I don't even know.
Probably have him on the show for an hour.
But he just wants them to sit there and for him to just like say whatever he wants.
And then after that, we're going to do a decompression segment where we're going to talk about what just went down.
Another decompression?
And see, get everyone's opinions
on it.
Are we really
doing that?
Like that? But no, again, I'm going to confirm something. This is not going to be a, hey, Craig's on the show as a guest, and then immediately after he's gone, we all shit on him. We're not going to do that. That's what they did to me.
But you have...
I'm better than that.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit here and crap on the man.
This is insane, dude. Him saying he's better than that. But he's been doing that since they had the show, and he decided that it was negative.
Because
he has been shitting on them and giving his opinion on them.
It's time to be on my show.
And anybody in his chat that also shits on them, he gives them attention.
Oh, all right. Instead, we're going to talk intelligently.
I don't
and
understand.
Try to move forward positively. Okay.
Whatever.
So that will be Thursday's podcast and decompression. Now, will there be time for more content after that, like gameplay? I don't know. In the case of Keemstar, we only had like an documentary. He's jumping. Look, that's a documentary. Okay.
Let's go. Documentary.
Okay. So next week, all right, I may have to do night streams to finish reacting to my own documentary, okay? But I am going to react to the whole thing. We're going to get the whole thing done and put it behind me so we can move forward with positive content and forget about the bullshit of the past, okay? Cool. That's my intention.
Yeah, Bill Brasky. Good point.
Next week, I will continue to play Black gameplay streams, which I see.
Okay, schedule.
And move on, right?
He said
everyone,
again.
Literally everyone in chat saying, no, don't play it, skip it, no Star Wars, it's Ubi slop. That's great.
Ubi
yeah,
slop.
rest in peace, $20, because remember, I paid for the Ubi slop.
Okay.
I have an announcement for the next guest.
All right.
That will be on my Level 1 podcast. Are you ready for this?
If you just say
I can announce it as of today. I've confirmed this will happen. I just don't know the timing of it yet. Okay, the scheduling. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this Thursday, we've got Stuttering Craig on the Level 1 podcast. Next week, at some point during the week, I don't know when.
Is it Wings?
The next guest of the Level 1 podcast will be JoonTheKing.
Oh.
He's going to come on the show and talk about making my documentary.
He agreed to this before even watching
how
it?
He got his information.
That's risky.
What he discovered when he was doing research. What
you missed
are
the doc?
his favorite
Yeah,
documentaries he's ever made, and what's the documentary he hates the worst that he had to do? Basically, he's going to be a special guest on the show. All right? So I hope that you guys will enjoy that. That will definitely be
fun to do something different. Look behind me.
Yeah, he agreed to this before even seeing the video. So and Joon was pretty harsh on him. Like, he didn't mince any words, and he kind of like you knew what Joon was thinking when he was making this video. So it's pretty weird to agree to that before even.
Behind me. I see him.
All right, DSP.
I feel like it makes a lot
Go
of
ahead.
sense because number one, my documentary just came out. It's hot. Everyone's gonna be talking.
Big ups movie sign.
Dave basically just wants to verbally abuse Craig and Adam and for them to just take it.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't think that's gonna happen. I think they'll say something if it needs to be said, but we'll see. Honestly, I don't know. I really don't know. Thank you, movie
Talking
sign.
about it for the next week. So let's get Joon on the show to talk all about this. Okay. Now, for the record, I have other guests lined up. I already do. All right, but it's all about
Pretty cool.
scheduling. I don't.
Oh,
wanna...
yeah, in case for whatever reason you don't know, Keemstar, he's actually been emailing or DMing Keemstar behind the scenes, quote unquote, and scheduling interviews, I guess. Maybe reaching out, hey, could you have this guy's contact, shit like that. So he is using Keemstar to his advantage, I guess. He's reaping the benefits of the misery broker. He's taking his blood money, his blood information.
10 guests a week. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I have guests constantly on the show, it's just going to make it not special. It's going to be like guest. And a lot of the times, as you see, these guests, they draw onto the other content of the day. So in this case, I think I at the most, I want to have one guest a week. I think that makes sense. So I think this week we got Craig. Next week at some point, we'll have JoonTheKing. And then we'll see about the next week because I already have options I'm working on. I got to talk with various people and figure
AKA
stuff out.
Keemstar.
Also, I talked about this yesterday, but to reconfirm, I've been contacted by the guys at Cultaholic Wrestling, which they do an audio podcast show about wrestling.
What the fuck
Be a
is
guest
that?
on their show at some point. I reviewed a couple of their shows last night to see what kind of content it is, and it seems good. It's just 3 British guys. All right, and I mean British. They're
what?
They have very heavy British,
oh man,
accents
wow.
and enunciation.
British people are so hard to understand.
So it was funny because I was listening back to their shows and I was like, this show sounds so fun, but man, I'm having a hard time to understand what they're saying.
Really?
This is such a heavy dialect accent.
Bro,
Like,
it's
oh, fuck,
British.
I'm going to be on this show and they're going to be talking in circles around me. I'm going to have no idea what the fuck is going on because I'm so American. I'm not used to this. I'm going to look like an idiot. So,
okay.
Anyway, I'm in talks with them about possibly appearing as a guest on their show. I guess what they do is an audio show, but they actually do like
hey, fantastic, Mr. Sam. Big ups, dude.
video call
Legend.
too, and that's an
Yeah,
archive. I guess the video
that's
call is only for certain. I don't know because they've been doing it for a zillion years. Like Cultaholic's been around for a long time. So I think it's like there's part video, part audio, but we're gonna do all at once. But I'm going to talk to them about possibly appearing on the show. It's not a guarantee.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even heard their accent, Sam, and he's kind of making it a bigger deal than it should be. It's also British. They're just British. They're not like Scottish or something.
Branching out and doing this kind of content
where it's harder
sure,
to understand
but
potentially.
I don't know.
They're
when
just
I can
British
do it. We'd have
people.
to figure it out in my schedule and stuff. And right now, as you know, we're already backlogged with this documentary. That's the problem. Like I'm already seriously backlogged with this documentary going on. So we got to figure it out later. And they already said,
okay.
If I have guests all the time, it won't be our special anymore. Translation, it won't be about me anymore.
Yeah, Saiyan Rouge, thank you for the 5. That's also what he says about his wife, and I always love bringing this up, man. He says if he has his wife on too much, it won't be special anymore. As if she's just like another prop that he can use, like to gain views.
They're going to contact me later.
But it's like, what if your wife wants to hang out with you? Which is the way he kind of described it. Oh, she just wants to hang out for 2 hours on the night stream.
This month. Maybe like halfway into the month to see how
If she wanted to hang out, would you say no?
things are going with me, and we're going to touch base again.
I don't know.
They seem like a bunch of nice
Thank you.
guys. In fact, one of them, if you're not aware, is Matthew from Botchamania that they have on the show. I used to watch Botchamania literally every video the dude put out.
Oh,
it's
shit.
fucking hilarious.
It's the
Even
new Craig.
pro wrestlers love it. It's a cute, hilarious web series of him making fun of wrestling and the botches that you do during wrestling and stuff. And a lot of people don't realize this, but I have a tiny bit of
He has a tiny bit.
look at this troll.
Who get? Oh, here. DSP is a PDF supporter and the true definition of a true addict. If you fall for this, then you're truly a dent. You fucking idiot.
Look at this troll. I have a tiny bit of history with Matthew. Ages ago.
Matthew.
I was trying to be a guest at MagFest for the second time, and they screwed me over. And they instead of giving me like a nice daytime spot, they said they were going to give me like a 2 a.m. fucking panel spot. And I was like, who in their right mind is up at 2 a.m. to see a panel? And they were like, well, take it or leave it. And I saw that Matthew from Botchamania also was trying to get a panel at MagFest, and they wouldn't give him one either. And I told them, you know what? Forget it. I'm not coming because I'm not going to have my followers be up at 2 a.m. to be at a panel. But give it to Matthew so he at least has something to do at your show because, you know, you're kind of being stupid about it. So I think they did. I think they gave him my time slot because I felt like he deserved it, you know?
What? What? Yo, okay, I was half paying attention, but he ends that with saying, I felt that he deserved it, so I gave up my spot for him. What? Are you fucking kidding me?
To Matthew so he at least has something to do at your show because, you know, you're kind of being stupid about it. So I think they did. I think they gave him my time slot.
That's insane. Like, why even lie about this?
You know?
Like, he's trying to butter someone up that he's about to talk to, so he just fucking fabricates a lie. For no reason. Just to make himself seem like a cool guy. The fuck you mean? You were just insulted by the 2 a.m. time slot, so you didn't want it.
All this stuff is going on.
Okay.
Reacting to my documentary all week. We got gameplay going all week. We got new games coming out next week I'll be covering. Stuttering Craig on Thursday. JoonTheKing.
Okay,
recap. And no
recap.
memberships. Let's change that. Let's get some contributions going here on
Megan?
the stream. I have a couple tips to shout out, so let's start with those. You're supposed to send me this during the show. All right? You're not, officially. However, I'm in a good mood today. So let me see if I can figure this out really quick.
Wait, what happened?
You're not supposed to send me. Wait a minute. No, I'm not unbanning you. I know who you are. You're
Okay.
toxic. You're not coming back.
You're
They
toxic.
tried to fool me, too. They literally just tried to fool me with a $1 tip. You're not coming back.
Okay.
I received a $5 tip. You do an unboxing video of Lightning Returns Final Fantasy 13. You know, a real one? An actual unboxing video and
All right,
stop letting it
hilarious.
up on the page. So I
That's
didn't think the
hilarious.
animation play.
Love it.
Anonymous $5 tip. $150 tips goal. Let's fill the coffers of the king.
Okay.
All right.
This doesn't get old. It's pretty
136
cool.
likes and climbing. Come on, guys. Hit that like button. It's free. It's easy. Helps the channel with engagement, as I showed you yesterday. Please like the stream.
All right.
Okay,
Keep
cool.
doing you, man. That's pretty cool.
Excuse me.
He became everything that he despised in the name of greed.
Prime Time Durkheim says the documentary is just going to go over the same exact stuff as every other documentary. Nothing from like the last year and a half. I'm not surprised to hear that. I think he concluded his work on the documentary like 2-3 months into this year. So it's not going to include any new developments whatsoever from the last several months, you know. And that's fine. If anything, allow it to summarize all the shit from the toxic last 10 years and be done with it. That's what I hope this documentary does. Get that shit summarized, push it to the past, move forward.
Yeah, so he's conveniently not mentioning this tweet that JoonTheKing got. Sure, you don't want to take another week or so. Look into the recent total 180 he's done on... Oh, sure, you don't want to take another week or so. Look into the recent total 180 he's done on his personality, probably in anticipation of your doc. JoonTheKing responds, I feel like I get this message every week about Phil, yet no matter what happens, he remains on the same trajectory. No! So Joon doesn't think there is a redemption arc, even when he's apparently in the midst of one, when he's actually in one, or so he likes to believe. Not even the guy who just did all of this research on you and is aware of the quote-unquote redemption arc currently taking place still doesn't think that it exists. Is the redemption arc in the room with us, Phil?
Phase of my life.
Okay.
Okay?
Very cool.
Positive phase of my life. Again, I was saying this, that I really feel like very positive new things that I never even thought could be possible in life could be possible now. If things move forward positively. Okay?
Nice. We're getting this speech again.
Walk Warrior.
Like, that's the same speech he would give when he got banned from Twitch, or he got suspended from YouTube, or he got banned the second time from Twitch, or he got departnered on Twitch, or he got whatever. Every situation that causes an emergency black begging shirt video to appear. Man, I was doing so good. If this keeps up, oh boy, we're going to have good things happen.
6 months as a member.
We're getting the if X thing keeps up.
Member says, let's hit the
That's the speech we're getting currently.
King streak today. Yes, let's.
If I keep making money, then what? Like, this has happened before.
Let's do it. All right? Please support the stream. Please tip to hit that goal. And anything else would be greatly appreciated right now because we got nothing besides this $5 tip. All right. What I'd like to do.
Nice.
Let's head over. Okay. on JoonTheKing's
shit.
channel.
What are we doing?
And it
He's
covers
gonna
a
watch
ridiculous
it?
amount of stuff. Like, look at this, all this stuff.
Also, by the way, he says he wasn't watching it. He says that he wasn't watching it, but conveniently, he's at the point around where the video stopped playing during the premiere.
YouTube day, the early Street Fighter days. the
Nah,
early
I wasn't
YouTube
watching it
content,
though.
Me blowing up. Here I am in the shower. I don't even know this. $200,000. 200,000. No, this is $20,000. I don't even know what that says. I guess we'll figure it out. Financial waste. Trolls make themselves known.
Why does that get a troll voice?
Things, all these topics. Currently, it's showing at 44,759.
Financial waste.
Oh, 45,367 views.
Why are we
But
doing this?
I don't think that's accurate because, like I said, when it was premiering, there were over 28,000 people watching live. So I think YouTube takes a while to catch up with the views.
Yeah, I saw that Target Renegade.
Okay. Now, for
I know
the
he
record,
was there.
yesterday I made a comment on this video.
Okay, here we
correct?
go. We're gonna retcon
And
this.
People were trying to say
that I deleted it.
I don't know where it is now, but people were trying to say that I deleted my comment because it had a bunch of negative replies. That's completely false. And I talked with Joon yesterday about this last night.
My fuck!
After
you
I
really
got off
did.
stream, I wanted to get to the bottom of this. Remember, yesterday
that's
live
so
on the
annoying.
stream, I left a comment,
He's so fucking clingy.
positive comment.
You messaged this dude about a comment that, like, why? Who fucking cares?
On this video.
Imagine fucking actually caring this much about it.
As it was a placeholder, and a lot of people, I guess there's like 80, 90 responses to it. And of course, guess who responded to it? My detractors. And they were all, just listen to this. My detractors are so unhinged.
Okay.
They left so
How
many
unhinged
insanely
are they?
insulting comments on the response to my comment. YouTube flagged the comment. So that's what happened. Joon says YouTube looked at the detractors' responses and auto-flagged my comment for bad behavior because of the responses. He had to manually approve the comment, and he had to pin it, so then it would actually show up on the video because YouTube blocked it because people were being so disgusting. Okay?
I don't know if that's someone just probably flagged it and it got auto filtered out or something. I
can
know.
confirm, yes, YouTube does this if you have the filters on. So Joon must have the filters on wisely. Why? Because when you're a documentarian, you want people posting up comments on your video that's doxing and shit? Of course not. So you need to have filters on so that, you know, that kind of shit doesn't happen.
Okay.
And YouTube auto-filtered the detractors, which then blocked the entire comment in its entirety. So that's why it's back. It's funny because some people are saying, why did he change the thumbnail?
Some people are saying, one guy said that.
I think
in
what
his
you
chat.
mean. Can I go
Literally blue mode. One dude in his chat.
back here?
Some people are
I
saying.
think what you mean by that is if I search for
Dude, what do you think
Joon
that
the King,
means? What do you
DSP.
think? Why did he change the thumbnail
okay,
means?
you see this is perfect actually. You see two different thumbnails, right? This is the thumbnail that was on the video yesterday, and that's what we looked at together and I commented on. But then there's a second thumbnail that's there. So why? Because Joon made two thumbnails.
Yeah,
and
no
he's
shit.
using
Okay,
the other
really?
for you,
Come on.
and it tests the wattage for us.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. You can
eventually,
put
one
multiple. Yeah.
thumbnail will actually hit.
Yes, 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 DSP, I know.
Been bald, and a bunch of gin and
Wait, what?
Or if you saw the thumbnail with me and four other faces of me, one of which is bald, which is hilarious because I've never been bald, and a bunch of gin
Nice.
and what appears to be statements from my bankruptcy, perhaps, right? So which
I
of
like
these
that he
would you
has
put
to point that out.
on
Ladies, in case you're listening, I've never been bald.
more actively?
Okay.
I wonder which would you be more interested in, right? Chemo side Phil. I mean, that's kind of messed up. To be saying stuff like that.
Why'd you repeat it?
Yeah, I look like
Okay.
Walter White. I do. That's the Walter White
Oh
Phil.
yeah, you
There
totally
go.
look like Walter White.
Heisenberg Phil on the top there. I just need the hat. I need my red fedora. I'll put it on. I'll look like Heisenberg. There
Can
you
we
go.
Stop now. Can we stop? I don't have it, Dutchman. I'm sorry.
Bald Phil cannot hurt us.
Okay.
You're like, oh my God, this is one hell of a documentary. There's all these people from all over the internet that Phil has been involved with over the 16 plus years. So this is going to be a doozy. And then you look at the runtime of 3 hours, 46 minutes and your jaw drops. You're like, holy shit. Yeah, this is a doozy.
That's
right?
42.
But the top thumbnail is kind of more dramatic. right? Like the bottom thumbnail, you probably don't know who most of those people are.
What?
But the top thumbnail is like, ooh, booze and financial documents and, you know, the many faces of Phil. Sometimes he looks happy, sometimes he's smug, sometimes he's evil, right? So people in chat are completely disagreeing with each other, actually. Some people like the top thumbnail, some people like the bottom thumbnail. I'm just happy he used the thumbnail where my hair is at a good angle and I don't look terrible.
What?
Seriously, like I look upset. Like the thumbnail makes me look upset, but it doesn't make me look terrible.
Dude,
so
that's a
good.
pretty terrible looking
I think
face
other people
of
have had
yours.
much worse thumbnails than me.
It always looks
so.
terrible though.
The top one is better.
It's not
Baby
very
Phil is
flattering.
crying. It's baby Huey Phil is crying over there. Very good. All right, got a couple of shout outs.
Great.
And then we'll take a look at for DSP, the King of Kings. Thank you very much. Except
nice.
There's another tip to shout out. And this is from Ricari.
I know I'm skipping a
let's
lot,
go
but a
ahead.
lot of this is fucking worthless, man. Like, look at this.
See, I don't know.
Fuck.
I know it didn't work for your streams from what I remember. Would you recommend it to someone like me, an RPG fan who is just going to play
Video
boss
game
fights,
recommendation,
like,
don't
next
care.
ability, then use
Do not give a fuck about any of this. I don't care.
The game very much tries to copy. Okay, it's
All right.
graphics.
Graphics, gameplay.
And why do people not like modern games? Because they keep making games people don't want.
Right.
No one asked for Concord. No one asked for Dustborn. No one asked for Suicide Squad.
They also use you as an
But they
example to
them
make
anyway, and
games
They put hundreds of millions
for.
of dollars into them, and then they want. Okay, thanks for the dollar tip.
Cool, thank you. Thank you for the skip segment. That was pretty fun. Trust me, guys, I'm doing you a
Amazing
favor.
Commentary. So here it is.
Here it
and
is. Finally.
it's incredibly
Holy
long,
shit,
39
man.
chapters. I'll start tonight. I'm excited for it. It's already got 40. Look, it's climbing like crazy. 48,000 views. I told Joon, I wish him the best, and I want Joon to get 1 million views on this video this week.
Fuck off.
I do. I hope he does. He deserves it. He puts the best kind of effort into his videos. And here's the other thing about Joon, all right? He's not going to try to milk this. And what do I mean by that? Like, look at other people who have made documentaries, and what they tried to do then was make a whole series of content after the fact.
Name
based on-
one.
like Turkey Tom
Turkey
made
Tom?
a documentary about me. Then he asked me if I wanted an interview, and I said I would consider it. Come to find out, literally all he wanted to do was keep making a series of content to get me on LolCow Live.
He's also leaving out the part where he talked about the documentary and specifically said that Turkey Tom never reached out to him and asked to talk to him first before releasing it. Then Turkey Tom asked to talk to him, and now he's upset that Turkey Tom asked to talk to him. After being upset that he didn't ask to talk to him.
Like, that was the idea.
What?
Get me to be on LolCow Live so he could milk me for content. He literally publicly said this. Like, that was the plan. Make
Right.
a documentary, fool me into an interview, trick me into LolCow Live, get an entire amount of
This is
content.
insane.
All right, Joon isn't doing that. Joon worked his
Like, dude, specifically DSP was upset that Turkey Tom didn't reach out to him. Then when he reaches out, he gets mad that he reaches out
butt off to make this documentary
because
He's
it's
already
paranoia.
on to the next several projects. He's already got one done. He's working on like 2 more. The man is a workhorse, and he busts his butt to make these documentaries. He's not here to now sit here and create a drama sphere around me. He's done his work on me, and he's on to the next, and that's respectable. You know what I'm saying? This is not, oh, I made a documentary about Phil. Now let's try to ruin Phil's life for the next year so I can keep making money. That's not who he is. That's why I respect the man. Okay? I know, weird that someone would make a documentary, but then
I don't get it, dude, because JoonTheKing's channel is filled with just quote unquote milking people, if you want to call it milking. There's just drama videos, right? That's what all of these are. It's videos that some people are interested in. A lot of people are. It's mostly just failed YouTubers or a saga of a YouTuber that did something that caused them to be viewed in a negative light. That's all this is. I guess he's just arguing that it's better to milk a bunch of people than to just milk one dude. I guess? I don't know. Just because it's not him, he's okay with it.
try to completely destroy someone's fucking reputation in the process, right? I mean, it's odd because most people don't do that. Most people these days, they crap on you, they stomp you into the dirt, then they pick you back up so they could slap you around, spit in your face, headbutt you, pull down their pants, piss in your mouth, and throw you out the window. But then they catch you on the way out so they can pull you back in, drop trow, and dump on you. But that
Maybe that's an exaggeration, but you get, like, that's how I feel about how these people have treated me.
I really don't get it.
Okay?
Like, he's quite literally milking you for that one video and then moving on to the next cow. Is that not what's happening? Whatever, man. It's just because it's not him. He's okay with it.
So,
I respect
I'm actually
you, Joon.
excited for this tonight to start. I hope you'll join me on DSP Reacts. But that's really all I've got to say about it. Give it a look today. It's now fully live to watch for your own enjoyment. I want you to watch it. Okay, I want to emphasize this. I understand that a lot of you watching this now or watching the clip will be like, oh, I'm just going to watch Phil's reaction. I want you to actually watch his video too. He put in the work. He deserves the view. He deserves the credit. You know, that's how the whole YouTube system works. It's I scratch your back, you scratch mine. So he needs your view. Please give him a view on his documentary if you're going to be checking out my react. Okay, don't just watch my react. He deserves your views on his content. Okay? Fair enough? Okay, let's move on.
Fair enough, brother.
So the one thing that I want to talk about now, very briefly, this will not be a super long segment or anything. Yesterday,
2.3% click-through rate. Average view duration, 5 minutes. Or let's say 6. We'll round up and say 6 minutes.
We talked about
Are you kidding
my
me?
DSP gaming channel and the big boost that it had received
Come
as a
on.
result of my newfound popularity and viewership. Because of Kino Casino, because of the Keemstar interview, all these new people who are coming by and checking me out. Like right now on this very podcast, we have 550 viewers and actually climbing a bit. Thank you for over 150 likes, guys. I appreciate that. We're at 167.
I also like, too, how there's already a decline. We're already seeing the straight line going down. There's a bump when he started doing drama shit, and it's already going down.
If you're here chilling, please click the like button if you're having a good time.
The fuck,
engagement
dude?
is really helping all of my channels right now. If we get 200 likes, that would be tremendous. Please like the stream. It's free. It's easy to do. And please consider contributing. Right now, we have no super chats and no memberships. It would be great to get a few of those, okay? So, as a result of this newfound, interest in my content,
right?
My channels are
2,000
doing much
views?
better. And just briefly, this is going to be quick, I promise you. I wanted to show you that on my DSP Reacts channel, my viewership is up, my impressions are up. First of all, this is just on the on-demand videos, okay? This is not including the Rich documentary react, because that's a separate video. That's actually a live stream, not a react, okay? So as you can see, a 14% increase
So
in
why don't we
views,
just do all?
a 33% increase in impressions. So people are coming by more often to check out the content, and when they
But
do,
again,
they're-
like, this doesn't mean anything because it's 33% more than in July, which, as the pattern goes, it already is in decline. So it's 33% up from a declining number in July.
watching longer and more often.
14% more than July of an already declining number in July.
Okay, which is awesome. Key moments were things like, well, this was June. Why is that showing? Oh, it's showing last 365 days. Even though see what I mean about these stupid analytics. I said this yesterday. I said YouTube analytics suck. I selected August. Down here, it gives me stats for the year. I don't fucking want to see for the year. I want to see for August, and it won't even do that. You know what I mean? Like, it's so dumb. Their analytics suck shit. It pisses me off how bad YouTube analytics are. They should be much better. Let's go to live stream. Okay. So, wow.
Look at that.
Because of the review tech
Like, literally, it's just the drama thing.
documentary
He
react
gets nothing otherwise.
that I did, my live streams had a 522% increase in viewership.
Are you fucking kidding
As
me?
you know, typically I stream 4 times a month on the DSP Reacts channel for my DSP versus the internet show. But here's those, like there's one, and then boom, giant explosion in the amount of people who watched that live react. And that did trickle into other content that I did. You know what I'm saying? Like it did actually help the other content.
Did
a
it?
bit,
What?
Which is
Do
excellent.
you see that? It was like 200 views, 180. Never more than like 380, which is what he typically gets anyways, right after the drama thing. What did he do that got 3,000?
Content a bit, which is excellent. All right.
He did
249% increase in
Fuck, I
impressions
forgot.
on the channel because of that react, right? Pretty awesome.
And looking at audience.
Okay.
So now I have 71% of the viewers who checked out DSP Reacts
the
last
Champions
month
thing?
have come back. 71%. That's huge. No, I read that wrong. 71% more people came back to watch the content is what I meant to say. People used to just come and be like, okay, I see it, meh, and move on. 71% of people came back. Over 25,000.
But again, it's happening again. You could still see it in this graph too.
Over 124%.
The bump comes from the drama thing that he did, and then it's declining already.
I got 2,300 new subscribers, over 999% more than July, about 1,000% more, right? So there you go.
Thank you. Business degree but can't read a graph.
Thank you, Jason Tran, for the 2.
How cool, right? So excellent. And what I'm thinking is this week with these live reacts, where I'm going to be reacting to my own documentary, I think the trend will continue, right?
Right, of
like,
course
I think
it will.
People are going to be going over again. They're going to want to talk in the chat every night, so they're going to subscribe to the channel. They're going to be coming back every night to watch each
that's
live
nice.
stream.
I forgot that he hides the chat only for subscribers.
The momentum.
So in order to say gout in his chat, you have to subscribe.
Will continue.
That's why the number
this
goes
week
up.
with me reacting to my own documentary. Now, what I'm thinking is, maybe once a month I should do something major on the React channel. Correct? So last month it was reacting to the ReviewTech documentary. This month it'll be reacting to my own documentary. Right? How about next month I do another one? By the way,
Nice. So his strategy is just to lean into the drama stuff, which is fine, whatever. But the thing is, he says he never wanted to do this. And this isn't part of who he is because of his morals.
Did you know that JoonTheKing is doing a documentary on Dr. Disrespect?
Okay.
It's in the queue. He doesn't know when it's coming out yet, but typically he puts out about 1 to 2 videos a month. The next one he already has is a different person. I think her name's Lily Orchard or something like that. So Dr. Disrespect's after that. So maybe, just maybe, could do a react to the Dr. Disrespect documentary, right? That could be pretty cool, right?
Would it be cool?
So there you go.
I don't see why that would be cool.
Anyway, so thank you so much. Not leaked. He talked about this publicly. He didn't. It's not leaked information. He posted this on his channel.
Okay.
Anyway, so yeah, things are looking up. And check this out. Now,
okay, so I don't know if you've noticed a pattern, right? But it's pretty fucking obvious to me. Whenever this dude does something, also big ups Duty and DSP tries it memology. Your audience also watches them. Pretty cool. Anyways, the pattern seems to be DSP finds a nugget of gold in something that he does, and the gold is just money. Someone gives him money to do something. He then dives into it head first, promising more and more and more of the same thing. Then said thing gets old and it starts to make less money. That's all that's happening. Dude, the thing before this was his wife. His wife was the same thing before this. Before the drama thing. Wife shows up, makes a bunch of money. Tries it again, makes less money. Does it again, he makes even less money. The last time, it made even less money.
It's cool cause Dr. D is worse than Derek.
Oh yeah, thank you, Mario the Prophet, for the 2. It's a good point. He knows all about Dr. Disrespect. He has experience, personally. Anyways, so yeah, the new thing gets milked until it makes less and less money. Then he abandons it. Because before that, it was the retrospectives, too. That's just one that I'm remembering off the top of my head. He did one retrospective as like a subscriber goal on Twitch. And then he just kept doing them. Every like other month, he kept doing it until eventually he decided he would stop doing it.
this is tremendous, folks. No, seriously. This is absolutely tremendous. All right?
Low.
Channels your
no surprise, the only one that has any sort of viewers who returned is the drama one.
Audience watches. This used to be 100% detractors. Every channel here was detractor. Why? Because again, my detractors use my name and tag their videos with my information to steal views from me and my content. So people would say, I want to find DSPReacts, and they would type it and do D streams and memology, and then they would show up first. So they would get
this
the
still
view,
happens.
and then people would click off of their content onto mine. All right.
Not
Take a
necessarily.
look at this. Look at how this has changed. So the most amount of people to watch my content came from JoonTheKing because they watched the ReviewTech documentary and then they wanted to see me and the Kino guys react to it, and they came to my channel to do that, right? Kino Casino clips. They watched the clips of our content and then they came over and checked out the channel. Did these streams? Well, used to be, but not anymore because the guy only makes a few videos a week now because he doesn't monetize them. I guarantee you he probably will stop making content soon because he realizes there's no point. And DSP Gaming. People actually came to my gaming channel, liked the content, and then came and checked out the actual React channel.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this segment. This segment's embarrassing.
This is huge,
I
good,
fucking hate
positive
this.
news right now.
I hate this shit,
Very,
man.
very awesome. I'm very excited that this is happening because now people,
Like, I feel like if you want to think this shit to yourself, fine, whatever. But we're out here fucking publicly like fabricating narratives of like, wow, they loved my gaming video, then they click
people
here.
can actually find me.
This is like embarrassing. What are we doing?
Based on positive things instead of negative things. Okay, so
It just makes you come across as really pathetic.
thank you so
Now you're like prayer hands thanking people.
much, guys, for that. I
don't
really,
know.
really
It's just
appreciate
specifically
that.
weird
And
to
so
me.
let's keep that momentum going this month on DSP Reacts. I hope you guys will check out my live reacts every night to my documentary and keep that momentum moving and go from there. Okay? Cool. A couple shout outs. We've got pairing those memberships. I hope that everyone who got one enjoyed for Review Tech. I wonder.
What?
Is a sock account for Review Tech.
Oh,
I
he thinks
wonder.
he got a
Is it or
tip
is
from
it
a
not?
sock ReviewTech account.
It joined August 11th. This
Hey,
Michelle's
what does August 11th fucking coincide with? Almost it's like your drama stream. Maybe this account was created to chat in your chat,
so
dude.
Gucci channel did a super chat, and it's Review Tech, but basically put through one of those AI generators to look like a woman instead. And I'm curious if this is a real person or if this is a bot account or if this is actually Rich. Does anyone know?
What?
Because people have been saying this in chat that that's actually Rich. So for the record, I should say this publicly. Okay, let me get back to myself now.
All right.
What's going on, Jade? Good morning. How are you, Jade? Oh, what was I gonna say? Oh, FYI, yes, of course, I reached out to ReviewTechUSA. All right, and basically I've said the following. I'm going to be very transparent about this.
Okay.
Rich, everyone wants me to have you on my show now that the tables have turned. Okay. However, considering the way that you treated me for the last decade, I don't really see it being an easy thing to do.
So why'd you reach
giving
out?
you a venue to talk or whatever.
Why'd you reach out then? Like, he even hides behind this pussy ass bullshit when he reaches out to somebody. He did the same thing to Maximilian, dude. Oh, people really want to see us collaborate and really want to see us together. The fuck, bro? Just ask him. Why are you being such a bitch about it? He can't even just directly ask you. He's got to be like specifically weird.
I would like you to try to talk to me and convince me about this.
Convince me to get you on my show. Like, what the fuck you want? Like, he wants him to do a song and dance. It's pretty much the apology fetish thing, except with ReviewTech needing to like convince him to get him on the show. What the fuck? Who do you think you are, man?
Like, why should I have you on my show?
Why should I have you on? He didn't even ask to be on your fucking show.
What will we talk about, etc. Right?
What?
He didn't
Speaking of
respond.
milking fucking lolcows, what the fuck are you doing?
Then I sent him a second message, and I was like, dude, you could stop like hiding.
Man, this dude's fucking embarrassing. This shit where he sends someone an email and expects you to fucking respond in like less than a day. And then he spurgs the fuck out like a fucking weird teenager who got left on red about not getting a fucking response in a day. Less than a day. Dude, stop fucking hiding. This is how he treated fucking Rambo. This is how he talked to Rambo and his apparent best friends. Dude, like, I know you're reading my messages and I don't know why the fuck you're not responding. What the fuck is wrong with you?
And I sent him a second message, and I was like, dude, you could stop like
He's
hiding.
such a clingy fucking needy bitch, dude. What is wrong with you?
About this. Like, everyone wants you to come on the show and talk.
Dude, like,
But again,
people want you, like, on my
basically he
show?
won't respond. He's hiding.
He's
I'm
hiding.
not shocked at this at all.
Like, as if you need to respond to DSP.
I wanted to give him a chance.
Whatever, dude.
You know, but
fuck off. He's so annoying.
He's not responding. So basically, I get the feeling. You know, keep in mind, this is the guy that for years was trying to get me on his show. Constantly, he wants me for an interview.
He's pulling out the years thing too. He does this with a video game. Oh, people are telling me to play Champions. After years, I'm finally doing. Dude, he wanted to be on your show and shit like fucking years ago. How long ago was that? Like 4 years ago? Why does that have to still be the case now? That he needs to talk to you? Because 4 years ago he wanted to. Maybe he just moved on, man. Also, you spent like 4 hours making fun of him. Why would he want to talk to you?
He wants
not only talk to you, he needs to convince you why you should talk to him. What is happening?
For this crossover, he wants me for this and that. He kept saying, I'm going to get DSP. I want to interview DSP. I want to do this. I've given him the opportunity, and he has ghosted me for about a week now. Okay? So I'm just making it clear. It's not that I'm not trying to extend the olive branch. It's him hiding. He basically, I guess, doesn't want anything to do with me, which I could understand considering the fact
touching his hair has got to be some like stress reliever thing.
Here, after severely felting him during the react of his own documentary, and everyone likes me now, and everyone hates this fucking guy for good reason.
Okay. Everyone likes me now.
You know, it's funny how the tables have fucking turned, right?
Everyone likes me now.
It's funny how the tables have fucking turned. So, let's see. I really don't think he's going to respond.
Look at all the people that like him.
Some insane thing. Like, I'll only go on your show if you let me interrogate you about your personal shit, which, no, fuck off. I'm literally reacting to the JoonTheKing documentary all week long.
All these people like
all
him.
This shit in the past, it's getting dealt with and done with, okay? I don't need to keep defending. Just like, that's the same thing Craig said, too. When I was trying to get Craig to originally show up on my show, and I'm talking to him, and he's like, well, I'm going to have a chance to ask you questions. Like you had said, Keemstar could ask you questions. So I can ask you questions, right? And I was like, Craig, this is not the DSP interview 2.0. You had your chance last year. You had a 5-hour interview with me, and then you treated me like dirt after.
Treated me like dirt.
We're going to hash out everything that happened there. That's the point of your appearance. This is not continuing your interview, okay? But it seems like that's all they want.
Yeah, I don't get it. You want him to just sit there and accept you saying whatever you say? Like, he just needs to sit there and accept it. Kind of like the way you treat your chat, your little cult.
They do is they want to try to pin me down in a situation where they can, like, hammer me with personal questions that they know I'm not going to answer. And then they'll say, see, you're a villain. You're an asshole. I'm better than you. No, that's not going to happen. No one's even interested in that. No one gives a shit.
No one's interested. Then why the fuck are, like, dude, again, he talks back and forth. He just finished bragging about the documentary about himself, where most of it is actually just drama. Shit that happened to DSP and that DSP caused. Like, nobody cares about the things that happened that people want answers for, except you're bragging about the views that you were getting on the documentary about the shit that's happened. The thing that you're saying no one cares about, you're also bragging about the views on it. And you hope it gets 1 million views. But I thought nobody cared.
I don't know what's going to happen.
So people care when it's a video, but people don't care when you can get confronted directly face-to-face as you can get online. All of a sudden, people don't care when someone can, like, question you about things, but when it's a video, for some reason everybody cares and you hope it gets 1 million views.
All right, in that regard.
All right.
But as of now, Rich has not responded. It's not looking like he's going to
Flat
respond.
head. Look at his head.
Quite frankly, I've got more shit to do anyway. Like, I'm serious now.
There you go.
I'm starting to get people interested in showing up on my show. People want me to show up on
Look
their
at
show.
this. Like, this is embarrassing. The fact that we do this, man. I tried to get ReviewTech on and he ghosted me. Well, you know, I don't even care anyways because I have other things I could be doing. Then why the fuck are we talking about it? He's obviously just a scorned fucking ex-girlfriend who's upset that the boyfriend fucking ghosted you.
I don't need to worry about ReviewTech.
I don't need to worry about. Why the fuck did you message him? Why are we talking about this?
Like I said, I
this is
did
insane.
my react with him, and I was done
You're
with him.
such a
Keemstar
clingy,
suggested
needy little
make
bitch,
him a
man.
guest, and that's why I was like, oh, maybe I'll have him on, and I tried to give him a chance, but if he's gonna ghost, then ghost. Go ahead.
Ghost
You'll be
and
the
ghost.
with
I
the
don't care
least.
anyways.
Not the ghost with the most, the ghost with the least.
Okay.
You know?
What does
You ain't
that even mean?
Beetlejuice.
Okay, Beetlejuice. Okay. Whatever, dude. It's awesome. I'm glad you don't care as you talk about it.
All right. So, FYI, I do have other guests that I am lining up for the show. I've had association with in the past, and it would be a very different kind of appearance. So that way it's not just drama.
Drama,
We did
drama.
Keem, we're going to do Craig. I don't think that the JoonTheKing appearance will be drama. It'll be a good conversation.
You just did a drama video about
the internet and being a documentarian and what it's like
What?
trying to make this kind of content
Alright.
and his experience, trying to research and interact with people who he's going to make a documentary.
Like, I don't understand, though. Does DSP think he's like an interviewer now? He thinks he's a journalist? He's going to ask him about what it's like to make documentaries. But I don't really want to go to DSP Gaming for that kind of stuff.
And,
Like, that's not what people are interested in, as he's shown with his own channel analytics. People are interested in the drama. You shitting on people and people shitting on you.
all about what he discovered from me.
Like, I wouldn't want DSP as the lead investigator questioning the documentarian. What's it like doing a documentary? What the fuck?
About me when he was researching me and what are his true thoughts about me, right? Well, and again, things like what was your least favorite documentary to do and why? What was your most favorite documentary to do and why? What kind of documentaries do you
What a
think you
cool
really enjoy
question.
doing in the future? Like, that's going to be an awesome interview. I think it's going
Right.
to be a really good one. So, and that's not going to be toxic negativity or squashing beef. It's going to be a different kind of guest. I want to have different kind of guests on like that. And I already have a couple people interested and lined up, and I'll let you guys know again once we hammer it in. Okay, once it's hammered in. I'm not going to overpromise and underdeliver here.
But you already did, though. You promised it.
Yeah, and I'm open to any kind of offer. Like I said, this cultaholic thing looks interesting. Who's get held accountable? It's always the people at
Wait, what?
bad.
Wait,
and
what?
There may be more positive stuff going on in the future.
I skipped
okay?
over some gold dust here.
There we go. All right, I have one news story I'd like to cover today. It's kind of sad because, once again, what ends up happening in these situations is that the people responsible never get held accountable.
Okay.
It's always the people at the bottom who have to suffer. And what I'm talking about today
Isn't it ironic?
the news has come out. Rocksteady has begun layoffs.
Wait, now we're just like fucking straight up just showing Twitter.
Due to the poor performance of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Over half of the QA team.
Oh man, the Twitter buck's going to
let go,
fucking good
as well
use,
as
dude.
multiple other staff
We're just
members.
showing it.
One staff member was
We're
on
fucking young, yeah,
paternity
now.
on a paid absence to have a child. And then they let him go. They laid him off in the middle of what was supposed to be the best time of his life. He's now unemployed. Now, you think that it will be the people in charge, the top bigwigs, the ones who made the decisions and said, make this a games as a service game. Make this about the Suicide
boy,
Squad.
I hate his
Do you
fucking
think that
gaming
they'll be
shit.
the ones who will suffer? No, they're laying off the people at the bottom. The people at the top made all the bad decisions. And then they're laying off the people who did all the grunt work at the bottom
Right.
instead of punishing the people who are responsible. Laying
Okay.
off the people at the bottom solves nothing. It will not make the problem go away. It's the morons in charge who fucking did it.
Okay,
so
you
what
should have bought the
story
game then.
should be
This should have been your
is
champions then.
the board of directors or the CEO or whoever's in charge over there who made the decision to make this shit game has been fired. Not laid off, fired, shit canned, thrown the fuck out of the building, felted, kicked in the ass, thrown onto the fucking sidewalk with all of their belongings
Why
in a
are we
cardboard
getting
box,
violent?
tossed out behind them, and shot all over the street. That's what
What?
should happen. The dumb fuck
What?
who think they're so
Grave dancing on Labor Day.
Bro, what the fuck is going on? VLX, thank you for the 2. They should be shot,
smart, but don't know anything about the game
or their
industry.
stuff should be
Dictate
shot
this kind of shit
all
Who
over
should
the
be laid off
place.
or fired? The people who forced BioWare to make shitty ass Anthem when all they wanted to do was make another awesome RPG, and they were told, no, make Anthem.
Wait, that's
Okay?
not even
Who
true,
should be
dude.
laid
There's
off?
many stories about the story of Anthem. That one's like a little off,
The
buddy.
entire fucking group of executives
That was all
who
BioWare,
greenlit
dude.
Concord, that fucking uninspired
wasn't EA.
copycat Overwatch piece of shit, they should be fired. Why do the people who worked hard to make the garbage that they were told to make lose their jobs? Why are they the ones who are suffering? Right?
Okay.
I just don't
Yeah, we got it.
understand. How, if you don't hold accountable the people who made the bad decision, how will things ever get better in the games industry? They will not. So why are we punishing the wrong people? and what it is overall, well, the bottom line is those stockholders got to get paid. So we got to make sure that somehow they get paid. So it means cut off the employees. Well, go fuck yourself.
Go
You
fuck
disingenuous,
yourself.
Immoral pieces of human shit. To fucking talk like that. That's the fucking Phil Spencer credo. Well, we got to make money somehow. No, you don't. You don't.
Okay.
You know what you can do, Phil Spencer?
Like, this is rich coming from this dude
Get
who only buys AAA games and pays for subscriptions.
Fired.
Doesn't buy indie games
This
at
is
all.
about him and the helicopter company.
Yeah, I know. It's just another fucking thing that he's relating to himself. Thank you, Meth Bear.
And your salary goes to make up for the fact that you're a terrible leader. That's what should happen, not hurting the people under you. I'm tired of this shit. It pisses me off every fucking time we
No,
hear
it
these stories.
doesn't. Like, it
Every
doesn't
time we get a
piss you
shitty game
off.
that comes out, like, who the fuck asked for this game? Who's going to pay for it now? The people at the bottom, not the people at the top. No, fire the people at the top. The Yves Gamos.
Dude, just the other day, just yesterday, he was watching himself play PlayStation Home on the Throwback channel. And someone said in his chat, whoever made this minigame should be fired. And he was laughing at it and repeated it. And then said, you shouldn't say that. But he read it and repeated it and was laughing.
Phil Spencer's.
Okay.
All right? Whoever
So you agree with firing people that work on
in
games.
charge, who made these decisions either at Rocksteady or if it was the parent company.
Like, if this is a thing that actually pisses you off every time you see it, then how come you like laugh at people that say it?
Right.
And you yourself also say devs should be fired
WB games or whatever.
when they make something you don't like.
Whoever's making these decisions, they're the ones who need to be fucking fired. Stop giving these people golden parachutes and making them immune to any kind of accountability for their awful fucking decisions. These people are hard workers and good people who made a shit game because they were told to, not because they wanted to.
Now he's a
Who in your
saint.
right mind, who is a game developer, thinks, man, I can't wait to go into work today, sit down, program for 12 hours straight, and make a piece of shit. I can't wait to make the worst game ever. I take pride in the fact that I'm putting out shovelware that no one wants, chill games that just have fucking tons of microtransactions, games as a service that's no fun whatsoever and regurgitates the same content over and over, copies other games shamelessly that have already been out, pushes stupid fucking political agendas that shouldn't be in video games. That's what I can't wait to go in today and work 12 hours today and make a paycheck doing that. Yes, that's what I've always aspired to do. That's what I went to school for. That's what I studied hard for. That's what I applied for in this job, to make shit. No one does that. They all want to make good games. It's the people who are dictating the games they make that are fucking up, not them.
Okay.
This is okay. Fed Roger made an example. I'm gonna extrapolate upon it. It's even better. There's a restaurant. There's cooks in the restaurant.
Oh,
correct?
no.
They want to make food.
Okay. I really don't give a
People in
fuck,
charge of-
dude. I'm sorry. I really don't.
I used 30 minutes of skip juice and he still isn't watching the doc. What, the joyful stalling is real?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Shaman. Thank you for the 5, but he's not watching it. He's gonna watch it at nighttime.
Art, that's good. It used to be you make the good
10 p.m. Eastern.
product first.
He talked about it a little bit, and he looked at the photo of it, like different parts
Then
in
you
it, but he's not gonna watch it.
Now it's how do we design the product to make a profit, regardless of the fact if it's good or not, and then hopefully
But
people like.
thankfully, I watched it. We saw the entire thing.
No, you have art backwards.
Thank
You
you.
make
You're
the
welcome,
art
Rope.
for art's sake, to be
Rope
good, to be
gaming.
entertaining, to be meaningful, to be an experience that people want to remember for the rest of their life. When was the last time
Oh,
in the last
shit.
5
Sorry,
years
I
you played a
fucked up.
game, and when you were playing it, your jaw dropped, and you were like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna remember this moment, this gaming moment forever."
Yeah, this is fucking
Can you
cringe,
name
dog.
one game in the last 5 years that's happened?
Yeah, Red
at
Dead,
all?
right? I
If
don't
you
know.
can, good. I'm happy for you. But I get the feeling that many people right now would be like, hey, I played the sequel to something, and the sequel was kind of good.
Like, I don't get it, dude.
But how many jaw-dropping...
They literally fucking cater games to you, DSP. You're the test case. This was in the documentary, dude. You get used as a fucking general audience. They use you. Factually, they actually have used you in the past. As recently as like 5 years ago. You're an example for like the fucking idiots that we have to make games for.
In the different levels.
You're part of the problem, bro.
The flow is
The
motivating. And most importantly, we can actually use that motivation to prioritize exploration. Here's a quick example.
There you
I
are.
want you to watch what the player does.
We gotta watch DSP. Yeah, we're gonna watch what DSP does. He's really a good test case for the
experiences do we
fucking
really get anymore?
average idiot, man.
Not many. Not many. Even a game like Elden Ring. There's a lot of people saying Elden Ring in the chat.
Elden Ring is
There you go. Like, this is so fucking stupid. Name a single game that really blew you away. Names a game. Well, Elden Ring doesn't count. Fuck off. Like, what are we doing?
Of everything FromSoft has done.
That's
it was
so
not
dumb.
A jaw-dropping new experience. It was the epitome of what they could do based on their previous works.
This is
But it
so
wasn't
dumb.
like,
Now you're putting all this bullshit stipulations in the question that you fucking made up.
wow, it blew me away. It was like, okay, it plays like Dark Souls, but it has cool open world. It's good, right? But it's not, wow, something I never expected, blew me away, mind-numbing. I'll
Right,
remember.
but because it didn't blow you away, you can't just discount all the people that it did blow away.
You know,
You're just kind of minimizing their own fucking opinion on the thing that you asked for.
it was good. But to me, it's just like,
This is so
industry
fucking
gonna fall
stupid,
apart
bro.
Unless we allow
Like, this dude was acting fucking hog wild over Alan Wake 2. Did that shit not blow you away? That's a fucking example in your own question. He already forgot that he fucking was blown away by Alan Wake 2.
game developers to innovate.
He already forgot. That shit came out last
And what
year.
we're finding is when game developers can innovate, they're successful. A lot of the indie game success that we've seen in the last 5 years, these indie games that take off and become viral, it's because these people were allowed to cook,
Champions.
but they didn't have the constraints of a time frame or a well, it's pre-installed. We made the game first. We designed it to print money. Then we gave it to selected streamers. So hopefully they'll play it early so it gets early exposure so they can kiss its butt. And then hopefully the money train will print. No, that's not how it works. People have to discover games on their own that they like. Not you gave it to them early and you installed these fucking paid advertisement shills to say the game was good early. So now people will buy it. People have stopped believing the bullshit. All right? There's no more situations like there was with State of Decay 2 and shit years ago where everyone just believed everyone who got a game early.
Who believed who? I don't understand what he means. Apparently, you just believe people if they get a game early. What?
People are becoming increasingly skeptical of this practice. So now they have to make good games. And all these shitty games are failing. And who gets hurt? The game developers, not the people who made the bad decisions. Fuck that shit. The industry needs to change. They need to start getting people in positions of power who understand the game industry, who understand.
Thank you, Meth Bear.
Fill in the Leafs. Both trash and deserve.
Fuck yeah. Fuck the Leafs.
I'm him.
That's you, Meth Bear.
The culture who know what's going on. This is ridiculously stupid. What's happening in the industry right now, and people need to take a stand against it.
Oh, boy.
You know what I'm saying? Okay. So that's my story. Let's. I got one shout out to do. Hold on.
Great.
You
Cool.
know, I didn't know about it. Right? We've talked about all of it.
What are we talking
exactly
about?
should I be afraid of?
Wait, what?
What are you talking about?
Oh, here you go. Here you go. It's someone.
I received a $2 tip.
Hold on.
From Only Iced Infinite. Wild Pill, some of the stuff in the documentary is rough. You're sure you should react to it. What are you talking about? It's all already been said.
Huh?
It's literally all already been said.
What?
There's nothing in that documentary that's going to be like, oh my God, you know, I didn't know about it. Right? We've talked about all of it. What exactly should I be afraid of?
I don't know. Maybe the Champions part. That part was pretty insane. This entire Bankruptcy and Champions part, back to back.
In this documentary. What boogeyman is going to come out of the fucking closet exactly? Right? Shit from the FGC days 20 years ago that's not representative of me today. Big fucking deal, right? All the shit my detractors have already said. Big fucking deal. It's not a big deal. It's not.
It's not
okay?
a big deal. Okay.
I won't see you tonight, Jade. I didn't figure you'd be
Like, again, this comes like a week after him saying he was gonna skip parts in the documentary because he doesn't want to talk about it, and he's been told by lawyers not to talk about Champions. So he was making it a big deal, trying to hide away from it.
much into the drama aspect of me reacting to my own documentary, okay?
Is my stream still up?
So
I'm getting an error.
And you know, I will be doing gameplay every day. Tomorrow we're doing Call of
I'm
Duty.
dropping
Wednesday
frames.
we're doing Street Fighter.
I hope
so
it's
hopefully you'll
okay.
enjoy that content. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. If it's not a big deal, why even react? Where is the purpose in any of this?
Okay. So anyway, guys.
Still up? Okay.
So
Thank you.
right now we have over 200 likes. Thank you again. Just a reminder, is the king. Obviously, for the end of the stream, I want to hit the goal of 100.
Bag. For now?
Close some stuff here. Like, stupid me.
Okay.
Tips $10. He goes, the biggest surprise of the doc to me is how thick your neck actually used to be. How thick my neck used to be.
Is that funny?
I mean, maybe because I was so fat. I mean, keep in mind, when I started on YouTube, I was chubby, man. I told you, at my heaviest, I was 240 pounds. And now
What?
I'm 200, you know, or I fluctuate around 200. Sometimes I'm 205, sometimes like 195, now around 200. I lost
Okay.
all that weight.
Lost weight.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, I was a big boy. I was eating very unhealthily and doing a lot of stupid things, right?
He was
So
fat,
that's pretty funny.
guys.
Thank you for the tip.
He's not fat anymore. He's just chubby.
Would I play Metroid Prime 4 next year? If I'm not here, so I have to start playing it on Saturday. Like, DLC comes out at the tough month. I gotta be careful. I don't want to take on too much. And then
Okay, he's not going to play video games.
I can't even play it again this week.
Okay,
So
video games not allowed.
Okay.
I'm glad we're a drama channel now. That's pretty cool.
We'll go from there.
Okay, pretty cool. I'm glad I skipped that fucking answer. It was
Ray
worthless.
Tide says LTG wants to be on the podcast. Yeah, well, is he going to say anything and contact me, or is he just going to just going to say that in the chat?
He has
If
to
he
apologize.
reaches out to me in a way where I can believe it's him. All right, then I will, consider it. But I haven't heard from him at all. I can't contact him because he blocked me on Twitter. If he unblocks me on Twitter, then I probably believe what you're saying.
He snuck in a little sniff there. One nostril sniff.
Jeremy Kyle says, I was hoping you would play Star Wars Outlaws. It's very dope. On his Discord reaction.
Don't care about Star Wars. Don't give a fuck.
Someone
Moving
submitted
on.
your tweet to him on his Discord reactions. Okay, so is he going to unblock me from Twitter so we can talk like humans? Instead of him blocking me like he did last year. Which was
Remember
really
when
stupid.
Twitter was a bad way to contact a business? Okay.
Like my idea, for those who don't know, my idea last year was thus. I was getting
thus.
back into competitive Street Fighter for the first time in a long time, and a lot of people were following me on that journey, wondering, can Phil get good at Street Fighter 6? Because I really had sucked for a long time, not caring. And I knew he was going to be playing Street Fighter 6, and my idea was for us to do a collaborative work together, where we would fight each other in Street Fighter, probably multiple characters, and go back and forth. And I wanted to basically do a stream where we would compete with Evo. Like, no lie, our stream fighting each other would be in competition directly with one of the Evo Day streams. And I was wondering, could we get a lot of their viewership? Could we pull the viewers over? Have people go in Evo chat and be like, hey,
so
DSP
more
and
like
LTG are
drama.
fighting, check it out. And then people would jump
So he wanted more
to
drama.
the stream and give us all
Okay.
hype. I think it would work. I think that would definitely would have worked. People would have been excited for that. And instead of him taking it seriously,
Why would
he made
they
a series of
whatever.
videos. The first one was basically him saying that I have to look to my image, and I have to look at work.
the way he explains.
This one was basically him saying that I have to look to my image,
I have to look to my image. Yeah, that's what he said.
and I have to work on my sexy, and I need to lose weight,
Uh-huh.
and I need to change my setup to look good.
Right. Hey, guess what? He did do that. He did change the way he dressed and showed up to stream. Bro, this dude admitted to showering because of what LowTierGod said to him.
Basically, all this stuff about the physical appearance, which is hilarious because it's obvious he didn't watch my content recently to see that everything had been upgraded and changed.
What?
He had no idea.
What? Dude, this was before that.
And basically, he just a lot of stupid shit like that.
Okay.
Right? So I went on my show and I made fun of him saying that shit, saying, dude, you're a fucking weirdo. Why do you care about my appearance?
You're a
Be a
weirdo.
man and fucking and play me, accept my challenge. And instead of being serious about that, he blocked me on Twitter. He made a big post, oh, you're a clout chaser and you're this and that, and he blocked me. Dude, this is going to be beneficial for both sides.
Exactly. You being a clout chaser. He wanted nothing to do with
We were both
you.
going to get a boost. We were both going to get views.
He
at the time
doesn't
when Street Fighter 6
care.
was
You're
ultra
being a
hyped, like,
fucking
just
clout
come out.
chasing
Everyone was
bitch,
interested in
and you actually listen to his words.
rivalries and shit like that in the game. It would have been awesome. Instead,
This dude actually started showering more because a guy online made fun of him.
he shoots it down immediately. Like, how dumb.
That's crazy.
I just don't understand it.
Yeah, man. I shower like every day now. Okay. You really want to tell us that? Show us all the new shirts that you bought after that incident.
Okay. Yako Mighty feels I'd be
Look at
better
him
off skipping
sway.
Astrobot and playing the Dead Rising remake or something if I could get to hit this goal sooner
Beg.
rather than later.
Let's go. Look at this. Look at this begging.
Okay.
Still begging.
Anything else you guys would like to talk about? And by the way, guys, again, please support the stream.
Please.
I really would like
please
to hit this goal sooner rather than later.
Beg.
'Cause you know
Beg.
me, I don't
Beg.
like talking about it. Honestly, I just don't. Every once in
I
a
don't
while,
like talking
I'll
about
say,
it. Yeah, no shit. Like, obviously, this is really dumb. I hate when he does this. I don't like asking for money. Yeah, no fucking shit. You want to just show up, get the money, and then, like, not have to talk about it. You just want to show up and get money. Yeah, no fucking shit you want that.
Hey, let's get some likes on this. Like right now,
Obviously.
we're at 216 likes. Let's get that to 250 likes. It's free to do. It's easy to do. Just click the like button. It helps the channel. Please do that, right? Super chats. We got like $6. Let's get that to like 10 or 15. We got 5 memberships. Let's get 10 memberships, right? But in regards to the tips, that's my main focus. And hitting the 150 to continue the king streak is obviously something everyone wants.
Everyone wants that. Everyone wants that.
And
I don't want to have to talk about it all day as I play Black Myth Wukong. I don't want it to be on my mind. I just want to focus on the game. In fact, people have literally said my streams are better when I hit the goals early because then I don't talk about them and I can just focus on the game.
Very believable. Very true and honest statement. Very true.
My streams are better when I hit the goals early because then I don't talk about them and I can just focus on the game. So, please, if you like the content, please, let's hit the goal right away. Let's get it out of the way so that we can focus on Black Myth and I can just get as far as I can today because I can only play it once this week pretty much, right?
People like when I get money.
Okay.
Getting money makes my stream better. What? How? How the fuck does getting money make your stream better?
Why did LTG block me? I just told you. Because he's so upset that... All right. The truth is...
The truth is... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Look at this fucking lying piece of shit.
That...
He was about to lie to you. He's thinking of a lie.
All right.
All right.
The truth is...
The truth is... Now I'm going to tell you the truth. Huh?
I'm so confused as to what just happened.
Huh? What?
The reason he blocked me is because of Vizan. Because the last time he had a giant rivalry with anyone was with Vizan. And after basically having this feud with...
Honey, let me beat you now so I don't have to beat you later.
Yeah,
Smile.
give me the money now. Give me the money now so I'll treat you better later. Thank you, Valraven, for the 5.
Vizan. And then going to the tournament and losing to him. He lost a ton of face, right? It made him look awful. And he felt that whole rivalry gained him nothing. Like, he made nothing out of it whatsoever.
Now he's just making shit up.
Just a bunch of wasted time and effort. It made him look stupid and embarrassing.
Like, he's trying to correlate the Viscant and LTG meme video where Viscant kicked his ass in the game. How the fuck is that relevant here? How would you even possibly know this?
So, now...
Like, even if it is relevant, you wouldn't know that this was the case. He started this off by saying, let me tell you the truth. You don't know this to be the truth.
To see a similar thing happening, him and me, having a rivalry or whatever.
Course.
And
this is the
the
truth.
Same thing. It's not.
Let me tell you the truth. Makes up fucking random bullshit.
I actually don't have bad feelings or bad blood with LTG.
Okay.
The point was to have a fun rivalry where we could play and get views during. By the way, it's pronounced Vizan. I don't know if you guys know that. Everyone says Viscant or Anyway, basically, this idea that I had last year would have made us both a lot of money. It would. We would have both had streams from our own perspectives, our supporters, and even our trolls. Everyone would have been in on this. You know, who's gonna win, DSP or LTG?
But again, that should say more about you than it does about LTG. The fact that he called you a clout chasing bitch or whatever, and then blocked you and didn't want anything to do with you, shows that he would rather not have to deal with you. The incentive of potential views and money wasn't worth it for him to have to deal with you.
Epic thing. And instead, he turned it into like a pissing match, which I didn't want a pissing match. I want to have a real match where we can both benefit from this. He doesn't see it. He told me, you have to pay me $5,000 for my time. Dude, if the stream went down the way I planned it, you would have made $5,000 on the stream.
So you pay him then.
You would have had a ton of people
So
coming
pay
and
him
supporting
then.
you on your side that
Okay,
day.
but you pay
You would
him.
have got 1,000, 2,000 new fucking subscribers. You would have got, you know, bits and tips and shit. You would have got all of it. I probably wouldn't have made that much, but you would have.
Nice, nice.
It just doesn't make sense. The guy didn't even want
Nice.
to talk. It
I'm
wasn't
just
even
an
like,
innocent victim.
oh, well, let's negotiate till it's something beneficial to both of us. It was just flat out, no, pay me $5,000, and he blocked me.
Like,
It was obviously he
exactly.
didn't
Like, that just shows you he doesn't want to deal with you,
want the
bro.
$5,000. He just wanted to
It's not that fucking
be
serious.
out of the situation, or else he wouldn't have blocked me on Twitter to begin with. So
He's such a bitch, man.
it's the ball is in his court, but he's hid in like I call it his castle because he's basically hiding on his stream for a
Hiding.
year,
Now this is another guy who's hiding.
and he's refused to engage with anything. He just sits there.
ReviewTech is hiding.
accepts contributions,
LTG is hiding.
but isn't really doing
They're all
anything
hiding.
besides raging at Street Fighter. So, I mean, he could do that forever if he's happy doing it. I was thinking we could branch out and do something different, and he rejected the idea, you know, and he blocked me, so the possibility of any further talks are gone. You know, now opinion is flipped on me. People like me. I got more people checking out my content. We got more positive stuff going on.
Okay, yeah.
And now that that's
obviously.
happening, there's no opportunity to talk with him because he closed the line of communication. See?
Does he have to want? Like, this dude cannot help himself whenever someone just doesn't want to like him or engage with him in any way. Not everyone needs to like you, DSP. I know your parents probably fucking coddled you till the fucking cows came home, but dude, everyone doesn't need to like you. You don't need to be liked by everybody. It's okay if someone just says no and moves on. You don't need to, like, fucking complain about it, what, 2 years later?
Oh, ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, dude. You fucking changed your entire lifestyle.
I don't have his email
because of what LTG said to you.
address, but he should just unblock me on Twitter if he wants to talk. It's
Okay.
ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
You should just stop being silly and unblock me on Twitter.
Stop
and then we can
being
talk like
silly.
humans.
Like, you're really
I
this
think This
upset.
hiding line and nagging is Keem, Moide.
Yeah, maybe. Scrappy. He got that from Keemstar.
Instead of shooting emails back and forth.
Too much talking to the misery
I received a
broker.
$5 tip. Oh, win DSP, all hail the king. Yeah, correct. Inferior version of Super Turbo on PS1. No, it was actually...
Wait, what?
Oh, it was the inferior version of Super Turbo on PS1. No, it was actually the other versions too. I was always good at Super Turbo Street Fighter. It's just that people made shit up.
Again, we just saw the entire documentary.
Didn't I want Keem to email me? Lord X Law,
He finished top 8, I think, twice in, like, major competitions.
not here for the fucking interview when I told him I was razzing him the whole time and it was a way for me to...
Wait, what?
Lord X Law, were you not here for the fucking interview when I told him I was razzing him the whole time and it was a way for me to stick back at him because he was trolling me online? Like, did you not watch the interview? I guess you're the only one.
Oh, didn't you want Keem to email you? Oh, fuck that bullshit, dude. This dude called telling Keemstar. This dude said when he told Keemstar to email him instead of message him on Twitter that it was him razzing him. Like, this shit is actually insane, and I actually can't believe he does this. With something as big as that. Like, what the fuck is the razz? You actually wanted him to email you because you don't like communicating through DMs. Now that you confronted him, now that he confronted you about it, and you backed down like a bitch, and you just for no reason said it was a joke just to, like, escape the awkwardness of needing to confront that, instead of admitting to him that your ego is too big, that, well, I'm too afraid of direct confrontation, so I want to email before a DM because then I have time to think about the response. That's really what it is. But for some reason, just like to avoid having to tell Keemstar that, he said it was a razz because it's easier to say it's a razz instead of actually confronting the issues that you have with yourself.
You're the only one.
Okay.
Good for you.
DSP's the dude that says something, and then when no one finds it funny, it's like, oh, it was just a joke. I was just joking. I was just joking. You know, I was just joking.
Jay says, when is that Girl with the Big Fish game coming out? I don't think it had a release date. I know what game you're talking about. I forgot the name
What a
of it.
fucking
It was
weasel,
shown off
man.
during Summer Game Fest. I don't think that...
Wait, Fred Fox. I'm not Fred. You know what? I am Fred. It was me all along.
Oh, by the way, I missed a super chat here.
Cat agrees with me. What are we doing? Why are we just like sitting here doing nothing?
If Rambo reached out, would you have him on the show? No, because Rambo would not want to be on the show.
How
The
do
whole
you
point
know
is
that?
Rambo had enough of the internet drama.
This is really
that was
dumb.
caused.
Again, this is all a big retcon because, again, it was mentioned in the fucking documentary that he's gonna watch. Rambo left the door open and said a phone call could fix everything. Rambo's not going to be on the show because he wouldn't want to be on the show. How the fuck do you know that? Instead of like speaking to the corner demons in your head, why don't you like actually fucking try to reach out? This dude's talking to Keemstar and shit before he reaches out to his in real life only real friend he's ever had in John Rambo.
Show.
Like,
The
what's
whole point
wrong
is
with
that
you?
Rambo had enough of the internet drama that was caused by being associated with me when my trolls got so extreme that they started branching out into the other people involved. with
Media
me.
is weird.
I feel like that's why eventually.
Hey,
he just
Iviga,
disappeared from the
holy
internet, 'cause
shit,
he wanted
hold on. Whoa, guys. Hello. Thank you, Iviga.
Gifted member Bob.
Thank you for the 10. What? Let's go. Big ups, guys.
to
Thank you
completely
so much.
separate himself from that level
Enjoy.
of drama. He would
Hey,
never
Ramon.
want to be a guest on my show. He would want to have a private conversation behind the scenes that no one knows about.
Are you implying that you're going to do that? Because that's also something you're not going to do. So what's the purpose? Like, I don't know. That's not really the own you think it is to detractors. That's like your real life best friend.
Okay, anything else, guys? We're getting near the end of the show. We're getting near the end, and then we're
You just sit there and shut down any form of communication with your ex-best
jump back
friend.
into Black Myth Wukong, okay? So last chance if you have something to ask, if you'd like to contribute.
Dude, Mr. Lion. With 20 gifted memberships. Holy shit. Dude, you are gothic.
I am Gothic. I am World of Warcraft. I am Tekken 3.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Enjoy. Thank you, Mr. Lion. And Iviga.
We can at least hit $50 by the end of the show. Would be great.
Begging yet again.
X post explained. I have no idea what you're talking about. X post explained.
DL5, 9 months. God damn.
Am I going to continue chain together with the Kino Casino boys? Excuse me, the Kino Casino boys. I have no idea. They're on vacation for a while, actually.
I have no idea.
I believe they're still on vacation for at least 2 more weeks. And then when they come back, we'll see what's up with them, how they're feeling, what they're thinking of doing for content. I have no problem doing another like one-off stream of Chain Together with them, if they wanted to.
It wouldn't be a one-off if you did it once before.
What happens? But I mean, you're asking the wrong person. When they come back from their
How
vacation,
are they asking?
then there'll be discussions of future stuff. But
That's
for
really
now,
weird.
I'm not against it. Why would I be against it? We had a good time, right? We had a good time together.
Okay, look at. I love you can see like his brain, like the coping and like the defense mechanisms and like the protections against any sort of criticism happening all in this little weird segment. This is pretty good.
Off stream of Chain Together with them, if they wanted to. So I guess we'll see what happens. But I mean, you're asking the wrong person.
You're asking the wrong person.
We'll
see what happens.
When they come back from their vacation, I'm sure then there'll be discussions of future stuff. But for now, I'm not against it. Why would I be against it?
I'm not against it. Why would I be against it? Who are you talking to right now? Why would I? No one said you were against it. The question was, are you going to do it?
We had a good time, right?
We had a good time, right?
We had a good time.
We had a good time. What? It was a question and then it turned into a statement. We had a good time, right? We had a good time. What? What is happening? This are like the voices in his head. The gears are spinning. Like, this is how he fucking deals with like information when it comes to someone else.
When they come back from their
talking, like blabber mouthing and trying to like convince himself everything's okay. Why wouldn't it be okay? Of course I would love it. Why wouldn't I like it? We had a good time, right? We had a good time.
Their vacation,
what the fuck?
Then
What's
there'll be
happening?
Discussions of future stuff, but for now,
I'm sorry. I'm like autistically going over
We had a
this.
good time, right? We had a good time together. Choom Laboom.
I love that. That was pretty good.
Competitive at Street Fighter 6.
He's so like paranoid about everything. He can't even answer a simple question. All he had to say was, "Yeah, I'd love to do it with them again. We just got to wait and see if they're down for it, but I'm always down." That's it. That's like what a normal person would say to that. But he turns it into like this weird defensive position and like throwing shots at whoever asked the question and like, oh, of course. Like it's insane. It shows you how his brain works with that one little question there.
In on it like you did during your Street Fighter Turbo days. Yes, but what that would have implied is I need to travel. I actually need to go to physical tournaments and play a wide variety of people to learn how to play the game offline and to learn various strategies that you're never going to see online implemented because you probably can't. There is a very big difference between playing a game exclusively online or playing it offline in a tournament. And some things that fly online as legit strategies do not work in person because of zero input delay. So, yeah, I would have to basically put an insane amount of time and work and effort into it to be good. I don't want to put insane amounts of time, work, and
Again, this is ridiculous, too. I got to stop saying that. I'm stealing that from him. Dude, I'm absorbing his personality. Anyways. He implies that not even implies, he straight up says that if he goes to a tournament, he needs to practice for hundreds and hundreds of hours to be good at the tournament. But like, dude, you can just show up at a tournament. You're there for content for the most part. You're not there to like practice and go to Evo. You can show up to a tournament in Seattle and just be there Reach out, collaborate. Maybe you'll see some other YouTuber. Maybe you'll have some fun. Maybe you'll make a friend. You don't have to, like, this is him just putting down the idea. It's him shutting it down simply because he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to risk going to a tournament. He doesn't want to risk getting made fun of. He doesn't want to get shit talked while playing. It's really that simple. That's the real answer. But for some reason, he then needs to like convince himself that going to a tournament would require too much work, too much effort, too much practice, too much time that I don't want to invest. But really, it's just, well, you can just show up to the tournament. You don't need to win the tournament. You can just go and have fun and meet some new people with a similar interest.
For into it. Take a look at this week.
It doesn't have to be that serious.
On Wednesday. That's it. People who want to be good and play at a high level. What's wrong with the schedule? Oh, it's yesterday's schedule? All right, I'll fix it. People who want to play at a high level have to constantly be practicing, playing, traveling, doing different kinds of competition.
See, who's doing this? Who the fuck? Holy shit. Dude, we got Jamie with another 50.
As a baller as possible.
Holy shit, guys. That's
babe.
That's insane.
I'm him.
You've been him.
I will continue to be him.
Thank you so much, brother.
What was that noise?
There she is, falling down the stairs. Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for the 50.
My room, and I play the game every once in a while randomly.
Enjoy,
It
guys.
doesn't work. It doesn't fly. Okay?
It doesn't work. It doesn't fly. I can't just show up to a tournament and have some fun and meet some new people. What is happening? Why is he just typing for 20
Schedule
years?
should be fixed now. I probably have a typo in it, though.
The schedule.
Guys, we are 13 likes away from 250. Because what's going to end up happening is now I'm going to have to keep bringing this shit up. Please, we
Okay.
get some more contributions. That'd be
Look at this. Look at this pathetic man, baby man begging.
50. Let's hit the 250 likes by the end of the show. And again, please, we get some more contributions. That'd be great.
Please. Please, Mom, can we get some more contributions? One more time.
250 likes by the end of the show. And again, please, we get some more contributions. That'd be great. Because what's going to end up happening is now I'm going to have to keep bringing this shit up when I'm trying to play the game. And I hope we keep it going.
Like, that's a threat. That's him just straight up threatening people in a very minor way. If we don't get the money now, I'm just going to keep bringing it up. Pretty much just saying, if I don't get money, then I'm going to keep asking for it until you give it to me. He's just threatening you with begging. That's his fucking threat. His pathetic threat is, I'm going to keep begging if I don't get money now.
I don't know what's going on today. Typically by now we would definitely have a lot more. So please consider contributing. Let's hit $50 right now.
Spoiler, he got
just
the
before
money.
The show ends. We're
Very
about to end in
cool.
like 5 minutes, okay?
I'm felted. I'm seething.
Excuse me.
Please give me money, because then if not, I'm going to beg. Huh?
Huh?
For now?
Games. I know this month is just weird because normally I'm Mr. Games. I'm the guy who plays all the big releases and I'm juggling them all.
Mr. Games.
Normally my week
That's a
this
new
week would
one.
have been Black Myth Wukong dropping it, right? Then I would have this happening. And it's all at once.
Now he's
once we get
Mr.
through this
Drama.
documentary, then we go back to normalcy. Long live the king. Are you a coward? He says you
What did he say? What did he actually say?
should skip the doc. It will not go well.
There you go.
No, really. Are you a coward?
Are you a coward?
In life, you face
What?
things head on. You don't run from them and cower from them and pretend like they don't exist, right? Like, I'm going to do this whole documentary react, have it done with, and move forward positively in my life. And the truth is, not everyone is going to like the answers that I have, and not everyone is going to like the fact that I can't show you all of my personal information to prove or disprove things.
But isn't that you being a coward, that you're not going to provide all the evidence for the things that he's criticizing you for, or the things that are being mentioned in the documentary?
I don't care.
I don't care.
Most people don't give a shit anyway.
Why are you talking about it?
They're like, this is stupid. The shit that people are hating on you for, right? Like,
This is
fucking
dumb.
playing a mobile game. Or,
Like, people don't hate you for playing a mobile game. People don't dislike you because of the way you do it.
you know,
The way you go about your begging is pretty fucking slimy. Sure, you're not like a legitimate PDF as far as people can prove, but like, dude, you can still be laughed at and criticized. You're on the fucking internet, man.
even the bankruptcy.
Like, this is so annoying when people like Kino Casino were saying, well, you're not as bad as the other people we laugh at. It's like, does that really matter though? Like, I guess that's a point, but I mean, people can still criticize you. You post shit on the internet. Anyone can say anything about anybody.
Shit is so dumb. because I've already gone over it a million times in a very logical manner that makes sense.
And obviously, there's a lot of people that just don't like DSP. Straight up, they just don't like him. If you look through the comments, if you look through the chat when it was premiering, there's just a lot of people that just don't like him. He's not a very likable guy. It's not just because he plays a mobile game. There's a lot more to it than that. People have their own reasons, but it's like most people just like to laugh at DSP.
Sense to anyone who has a logical
It's okay
mind.
to want to laugh at a guy who's a fucking loser on the internet.
But people don't want logic.
And who just shows it every day of his life.
They want drama. So they just keep thinking weird shit instead of the thing that what do they say in a case where
Yeah, blind cow.
There's a saying, and it's like, obviously, usually in most cases, it's the most logical thing that actually is the truth, not the crazy fringe insano thing. And whenever I try to present a logical case for something, no one wants to hear it.
What?
Right? So that's the thing. It drives me nuts.
I don't get that. What are you
if people
saying?
would just think matter-of-factly and logically about things, they probably would have figured out everything by now, and it would have all made sense.
Like, let's try to use that theory. The whole bank leaks thing, where they talked about the bank leaks. He was trying to say at the same time, the exact same time, he got his identity leaked. When the bank leaks happened. At the same exact time. If the logical answer is usually the truth, wouldn't the logical answer be that the bank leaks was just you? That was your bank leaks? Because what the fuck are the chances that you would get an identity leak as soon as the bank leaks happened? And that all of the things spent in the bank leaks were pretty similar to things that you also spend money on. And they coincide with days that you had off. Your days off.
Attention and my
events in the Champions game. Events that were happening coincided with PayPal transactions in the fucking bank leaks. I don't get it. What does this even mean? Follow the logic.
Wants to do that. Everyone just wants to think, what's the most extreme, stupid thing?
Extreme.
Bill's a heinous villain, a horrendous criminal, a terrible person, and a terrible husband, and a terrible blah, blah, blah. But that's not the truth. The truth is somewhere in the middle of everything that people say, but no one's been able to figure it out, and I can't talk about it because it puts everything in my life at personal risk. So I can't open up all my accounts and shit to show you.
See, what does that even mean, though? It puts everything at personal risk. What would do that? If he tells us it's his account, of course it opens him up to risk because he fucking lied. Then that means that certain things he announces as business expenses were not technically business expenses. People already know your account names of stuff. If they wanted to look into it, they can look into it right now. I really don't understand what he means by him saying if I show my account name, that would open me up to other things. What?
Bankruptcy court.
Whoops, my bad.
Right? So some people will not give a fuck. Some people will give a fuck and hate me because I'm not going to say or do or prove innocence in certain cases. But for the most part, this last month has shown most people just won't give a fuck. They're here to have a good time. They're here to enjoy content. They know I haven't murdered anyone.
So I don't get it, though. He's doing the thing. He's doing the fucking meme that I hate. But also, if nobody gives a fuck, then what's the harm in admitting it then? Other than actual harm that could happen if you admit it. See what I'm saying? It's like a fucking... It's almost like as if you were lying this entire time, because fucking every other word that comes out of your mouth is a lie. Straight up just lying about everything. And if you admit this lie, it has a fucking huge potential ramifications of it. You know, there's a big fucking... Something could come of it if you admitted it.
I haven't groomed anyone. I haven't...
Hold up. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Done horrendous, awful, illegal actions. I haven't fucking faked cancer. I haven't...
Okay, you faked your parents dying, though. That's a big one that you did. You faked your parents... like imminent death to fly across the country and get married.
Doxed. I haven't fucking scammed.
Wait, you haven't doxed? You did dox. You have doxed before.
I haven't done any of these.
I haven't scammed. You did scam. What are we doing? He named like 5 things and he did 4 out of the 5 things. What?
Awful things that other people have done. No fundraisers that I didn't give the money away, but I held on to it for years and years.
What? No fundraisers? Wait. Let me hear that again.
Cancer.
Let me hear all of these motherfuckers. Let me count them out.
I've done horrendous, awful, illegal actions. I haven't fucking faked cancer.
Faked cancer, right. I would equate that with faking your parents dying. So that's one that you did.
I haven't doxed. I
Doxed, you have done.
haven't fucking scammed.
Scammed, you have done that.
I haven't done any of these awful
And he also said murdered before all of those. So I guess he hasn't killed somebody as far as we know. Okay, so you did 3 out of 4 then.
things that other people have done. No fundraisers that I didn't give the money away, but I held on to it for years and years.
No fundraisers where I didn't give the money away. Oh, he's referencing the completionists. But you did do fundraisers, DSP, where you said it was for one thing, and then you turned around and used the money for something else. So that's arguably worse, because then you're taking money for one thing and using it on something else rather than holding the money. Right? Right? You did do that.
You know, none of that shit.
You did do that, though.
So at the end of the day, you can make a 4-hour documentary, but if it's a 4-hour documentary of a lot of lame, tame shit and things that were blown out of proportion that no one should really care about,
no one should
then
care.
Who cares?
Then
Why would
who
I be
cares?
afraid to react to the documentary?
I mean, it kind of sounds like you're afraid, man, with all of this weird back and forth and coping and shit that you're doing. Shakes head.
I just don't get it.
I just don't get it. Maybe you will when you watch it, man. There's some pretty cool shit in there.
Me doxing some guy is in the doc? Well, good. I look forward very much. I look forward to watching the documentary and finding that out. Because maybe at some point there was a fringe time.
Wait, look at this. Look, like, did you... Okay, so were you lying then or are you lying now? Like, I really don't understand how this is supposed to fucking bolster your image. Is this really supposed to help? Is this like a good thing?
The documentary and
I don't get it.
That out.
You're trying to appeal to like the normal average human being, but then you're like, yeah, well, maybe the one time I did do the thing that I just told you that I didn't do.
Because maybe at
that doesn't make you look good, man.
Some point there was a fringe time in my 16 plus years as a YouTuber that I did dox someone, but it literally doesn't come to mind at all.
Nice. That's even worse, the fact that you can't even remember when you did it.
Because I would never do that actively unless maybe I did a million years ago. But if it's some of the recent shit, like for example,
are you fucking kidding me?
Come to mind at all. At all. Because I would never do that actively unless maybe I did a million years ago. And
I would never do it actively unless I did. What? That's like saying I would never kill someone unless I killed someone. What the fuck? What is even the purpose? What are we doing? Yeah, I never fucking beat my wife. If you discount the times that I did beat my wife. What? What are we doing? What are we doing?
That I did dox someone, but it literally doesn't come to mind at all. At all. Because I would never do that actively unless maybe I did a million years ago and I don't remember it.
I don't remember
But if it's some of the recent shit, like for example, a few years ago, where some person tried to set me up and they sent me a Photoshop.
Hey, look, it's almost like he fucking remembers. He knows exactly what people are talking about.
He did a million years ago.
Yeah, a million years ago, aka like 4, like less than 4. Thank you, Keemstar, for the 2. But dude, like, okay, this is where this fucking insanity is like mind numbing. The gaslighting, this is the pignosis, because a normal person, right? I agree, we're all a little fucking twisted in our own weird way, because a normal person would listen to this and zone the fuck out. Because, oh, this dude's obviously lying. He's hiding shit. But like, it's so fucking easy to find out that this dude is a fucking liar.
At all.
He talks in circles, right? I don't know anything about anything. Then he's going to go on to explain exactly the thing that people are talking about. I thought you didn't know.
Because I would never do that actively unless
maybe
I
God,
did
I'm sorry.
a million
We'll just
years
let
ago
it
and
play.
I don't remember
I'm like
it.
autistically focusing on
But
this
if it's
shit.
some of the recent shit, like for example, a few years ago, where some person tried to set me up and they sent me a photoshopped version of their driver's license.
Photoshopped. The photoshopped version was just putting a few sensors on it.
It had all the information that was important blocked. Okay. And then I said to my moderators in chat, did anyone else get anything like this? Because this is weird.
Okay. Fuck it. Because that's a straight up fucking lie the way he tries to frame that. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Someone help. 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 It's the PW Dubs thing. Chat. Where we at, chat? Where the fuck is it? This is too big of a lie that I gotta show it. Hello? Did anyone else receive an... He did not fucking say that. There is no chance. It has to be towards the end. Is it really? Oh, wait. Oh, that's his Gamer J. Lee. In secret Discord? All right, big ups, dude. Big ups, big ups. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it, General? Shit. No. Past the 2-hour mark. God damn it. I'm losing the plot here. I'm losing it. I'm losing you. I'm losing you. Fuck. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find it. Control F. It's not there. Oh no. 303, 303, 303, 303. Got it. Got it. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
Eventually, I just send an email and I'll get unbanned.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like with most donators with the intent to troll Phil,
Groovy Bones.
Phil does
Love you,
eventually
love you,
become
love you.
exhausted with their excuses. This back and forth through email got to the point that PW Dubs was arguing that he lived in Texas. Phil kept refuting that he did, so unprompted, PW Dubs does this.
I was trying to do like a gotcha moment, like when I sent him the email saying I do live in Texas, like it's proof that I live in Texas.
PW Dubs sent Phil an image of his driver's license, where he self-centered certain sections himself with scribbles of black lines through MS Paint. Censored was his face, the expiry date, street address, and license ID. What Phil then did was post this email to a secret moderator Discord that included about 11 other members, remarking, quote, I mean Jesus, why are we even at this point? I don't want to card my fucking stream chatters.
Okay, let's see what he says that he said. Let's see.
We had all the information that was important blocked, okay? And then I said to my moderators in chat, did anyone else get anything like this? Because this is weird. I don't know why someone would send me a photoshopped license. It kind of seems like it's a weird trap. And then one of my
You see that written here? Do you fucking see that? Like, what are we? What are we doing? What are we doing? Why are you lying? It's in the video. Why are we lying? Why would you lie other than to try and make yourself look better? Guys, I'm like totally freaked out. Like, did anyone else receive this strange image? Also, this is like, you're just admitting that you did do it. You did send someone's driver's license that was privately emailed to you into a group of moderators that were like not related to it. You exposed this dude's name and photo to a group of people that you didn't have to do it for, just to kind of like shit on him. You did do it.
Moderators was a detractor sitting in there, fooling everyone to thinking that they were, someone friendly. And then they took it and put it, you see, he doxed him. Wait, what are you talking about? I'm asking you if anyone sent you the info like this.
Like what? How are you going to flip this on a detractor? The fact that you sent the image is like kind of weird. It's just you sent the image to another group of people that didn't need to see the image. If you acknowledge the fact that it's weird and you don't want to be carding stream chatters, as you say, why would you then further the image along to even more people? Why not just acknowledge that it's weird and say, hey man, you don't got to send me nothing. And then that's the end of it. Like, you sent it.
As an attempt at setting us up saying we're doxing people. And now you're saying I doxed someone. I didn't dox anyone. It basically, they bit right into it. Like, that was the trap to begin with. That was what they were planning.
It was a trap. What was the trap? Again, he's trying to say that PW Dubs is just a troll. It was a long con of a trap that PW Dubs set up to get him fucking, like, again, let's follow this fucking train of fucking thought, okay? PW Dubs knows that there's a detractor in DSP's moderator's secret private Discord. So then for no reason, PW Dubs emails DSP because somehow PW Dubs knows that DSP is going to put that image on the private Discord. Like, all of this would need PW Dubs to assume and know that you're going to post it on the Discord. You're the one that chose to do that. If this is some fucking conspiracy theory, why wouldn't he have sent it to the detractor who then would have posted it? Why would he send it to you and then you posted it? How is this a detractor like conspiracy theory? You posted it.
But there was no doxing. I never went on the internet and showed everyone someone's license, right?
You
I
did.
wouldn't even be able to because the license was already photoshopped to block information.
Yeah, that's a retcon too, because DSP says himself at the time that he redacted it. He's the one that redacted certain information from it. So that was also a lie that wasn't mentioned in this video. But at the time that this happened, DSP was trying to lie and say that DSP was responsible for the redactions. So that was also a little lie that snuck through the cracks here that he's conveniently ignoring.
It makes sense what you say. Again, it was all a stupid trap. You know what I'm saying? So
well, yeah, the trap that all hinged on PW Dubs knowing that you were going to post it in the secret Discord. He was supposed to know that you were going to do that. That was the trap. How does that make any sense, dude?
That's what I mean. It's just so stupid. The stuff that people have tried to say that I did over the years, right? It just makes no sense at all.
It really doesn't make any sense at all. It really doesn't. Now he's scrolling through chat. Who do I ban? Thank you, Copeside.
He's going to say detractors forced him to dox him.
I mean, he already tried to. He was saying it was a trap from a detractor who was secretly in his Discord. And again, I just went through that. It's like virtually fucking impossible that factually can be the case. He would have sent it to the detractor then, and the detractor would have been the one to post it. Not you. You chose to upload it.
4 hours of boring stuff. Well, if it's 4 hours of boring stuff, then I can't help that. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, if it's the longest documentary ever made, but at the end of the day, everyone thinks it's boring. I mean, I can't make the documentary be interesting. All I can do is add information.
Yeah, and there's even like fucking added context to this too, because this is all happened in a a secret moderator Discord that he claims didn't exist and that he never used Discord. So the purpose of the detractor leaking the Discord was also to expose the fact that he did in fact have a Discord that he's been using for years, where he gets handheld in games and posts apparently driver's license of viewers that send them to him. Like this is like layers of things, layers of lies, and this dude's entire life is a lie. You might be thinking like, oh, what's the big deal? He had a Discord, but he specifically goes out of his way. And one of his defenses for the Champions thing, which happens like shortly after this or before this, was that he never used Discord. So even if the Champions guy like, oh, it can't be me because I don't even use Discord. Wait a minute. You had a secret Discord this whole time and you use it daily and you talk to people daily on it? What? Lies upon lies upon lies.
And you know, my own experience to it to try to add supplemental information and explain situations. But you know what I'm saying? Like if it's boring, it's boring. Right?
Right. The video's boring now. Yeah, user 4056.
Spawn Killer did two super chats. The first, he says, when you were a wrestling fan, did you live into face Meltzer? I watched his show and I liked the thing.
Okay, next.
No, see, that's the thing. Sambuca says, I guess compared to like Rikita, it's boring. Nick Rikita. But here's the thing. You're right. Like now, when you start to hear stories about people who consider internet drama, lolcows, or whatever, you think, oh, it's the guy who literally ran a fundraiser for like 10 years straight and kept the money and never gave it to any charity, despite saying publicly that he did.
Again, this dude did multiple fundraisers over the course of a few years, asking for money for a specific purpose and then turning around and using that money for something else. He's trying to say that he's not as bad as the completionist, but dude, you also did fundraisers for taxes and then turned around and used the money on Champions and flying your girlfriend across the country, secretly getting married, allegedly. Like if you did any of this stuff. And then a lot of his excuses, like specifically for the marriage one, he's like, well, my parents paid for the marriage. So you just kind of used so like after begging for a bunch of money, you just used your parents to fly you across the country, pay for your wedding, pay for the food, pay for the flight, pay for everything. Are we supposed to think you're a good, like, dude, that's kind of weird to do as a fucking adult grown person. The self-made man relying on your parents to do all of that for you? Okay.
The guy who publicly scammed and doxed people and did these horrible things. The guy who faked cancer. The guy who's doing drugs and blow. The guy who's doing that. That's what you're thinking. Like, literally, none of that is going to be in my documentary. None of it's ever happened. But compared to these people who people like to blow up as the drama people on YouTube, I am very boring. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even understand, like, what warranted the 4 hours, except that people kept asking for it because my detractors are so fucking loud
this
and
is
annoying
insane.
that they kept yelling for it.
This is a man who lives in fucking eternal paranoia, eternal fear, and eternal fucking coping of everything. The documentary is now 4 hours because of detractors. What? Like, really? We're doing that? What?
Unreasonably so.
How? Whatever, man.
Well, I don't think anything warrants, this documentary to be that long. I just don't get it. I don't know what's going to be in it that, besides going through every piece of minutia, that probably isn't that interesting.
Yeah, but hey, we went through it all. It actually skips through a bunch of big stuff that happened. And it actually kind of makes some mistakes. Here and there, there's a few mistakes. But it does leave a lot out. So, DSP, you'd be fucking surprised, brother.
Right?
There's a lot more that could have been in this. Play the outro where he talks about him. Sure, yeah, that's a good point. Let's see where he calls us mentally ill or whatever.
And that's where Phil currently is. He is in a place of changing hate and admiration that to certain degrees are both undeserved. He rants for hours on end.
He watched the live stream BTW.
What, this live stream, yes? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I figured. Like, but when he's getting ready, he watches detractor
to deaf
shit.
ears and exists to be mocked. He has what be anyone else's dream job, but in his case, it's a nightmare. His donations are only decreasing as fans are rarely gained, and enemies are constantly swelling in ranks. Phil is touted for his survivability online when compared to other creators. But the truth is, he has made so many enemies of content creators, his channel was bound to statistically outlive some of them. He has made possibly over $1 million, yet has nothing to show for it, and is now uploading multi-hour-long videos daily for pennies. He has practically nothing to show for anything. There is only hate, contempt, and displeasure. And being that the only people that interact with him daily, sans his wife, are those utterly obsessed with his life, Phil will continue to curtail his personality around these people who do not represent a healthy reality, as he continues to hold on to what shred of his online career he can grasp.
Is that a detractor feeding him the lines? Is that a detractor controlling what he says and how he ends his script? Like, what is that supposed to mean? That's the takeaway that this guy decided to put away. I mean, to put on the end of his video. That seems to be his opinion of you. Is that because of detractors? We'll see how fair JoonTheKing is and how awesome he is after this fucking thing ends, man. It's going to be crazy.
There's no way you guys could have even watched the whole thing yet because it came out. Okay, I take it back. I guess you could have.
PPP tweeted DSP got felted. Okay.
It started at 9 and it's
Looks
3 hours,
like the
42 minutes,
redemption
and now it's
arc
almost
is
1. So
over.
technically you could have watched the whole thing,
Zah.
right?
Okay, Bernal, can we move on? I've been live for like 7 hours almost.
Through a lot of it, it's the same stuff.
Okay, here we go. More documentary talk.
Yeah, a lot of people are basically saying they skipped through a lot of it. It's the same stuff that's already been said. The RTU one was way more interesting. Yeah, and the iJustine thing. It's so dumb.
Oh, wait, what? So who mentioned the iJustine thing? Let me see. Where's the iJust? Okay, but I didn't know about iJustine until now. Yikes. Okay, let's see him fucking justify this.
Yeah, and the iJustine thing. It's so dumb because it lasted 10 seconds. It was me in my stream chat, not even saying something publicly in a video, but in my stream chat on a bad day, I was upset about something. And I
as if that just as if any of this matters. Any of this setup doesn't fucking matter. It's like I said before. You're kind of like, it's almost like you're responsible for the things you say, right? There shouldn't be any, like, there's no justification really. If you as a streamer are like lashing out at your chat regardless of what people say in your chat. This is like your job, right? You got to stay professional.
Thank you.
Where in being professional?
Is it just me or is that hairline getting worse?
Yeah, it's getting worse. Yes, thank you for the 2. Definitely. But where in being professional is you saying the word gangbang? How is that you being professional? Doesn't matter all of your fucking excuses before the fact.
In my stream chat,
In my
not
stream
even saying
chat.
something publicly in a video.
But like, dude, you in your stream chat is accessible to everybody for free. I can pop into your stream chat right now and see what's happening. You're putting it out there on the internet. The fuck you mean it wasn't public? Of course it was. You're fucking putting it on the internet.
In my stream chat, on a bad day, I was upset about something, and I like said a stupid bad comment insulting about iJustine in my stream chat. My detractors clipped that.
How is this the detractors' fault? He's actually sitting here blaming detractors for clipping it and not for him saying it. Like, what are we doing, dude?
I'm so confused as to what just happened.
And put it in their content. They blew it up. They went to her and harassed her saying, did you hear that this streamer...
Like, they went to her and harassed her. Bro, you said she was being fucking GB'd. That's like you were implying that she had no talent and saying the only way she can make it to E3 is by being fucking ganged, bro. You actually said that. You were implying this lady has no way of achieving success on her own.
Guy said this about
How
you.
the fuck is
She
that
responded, "Oh, that's
detractors?"
pretty messed up. And that was literally the end of it.
That was the end of
And then,
it.
like,
What if she felt bad about it? How do you know that that's the end of it? What if she felt pretty bad about that?
later, I apologize.
That's just more toxic, harassing comments on the internet about her that you contributed to, right?
For it, and that's it.
And you apologized for it. This bullshit gets me too.
The end of it, and then like later, I apologized for it.
Later, I apologized for it, right? So this dude is apparently telling us that he's sorry about doing it. If you were sorry about doing it, you would just apologize for it. Instead, what does he do? He makes excuses. He blames detractors. He blames detractors for harassing her. And then tells us that he apologized. Like, dude, if you were actually sorry and you apologized and you meant it, you wouldn't feel the need to make up excuses right now, in current day. You would just be sorry about it.
And that's it. Like, there's not even anything there at all of
Like, look at how he tries to minimize it. And all of these fucking excuses.
any substance. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
But the fact that it's in here means that you know that these idiots talked about it endlessly like it was something of meaning, right? It's just so dumb. Thank you, Volsair, for 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that.
This is a nothing burger. Sure, this itself isolated might be nothing. But still, this kind of shit adds up. And that's the whole point of the video. And that DSP is trying to downplay it. He just downplays everything that he does. Like as if everything that he said previously goes away the instant it leaves his mouth. You shouldn't remember anything he's ever said. But it's like, it's just not the way it works. That one little moment of the iJustine thing that happened, stacked up against all of the other things he also has done, that he also tries to downplay, that he's also scammed people over and lied about. He just minimizes every bad thing that he's ever done. And then he tries to act like a victim, and all of the hate online he's received is unjustified, and he's the innocent victim in all of this targeted harassment. I never harassed anybody. I am always positive. Example of him being a fucking negative piece of shit. Well, I didn't even mean it. I apologized, and it's the detractors' fault. What?
Incel posts, you're talking about things from 20 plus years ago. Me in my early 20s getting drunk at night and doing dumb posts on a stupid website that no one cared about.
Wait, what?
It's dumb.
Look at this. Another minimization yet again. The Incel manifesto wasn't even in the documentary, so I'm glad someone baited him into talking about it.
SRK Incel posts, you're talking about things from...
The way he views women is troubling. Fuck him.
Yeah, we're just speaking of that, Jay Westhow. Thank you for the 2. But yeah, this shit wasn't even the documentary, so let's see what he has to say about this, because we're not gonna get this when he reacts to it.
20 plus years ago. Me in my early 20s getting drunk at night and doing dumb posts on a stupid website that no one cared about.
It doesn't. It's dumb. It's dumb shit. Obviously, it's like the brain of a an
Right. A drunk mind speaks a sober heart. Right?
intellectual moron.
Is that what it is?
Who's just fucking doing dumb shit at night, trolling on the internet and saying dumb things. Right.
Right.
None of it matters.
Your views on
Pointless
women and shit. It's pointless shit. Like, what does matter? Apparently, he says this about the champions. He says this about his weird views on women, about the thoughts of his mom, and like how weird shit he, like, I'm not even going to go into it, the shit he said about his mom. Like, it's so fucking weird. Like, minimizing someone getting gang banged, a comment that you made that could potentially, like, be very damaging to a lady online, right? The thing that you say you never are. All of the hating that you were doing to random people online. You talking shit to people, scamming people, all this
Phil's lack
shit.
of integrity is proof his dad failed. Pig, horse, slot machine.
Thank you, RS Nerd, for the two. But yeah, at what point, DSP, so that was like a Obama moment. At what point, DSP, does it become like, what does matter? Anything you bring up to him doesn't matter when he explains it to you. It's just dumb shit. It doesn't matter. What does matter then? Nothing, apparently. If
No,
you were
Kat's
to
not
ask
playing
him.
anything. Kat was going to play Star Wars Outlaws, and then I told her about it, and she's like, I'm not playing that. She had no idea the whole game was stealth. It like the whole first 5
They
hours,
got
you're
your
mostly doing
mans.
stealth, and it's fucking boring, right?
All right. This is insane. I'm actually looking forward to this documentary thing. The reaction. Because there's some pretty harsh stuff in there that I don't know how he's just going to feel like he can wipe it away. Apparently Kino Casino's chat is roasting DSP.
Okay, we got to end, guys. It's 1 o'clock. Thank you for chilling with me here on the show. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks to everyone who supported in some way. Over 600 viewers, 261 likes. We got a few super chats, a few members. Hopefully we'll hit the tips goal. At this point, that's what I'm nervous about right now.
I'm nervous.
Because here we are. We went the whole show, and we're at not even $40. Hopefully we'll get some tips during the gameplay here today, and the streak continues, right? Okay. All right,
Spoilers,
so guys, thank
he
you so
gets the
much.
money.
I hope that you guys enjoy. I hope to see you tonight, obviously, for my reacting the very first part of the JoonTheKing documentary. All right, I hope you'll make it. If you can't make it, it'll be archived over on the DSPReacts channel. I hope you'll stick around right now if you're on the show and you want to watch some Black Myth Wukong gameplay. That would be awesome if you could stick around.
Nice.
So
Begging
thanks. And
for
tomorrow I'll be
views
back.
now,
And
I
tomorrow
guess.
it's going to be a podcast with Black Ops 6 Beta, which I'm very excited for because I liked it on Saturday.
Okay. Stupid bullshit. Don't care. Unrecorded segment.
Excuse me.
Let's go. What?
I do have to just briefly use the restroom before we begin, but it shouldn't be a big wait.
Okay, let's move past him going. Wait, he didn't even go. Oh, he did. He did. He didn't put his little on break signs. It's kind of hard to see.
It's horrible. It's hilarious. Look at this. Yeah. Oh, I keep me in the balls, dude. The hell's going on? What the fuck is this? Yeah. This is all. What? Oh my god, we're scissoring. Oh, we're scissoring. Oh my god. Oh, this is disgusting. He's fucking me. Oh, he's fucking me. Oh my god. This is revolting. A fish just jumped on my chest. Oh, this is some sick S&M shit. Yeah. What is happening here? What the hell? Dude, what the hell was that?
Seal, is that true?
What do you think about that? That was good, huh? Amazing. Anyway.
Yeah, it was
That's good content right
robust.
there.
That was meaningful.
Oh, did it crash? Oh, shit.
Okay, we're not
Oh, here we
watching
go.
his gameplay. I'm just curious what he says.
I thought it crashed. Here we go.
Here we
What,
go.
don't you guys like Street Fighter? You guys don't enjoy Street Fighter?
Okay, we're live. And he's playing the game. That's where I check out. Anyways, dude, let's see if we can find one of those. I don't remember where it cut off. I do want to. I think it was like the PandaLee segment, no? When she was like 17 or whatever. Around here. Project 7.
Capture card to improve the quality of his videos. He sought experimentation elsewhere.
130
Project
something.
7 was Phil and Friends' answer to the higher quality of videos found on YouTube. A summary of the plot is that Phil's gaming talent was stolen and that he has to travel through 7 gaming worlds to find and reclaim it. The stars were Phil, his best friend John Rambo, and their mutual friend Howard, which Phil claims was more so just John Rambo's friend. In charge of the editing, which was the heavy lifting, was more friends of John Rambo known by their channel Respect the Pact. They offered their assistance with the project for the sole purpose of a shoutout, which they hope will launch their YouTube career.
Hello.
Yeah, this part's
I'm
going to be
John.
insufferable when
I'm
he
joined by
debunks this. He's just going to do the same script again.
Woohoo! So Project 7 was a lot of work for them. I don't think it was much work for us, despite what Phil would talk about how hard the day was. It's such a
No,
long
it wasn't.
day.
It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was one day of filming.
Yeah.
Maybe 7 hours.
Respect the Pact put in a tremendous amount of work to edit the project that only made it to episode 4 because one of the members had a child on the way and the shoutouts that they got from the project did virtually nothing for their own personal channel. There was also the fact that Project 7 was practically a failure. The entire 4 episodes, when adding up the views, did not even surpass 1 million. It was far more lucrative for DSP to continue pumping out low-quality, effortless gameplay videos that he had even gotten a raise for mid-2012. Not only was he getting a set $2 per 1,000 views, sometimes he will get a bonus simply because of the size of his channel. The rest of the crew still desired to continue making these, and John Rambo put forth the idea that if DSP offered Respect the Pact money, then they would have a reason to stay.
Then you have a number, and then split it the 5 ways, and throw them the cash, and offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're gonna continue with the series, but hey man, at least try.
Phil did not do so. He even lied to John Rambo and Howard and said that he did offer them money, only for them to ask Respect the Pact themselves.
His response:
yeah, this part's insane.
They don't want money. They don't want. They don't want.
And again, with stuff like this too, it's a lot of he says, she says, but DSP is the known liar, like factually proven, just lies about the littlest thing.
money after this, based on.
So you're more inclined to believe the dudes who you don't know if they're liars.
He says they told him that.
Instead of the guy who you
And
know
then I
is a
asked
liar.
them about it, and they said he didn't even talk to them.
Phil was bold-faced lying to his 2 friends. This was already on top of other compounding
And we know what
smaller
Joon
problems,
thinks.
like Phil's jealousy of larger content creators and how he would lash out, creating unwanted attention towards his channel or just himself. Comments would also sometimes spark jealousy of his friends and would create a response from Phil.
Case in point, in this teaser trailer, there's a funny scene featuring John Rambo, and everyone says it's the best part of the trailer. And I even saw a comment saying, "Wow, this is Rambo's the funniest thing." Guess what? I wrote that scene.
I wrote it. Okay. Anyways, I can't find this because it was cutting off. It like probably paused maybe
Please
4
roll.
times. Maybe 4 times during the premiere when we were watching it at the beginning. I'll have to come back another time and see the parts that were there. Hey, but I guess that's the stream from me. The best part was definitely the bankruptcy after the January harvest. This part kind of dragged on. This felt like a lot of info for kind of what it was. But still, the bankruptcy going into Champions and all this shit, the vest streak. This part was great. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what other people have to say about this fucking documentary. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff here that I feel like I know about, but dude, there's got to be people that know more than me. Like the move to Washington on credit cards. That's the crazy thing too. When he went over like how much money he was making per fucking month or per year or whatever. And DSP still hadn't paid off his fucking condo by the time the bankruptcy happened. And then you look at all of the fucking toys and shit that he was buying. All the wasted money that he was, spending on garbage just to fill up his own hell. He was living in his own fucking hell of his own creation. When he could have been paying off his fucking house.
Were revelations that finally, among
how the
many
fuck
other
did he
things,
not pay
put
that
a number
off?
on Phil's total debt.
This
The
shit's
unsecured
insane.
creditors on page 20 list all of Phil's unsecured claims. so items that had no collateral such as personal loans and credit cards. The page 1 of 7 on the bottom right corner was already hinting at the sheer amount of debt Phil had incurred. The only thing
14 credit cards with fucking $130,000 of debt or whatever on top of the fucking mortgage and shit. Oh my lord. This is insane. This part's pretty. These animations are great, man.
Almost no
Who
one
made
else
these
has.
for him?
Level 13 WWE Superstar, introducing down from the rafters.
Phil's plights were all worth it because of this Candy Crush gotcha-designed phone game themed around the WWE,
That's so
known as
fucking
WWE
good,
Champions.
dude. Who made
It is important
these?
to note that Phil has refuted investing into
fucking
this
made
game
these?
to the
I wanna
extent people
know.
have claimed. Despite a mountain of very strong evidence, he has room to dismiss it because there is no smoking gun. Phil has a history of playing other mobile games themed around the WWE, and was not shy to
Oh, dude, there was a crazy part too, where DSP got caught. His phone was on the counter when he was showing Jasper. DSP's excuse for having Champions open when he was caught having Champions open was like, yes, I was playing it, but I was on a different account. It wasn't the Down from the Rafters account. Like, what? How is that the fucking excuse you're gonna use?
Spend money on microtransactions to get an advantage.
Oh boy. I also think a really interesting part here with this part, in this forum for Supercard, he wrote that, well, I used the name They Call Me DSP before I had any intention of posting on the forums. So, you know, I should have named myself something else, but it's too late for that. Whatever. That's exactly what happened with all of his mobile games too. He named himself They Call Me DSP before he was begging for money directly, and then just got caught that it was him.
However, on WWE Champions, there is an account that has seen some tremendous climbing in the leaderboards that would be impossible without microtransactions. This account's name was They Call Me DSP. Phil's Twitter handle is also They Call Me DSP. Phil has a history of using that username in other apps like Pokemon Go.
Yeah, this part was good
and
too.
Phil in the past has admitted
It's a pretty good
playing.
video. Pretty good video, all in
a
all.
game that plays a lot like Candy Crush of all games, or what's the other one? Bejeweled. It plays like
Bejeweled?
those two games with wrestlers, and honestly, the game cheats and is not very good. But I just play it because it has wrestlers in it.
What detractors seek
Yeah,
to prove
Seal.
is that the account They Call Me DSP is indeed Dark Side Phil. If they can attach this account to Phil, then that alone proves that Phil spent tens of thousands of dollars on this game.
This will be
This
the
is where
gold
TJ
dust,
Game-
man. I'll react to his reaction of this tomorrow. I guess that's the stream for me, guys. I guess. Let me keep saying it. It gets funnier. I guess. Sorry. Hey, big ups Meerkat for the music. Who? Pretty good video. It deserves a like. I'm going to redirect you to the video in case you missed any of the stream. Check out the video. Give it a like. I think it was pretty good. Some mistakes, straight up, like near the beginning, he said the face reveal video, but then showed a video that wasn't the face reveal. Right around here.
Actually, at all.
It failed. 2000
It was right here, somewhere. Where is it?
2008 sequence was still scrambled and parts were
Right
uploaded
here,
out of
right here,
order.
right here. I
But
think it's this.
Hello.
Face reveal video. This is a pretty big mistake that I noticed.
What's going on? My name is Phil Burnell.
This is not his face reveal video. This is his YouTube primer. So yeah. This is the part, that's the video where he says click on the ads, but you know, whatever. A few little mistakes like that. I noticed another one later on. But overall, pretty good video. It definitely surprised me. I didn't expect it to go that hard. Pretty good. Well researched. You can tell that Joon did not enjoy watching DSP videos for information. And I'll end it with this image here because it's pretty good. The big DSP. Oh boy. Yeah, anyways, that's the stream, guys. Thank you for the super chats and the likes if you liked it. Just chatting. having fun. Hope I entertained y'all. That was a lot of fun for me.
Well, you know, I'm gay.
Yes, they said that you're a gay boy and that we're gonna make love to each other tonight.
Anyways, that's the stream, guys. Big ups. Thank you so much. Enjoy. Leave a like on the video. I'll redirect you right now. Appreciate it, guys. Have a nice rest of your day.
Devour.
Fall gout.
Young out.
Slam. I am Gothic. I am World of Warcraft. I am Tekken 3.
Devour.